Hey guys, welcome back to Paranormal M. I'm glad you're here. Before we start, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you've ever had a strange or unexplained experience, feel free to send it in. Tonight's first story is about a woman who says she felt a really heavy and disturbing presence around someone she was seeing, and the things she experienced still bother her to this day. It's definitely a strange one. So settle in, listen closely, and hopefully by the end of the video, you'll be ready for a peaceful night's sleep. I want to tell you this as honestly as I can, because it's been sitting heavy on me for a long time. For several months, I was involved with a guy named Silas. He was deeply into dark imagery, old gods, occult symbols, and that whole aesthetic. In the beginning, I brushed it off as just part of who he was. I told myself it was only style, only interests, only decoration. But the longer I spent time at his place, the more unsettled I felt. Whenever I was there, it was like I could never fully relax. I always had this strange feeling that something in the house was aware of me, like I was being watched even when no one was around. I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows that didn't feel right, and this heavy presence I can't really explain. I hardly ever slept there. Even buried under blankets, I'd feel freezing cold while he slept peacefully beside me like nothing was wrong. One night, lying in bed next to him, I felt what seemed like something trying to climb onto me. My whole body went cold, and I remember being truly scared. Not anxious, not uneasy, scared. His apartment was full of disturbing things too. There were symbols, statues, strange books, and pieces of art that made the whole place feel oppressive. He had several tattoos tied to that same world: a pentacle, an inverted cross, and what I thought might have been some kind of Lilith symbol across his shoulder blade. I tried not to judge it, but being surrounded by all of that started to get under my skin. He was also into BDSM, but in a way that felt increasingly harsh and one-sided. Looking back now, I can see how often I went along with things I did not truly want. I said yes when I should have said no. I took substances when I didn't really want to. Around him, it was like my own voice got smaller. I never felt fully free to say what I was feeling, or to push back when something crossed a line. There were intimate moments that went way too far for me. Sometimes he would wear this Anubis necklace and become rough in ways that made me panic. There were times he choked me so hard I felt close to blacking out. In those moments, I did not feel safe, and I definitely did not feel in control. What made it worse was how unpredictable he could be. His energy would change without warning. One minute he'd be calm, and the next he'd be cold, demeaning, almost like he was trying to chip away at me emotionally. He would needle me, provoke me, talk down to me, and keep going until he finally got a reaction. Sometimes that meant pushing until I cried, and once I broke down, he would stop, almost like that was the point. I still don't know how much of that was the substances he used, and how much was just who he really was. There were other moments that still stay with me. Sometimes he would lean in close and whisper things in my ear so softly and strangely that I couldn't make out the words. That alone might sound small, but in the moment, it made everything feel even more unsettling. One night stands out more than the rest. He asked me to light a flame beneath a pendant of his, that same Anubis necklace, while it sat over this small triangular burner with cotton and lighter fluid underneath. When I lit it, the fire flared more than I expected and briefly spread onto the counter. Instead of reacting normally, he stayed calm. Then he told me to blow it out, kneel down, and lower my head. He placed his hand on me and told me to make a wish. Not long after that, he ended things with me. Since then, I've been stuck with this mess in my head. Obsessive thoughts, replaying conversations, replaying moments, blaming myself, wishing I had spoken up more, wishing I had left sooner, wishing I had trusted the fear I kept trying to explain away. And lately, it has all started surfacing again, in thoughts, in dreams, in that same sick feeling in my chest. There is one moment in particular that still really shakes me. Not too long ago, I was under the influence, had just gotten out of the shower, and suddenly my back started burning. When I turned and looked in the mirror, I saw this strange shape in the redness, something that looked like horns, almost like the outline of a goat's head. The face itself wasn't clear, but the horn shape stood out enough to scare me badly. My skin was red, hot, and marked with scratches. I remember just staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. And ever since then, I've had this strange heaviness in my back that I can't stop noticing. I'm telling you all this because I've been carrying it alone, and I don't know what to make of it anymore. Part of me wonders whether I ignored a lot of obvious red flags and let myself get pulled into something controlling and harmful. Another part of me still can't shake how eerie and intense the whole experience felt on a deeper level. I just know that when I look back on that time, nothing in me feels at peace about it. I was around 13 when this happened, and even now, I can still picture it so clearly. At the time, it was just me and my mom living together. It was one of those quiet winter evenings where darkness settles in way earlier than it feels like it should. My mom was heading out to pick up a few things from the store, and I decided to stay home and keep playing on my computer instead of tagging along. Maybe half an hour after she left, I heard this sudden noise right outside my bedroom door. It was loud, dull, and heavy, like a stuffed gym bag had just dropped straight onto the floor. It didn't sound like anything from the game. I knew that immediately. My first thought was that my mom must have come back early, so I called out for her. But there was nothing. No answer. No footsteps. Nothing at all. I remember just staring at my bedroom door, completely frozen. I felt this rush of fear hit me so hard that I could barely move. After a minute, I tried to shake it off and go back to my game, telling myself it was probably nothing. But I couldn't relax. I had this awful feeling that I wasn't alone, like something was just outside the room, waiting. Every few seconds, I kept glancing over my shoulder toward the door. After a little while, I started to calm down, at least enough to focus again. Then during a quiet moment in the game, I looked back one more time, and my door was wide open. I had left it closed. I know I did, but now it was standing all the way open, and beyond it was just this dark, silent hallway. I sat there in my chair staring at it, too shocked to move. It felt like time completely stopped. I don't even know how long I stayed like that. Maybe a few minutes, maybe longer. Finally, I grabbed my phone and called my mom. When she answered, she told me she was still at the store. That made everything worse. At some point, I forced myself to get up. I took a kitchen knife with me, mostly because I was scared out of my mind, and I stepped into the hallway to check. But there was nothing there. No person, no sign that anyone had come in, no open window, nothing that could explain the sound or why the door had opened on its own. I never figured out what happened that night, and the strangest part is, it never happened again, not once. But I still think about it sometimes, and I still don't have an explanation. I still remember the move like it was yesterday. It was late 2011, around November, when Tanya, her mom, and her 3 kids settled into a rented house on Carolina Street in Gary, Indiana. At first, it felt like any other fresh start. Just a family trying to get comfortable in a new place before winter really set in. But not long after they moved in, strange things started happening. The first sign was the flies. Big, black flies kept showing up on the screened porch, even though it was already bitter cold outside. It was the kind of weather where insects should have been long gone, but every day, there they were again. The family kept killing them, sweeping them up, trying to make sense of it, but the next day, more would appear. Then came the footsteps. Late at night, they would hear someone coming up from the basement, step by step, like a person climbing the stairs and walking straight into the kitchen. Naturally, they checked. Every time, there was no one there. They even locked the basement door, hoping that would put an end to it. It didn't. The footsteps kept coming anyway, as steady and deliberate as ever. Tanya's mother started seeing things too. One night, she noticed a dark figure moving back and forth through the living room, almost like it was pacing. Later, she found damp footprints on the floor where nothing and no one should have been. As the months passed, the house seemed to get heavier, darker. The children began acting in ways that frightened everyone around them. They would speak in voices that sounded much deeper than their own, voices that didn't seem to belong to children at all. Tanya's daughter said something invisible had pinned her down and choked her. The youngest boy would sit in the closet by himself, carrying on full conversations with someone nobody else could see. Then came the moment that shook the whole family. On March 10th, 2012, Tanya's mother said she saw her 12-year-old granddaughter rise above the bed while she was unconscious. A few of the girl's friends were there too, and they saw it happen. It was the kind of thing that leaves you speechless, the kind of thing you can't explain away, no matter how badly you want to. By April, things had gotten so bad that Tanya brought the children to their family doctor, Dr. Jeffrey Onyuku. He later said he had never heard anything like it in all his years of practice, and that even he felt uneasy walking into the room. At the hospital, the fear only deepened. A DCS caseworker, Valerie Washington, and a nurse, Willie Lee Walker, were with Tanya's 9-year-old son when the boy's expression changed. Washington said he gave her a strange grin, one that didn't feel natural. Then, according to both women, he began moving backward in a way that made no sense. They said he glided across the floor, up the wall, and onto the ceiling. Walker later said he flipped over and stood there, and that there was simply no normal way he could have done it. Both women ran out of the room in terror. Even afterward, when people tried to question what they had seen, they stood by it. They were adamant that it was not some gymnastic trick or childish stunt. They believed something deeply unnatural had happened right in front of them. Eventually, a Catholic priest, Reverend Michael Maginot, stepped in and performed 3 exorcisms for the family. Not long after that, they left the house in 2012. And once they were gone, everything stopped. No more footsteps, no more flies, no more voices, shadows, or impossible scenes in the night. What's especially eerie is that the next people who lived there never reported anything unusual at all. Years later, the house was bought by paranormal investigator Zach Bagans, and after conducting his own investigation, he had it torn down in 2016. That's what makes this story stay with people. It wasn't just one strange sound or one bad night. It was a long, escalating series of events witnessed by family, friends, medical workers, police, and clergy. Whether you see it as haunting, possession, or something we simply don't understand yet, the people who lived through it never forgot what happened inside that house. I've been living in this apartment for a little over 2 years now, and ever since we moved in, there have been things that just never sat right with me. Nothing I can fully prove, nothing big and dramatic, but enough little moments that have stayed with me. At first, I tried to explain everything away. The building is old, built sometime in the late 1960s, so strange noises never seemed like a huge deal. Creaking floors, settling walls, pipes, all of that makes sense. But one night, early on, I saw something in my bedroom doorway. It looked like a shadow at first, and then it seemed to lower itself slowly. almost like it was dropping down onto its hands and knees. I was exhausted that evening, so I told myself I must have imagined it. I still try to believe that. What made it harder to brush off was my cat. He's always been attached to me and used to sleep next to me every single night without fail. But when we first moved in, he absolutely refused to come upstairs, and all the bedrooms are upstairs. He would stop at the bottom like he wanted no part of it. The same night I saw that shape in the doorway, he came into my room, jumped onto the bed, pressed himself against my back, and stared at the doorway for what felt like hours. He would not look away. And strangely enough, that was the first time he'd willingly come up there. My family is very religious, so when I mentioned it, they didn't laugh it off. My aunt actually brought over a small cross and hung it on the wall in my room. After that, my cat started sleeping upstairs again like nothing had happened. Maybe that was coincidence. I know there are a dozen logical explanations for it. Still, it stuck with me. Then last summer, I woke up sometime around 3 in the morning to a voice right near me saying, "Go to sleep." It sounded exactly like my grandmother, and since she lives with us, I figured maybe she had been talking in her sleep or had said something without remembering. The next morning I asked her, and she told me she hadn't said a word that night. I remember trying to laugh it off, but it unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. A few months later, in January, a cross necklace I wore all the time suddenly snapped. I didn't think much of it because it was old and probably worn down. But then, not even 2 weeks later, another cross necklace of mine broke the same way. And then, just a day or two after that, my dad's bracelet, the one with the cross charm he'd had for years, broke overnight while it was sitting on his nightstand. It had snapped cleanly while he was asleep. I know jewelry breaks, I know that. But 3 pieces, all so close together, all with crosses. It felt strange. What really changed things for me was when my dad started noticing things too. About a week before his bracelet broke, he told my grandmother he'd been hearing odd sounds in the apartment and feeling uncomfortable in certain rooms. Up until then, I thought maybe I was the only one picking up on anything. Then a few days ago, my grandmother admitted she'd been dealing with something similar. She said she woke up one night feeling like something had shouted right into her ear. The second she said that, I got chills, because it sounded way too much like what had happened to me last summer. That night, after hearing her say all of that, I was already on edge. I was lying in bed feeling anxious, and the whole room just felt wrong. You know that feeling when the hair on the back of your neck stands up and you can't explain why? That's exactly how it was. I felt like something could sense that I was scared. The whole atmosphere felt heavy, almost watchful, and lately, my cat has started refusing to come upstairs again. So, that's everything. I know some of it can probably be explained. Maybe all of it can. But taken together, it's been hard not to feel like something is off here. And honestly, I don't know what to make of it anymore. So this happened a few years back, and every now and then, it comes drifting back into my head and gets under my skin all over again, because I still cannot explain it. One summer, I went to stay with a friend at his family's old mountain farmhouse. I'll call him Marco. The place was way out there, surrounded by woods and hills, the kind of spot where everything feels a little too quiet once the sun goes down. At first, it was honestly perfect. For the first few days, we had the best time. We explored a few abandoned houses nearby, walked around the property for hours, and scared ourselves for fun by pretending every sound or shadow had to be something paranormal. We were just 2 teenagers with too much imagination and a whole mountain to project it onto. Then, during the last couple of days, the whole mood changed. The day before we were supposed to leave, everyone in the house except me suddenly started feeling sick. That evening, Marco's parents and his younger sister all began complaining about awful stomach pain. Then came nausea, vomiting, the whole thing. They wanted to get out of there, but it was already late, and driving down from that mountain at night was not really a good option. So his parents decided we would stay one more night and leave first thing in the morning. But the next morning, it was like nothing had happened. Everyone seemed completely normal again. No pain, no nausea, no sign that anything had been wrong at all. So Marco and I, being kids and not wanting the trip to end, begged to stay a little longer. Since everyone seemed fine again, his parents agreed, and we stayed until early afternoon. When we got back to the farmhouse and started packing up to leave while it was still light out, it happened again. Out of nowhere, everyone except me started complaining about severe stomach pain. The exact same thing. Marco's parents said they didn't feel able to drive, so once again the plan was to wait it out and either leave later or spend another night there. By evening, things got worse. Marco and his sister both started crying. Not because of the pain exactly, but because they were scared. They kept saying they had a terrible feeling and wanted to go home immediately, even though they couldn't really explain what they were afraid of. Their parents were still doubled over with stomach pain, trying to decide what to do. Finally, even though it was night and they were in no shape to drive comfortably, they decided we had to leave anyway. And that is the part I still cannot explain. As soon as we got into the car and started driving away, all of us saw something on the mountain to our left, way up high. I mean really high, far enough away that it should have been hard to make out anything clearly. But there it was, a tall humanoid figure, thin enough that from a distance it almost looked drawn, like a stick figure standing against the dark. What made it impossible to ignore was the light. It was lit up by this incredibly strong yellow light, almost golden, much brighter than anything that should have been out there. And the figure was waving at us. Slowly, deliberately, like it knew we were looking. Every single person in the car saw it, and every single one of us felt this instant, overwhelming fear. Marco's parents didn't say much. They just drove faster. Nobody wanted to look too long, but nobody could deny what we'd seen either. Then, after we had gone a few kilometers down the road, something else happened. The pain was gone. Just gone. Everyone felt fine again, as if the whole sickness, the fear, the pressure in that house had never happened at all. And the part that unsettles me most is this. I was the only one who never got sick. Not once. I never felt the stomach pain. Never had that same sense of dread the others described. Never noticed anything strange until we saw that figure on the mountain. So I still wonder about it. Was it waving at all of us? Or was it waving at me? I've never been the kind of person who goes hunting for ghosts. Honestly, I'm the opposite. I've worked as a server at this huge old hotel in the middle of downtown for nearly 6 years, and for most of that time, I've rolled my eyes at the stories people tell. This place has been remodeled so many times it barely resembles its original self. Spaces that used to be elegant dining rooms decades ago are now guest suites. An old sweeping staircase was relocated more than once. What used to be a massive stone hearth is now part of the wellness area, though before that, it served a few different purposes too. The building has a long history, and with a place this old, there are always stories. Some are rumors, some are documented, and a few tragedies have even happened while I've worked there. Still, I've always been the skeptic. Coworkers talk about hearing music when no one's around, or seeing objects shift on their own. I've spent years doing closing work in one of the shuttered restaurants, sometimes alone late at night, sometimes with others, and I'd never experienced anything I couldn't shrug off. Then one evening, that changed. Or at least, something happened that I still can't neatly explain. It was around 7:30, just after my shift. I was in one of the closed restaurant spaces doing side work, sitting there rolling silverware. It was still light outside. The blinds were open, and through the windows I could see people out on the sidewalk enjoying the evening. It didn't feel eerie at all. It felt calm, almost ordinary. I had a video playing on my phone while I worked, but it suddenly started glitching. The sound cut in and out, and the screen froze for no obvious reason. I figured the connection was being weird, so I turned it off and went back to what I was doing. That left the room completely quiet. A little while later, I noticed an empty bus tub sitting across from me start to move. Not sliding exactly, more like rocking, gently at first, back and forth on the chair it had been left on. I looked up, thought maybe it had just been balanced awkwardly, and went back to my silverware. Then it stopped. A minute later, it started again. This time I watched it longer. The thing is, those tubs are not light. Even empty, they've got enough weight to them that they don't just casually wobble around for no reason. But there it was, shifting again, just enough to make me pause. And that's what gets me. It wasn't dramatic. Nothing flew across the room. No voices, no shadowy figure, no movie-style haunting. Just one of those small moments that feels easy to dismiss, until you're the one sitting there in the silence, watching it happen twice. So do I suddenly believe every ghost story people tell about that hotel? Not exactly. But for the first time in all my years there, I had one of my own. So I guess the best place to start is a few years back, around 3 years ago, when my parents split up. After the divorce, my mom moved into a different house, and since then, I've been staying there every other week, usually for about 7 days at a time. When we first moved in, I got to pick my own room, and I chose the attic. At the time, it felt kind of special, like having my own tucked-away space, but it didn't really turn out that way. My room is connected right next to the laundry area, so a lot of the time, there are damp clothes hanging up to dry in there with me. To be honest, things with my mom have never really felt easy. There's a lot of hurt there from the past, and even now, she doesn't really acknowledge most of it. A lot of it has to do with her drinking, and the way she can act like my feelings don't matter. Over time, I kind of learned that the easiest way to survive being in that house was just to tell her what she wanted to hear, and avoid arguments whenever I could. The strange part started not long after she bought the house. In the upstairs bathroom, there were 2 mirrors facing each other. One was a regular hanging mirror, and the other was a mirrored cabinet. From the first time I saw them, I hated the feeling they gave me. I remember asking my mom if we could cover one of them or move something around, because every time I went in there, I felt this heavy, unsettling energy. She brushed it off and told me I was being dramatic. I kept asking, more than once, because it genuinely freaked me out. It took nearly 2 years before she finally moved the cabinet to a different wall. Not long after we settled in, maybe within the first month or so, I started feeling like something had moved into my room. I know that sounds strange, but it really felt that way. It wasn't exactly violent at first, just deeply uncomfortable. The closest feeling I can compare it to is being stuck alone with someone who gives you the creeps and knowing you can't fully relax. Once the house renovations were finished, that presence felt even more fixed, like it had chosen a place. In my mind, it was always the closet. I started dreaming about it too. In the dreams, it looked like a tall, thin shadow, almost like a person, but not really. Even when I was awake, I felt watched all the time, especially at night. At some point, I got used to that feeling, or maybe I just learned to live with it, because the house already felt unsafe for other reasons. But I noticed something that made it worse. Whenever I fought with my mom, or snapped at her, or said the wrong thing, the feeling would get stronger. Back then, we argued a lot more often. sometimes almost daily. I hadn't yet figured out how to keep the peace. Now it happens less, maybe every week or so, because I've gotten better at staying careful. But after a fight, it would feel like that thing was right there, standing over my bed, watching me. I can't really explain how awful that feels, unless you've experienced something like it. It's like your body knows you're not alone, even when the room is silent. Then, about 2 years ago, something happened to my mom that terrified me. I wasn't there when it happened, so I only know what I was told afterward. Apparently one morning she collapsed and suddenly couldn't move her legs. My dad got her to the hospital, and she ended up needing emergency surgery. It saved her life, but afterward she was left disabled. Now she has to walk with support. It scared me more than I can even say, because for a while I really thought she might die. What made it even harder was that the doctors never really found a clear reason for why it happened. Then, a few months ago, something happened that really pushed me over the edge. My mom and I had argued that day, though I honestly can't even remember what it was about. In the middle of the night, I woke up to this huge crashing sound. The drying rack that had been hanging on the door had somehow fallen down. And this wasn't some flimsy thing that was about to slip off. It had been secure, balanced properly, nowhere near the edge. It was around 2 in the morning, and the rack was loaded with heavy, wet clothes, so I didn't even try to lift it right away. I just needed to get out of bed and get to the door, and when I stepped forward, I tripped over it. I went down hard. It left a pretty bad injury on my leg, and there was a lot of blood. The next morning, my dad helped me put the rack back up, and when we looked at it, we saw that the metal legs that supported it were bent. Not slightly twisted, but actually bent. They were made of thick metal, the kind that doesn't just warp on its own. That really shook me. I'm scared of whatever is in that room, or whatever has attached itself to that house. I do my best to stay on my mom's good side, but it's hard because she knows exactly how to get under my skin. And part of me still wants to believe people can change. I've tried. I've gone to family therapy. I've tried having honest conversations. I've tried keeping hope alive. None of it has really worked. Most of the time, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells there. I just want my room to feel like a place where I can breathe and be left alone. Right now it doesn't. But if everything works out, I'll be moving out for university next year. And honestly, I'm holding on to that thought really tightly. So I need to tell you about this night, because even now, it still gives me chills when I think about it. I live in a really small, quiet town, the kind of place where not much ever seems to happen. A few nights ago, I was feeling restless and bored, and I thought it would be sweet to surprise my boyfriend, Mason, with a little late-night date. Nothing fancy, just something playful and different. So I suggested we go to the playground. We got there a little after 9:30 at night, and the place was completely empty. No people, no cars, nothing. At first, that actually felt like a win. We're obviously too old to be hanging out on playground equipment, so having the whole place to ourselves made it feel less embarrassing and more fun. And honestly, at the beginning, it was perfect. We were laughing, messing around on the swings, acting like kids again. For a while, it felt light and harmless, and exactly like the kind of memory you hope you'll keep. Then I had to use the restroom, so we headed over there for a minute. I should mention this park was barely lit. There were maybe 2 weak lights on, and they did almost nothing. Most of the place was swallowed up in darkness. Mason waited outside the bathroom for me, and while I was in there, this horrible feeling came over me out of nowhere. Just this deep, instinctive sense that we needed to leave immediately. I tried to brush it off, but the feeling was so strong that I rushed out and told him we needed to go. He looked at me and told me we were probably fine, That helped a little. I'm the kind of person who overthinks things, and he usually stays calm, so I let myself believe I was just spiraling for no reason. We went back out and tried to keep having fun, but I wasn't relaxed anymore. I was on edge. Every little sound felt sharper. Still, I tried to act normal. We climbed onto one of those spinning playground things and were just laughing, trying to shake it off, when I heard this loud bang from the far side of the park. It sounded like something hit the equipment hard. Mason said he didn't hear anything, so I second-guessed myself and tried to move on. A little later, we climbed up onto the play structure, and I was so out of breath that I stopped for a second. I grabbed his hand and put it against my chest so he could feel how fast my heart was beating. At that moment, I wasn't even reacting to anything specific anymore. My body just felt terrified before my brain had caught up. And then, we both heard it. A group of voices singing the very end of Happy Birthday. Not laughing, not talking, singing. All at the exact same pace, perfectly together, in this way that felt completely wrong. It didn't sound playful or distant or normal. It sounded close. Too close. I was sure it came from the bushes nearby, maybe 20 feet away. Mason thought it sounded like it came from underneath the playground structure. But the important part is, we both heard it. The second that happened, panic completely took over me. I ran up to the top of the playground, which, looking back, was probably the worst possible choice because there was basically only one way up and down. I think I just wanted height, or some kind of barrier, or anything that felt safer. Mason came right after me, of course, because there was no way he was leaving me alone up there. I was fully panicking by then. I mean, shaking, crying, barely thinking straight. He was trying so hard to calm me down while we both listened for more sounds and kept staring into the dark, trying to see if anyone was there. For what was probably only a few minutes, I couldn't move. It felt much longer. Fear does that. It stretches time until a minute feels like forever. Finally, Mason convinced me we had to go. He climbed down first, then reached for my hand, and we started walking back to the car as carefully and quickly as we could. I kept turning around the whole time, checking behind us, convinced something was going to come out of the dark. But we made it. We got to the car safely, locked the doors, and just sat there for a second trying to breathe. The parking lot was still empty. No other cars. No obvious sign that anyone had been there at all. And that's the part that still unsettles me most. I don't know what we heard. I don't know who it was, or if someone was hiding out there watching us the whole time. I just know that whatever happened that night felt deeply wrong. I haven't gone back to a park after dark since. And honestly, I don't think I ever will. So, I'm 33 now, and I grew up in a funeral home. That sounds like the beginning of a ghost story, I know. But honestly, when you're a kid living inside something like that, it just feels normal. To me, it was never spooky. It was just my dad's work. I didn't believe in ghosts then, and I still don't. At least, not in the way people usually mean it. We lived in a big apartment above the funeral home, and downstairs was where everything happened. The place had that old-fashioned, comforting sort of feel to it, like a grandmother's house that hadn't changed in decades. Heavy patterned furniture, antique decorations, oversized chiming clocks, that kind of thing. When you came in, there was this long hallway with different rooms off to the sides. One was where my dad would meet with families and go over arrangements. Another was the viewing room, where people would come sit quietly with their loved one before the funeral. As a kid, I used to wander around when I wasn't supposed to. The people who worked there felt like extended family, so I never saw it as this dark or frightening place. I remember playing nearby while, just a room away, families were crying and my dad was walking them through the hardest moments of their lives. It was a strange way to grow up, but to me, it was just home. I was also a very anxious kid. I always needed to be close to my parents. They fought a lot when I was little, and the more tension there was, the more I clung to them. I slept in their bed until I was about 7, maybe 8, because it was the only place I felt calm enough to fall asleep. Then one day they told me I had to start sleeping in my own room. That was a huge deal for me. Bedtime already made me nervous, even if I was staying over at a cousin's house. I hated that feeling of being the only one awake, lying there in the dark, feeling completely alone. So when my parents finally said I couldn't sleep with them anymore, it hit me hard. And around that same age, things started getting strange. I began sleepwalking. At first, my dad would find me on the stairs leading down to the funeral home. He'd wake me gently and take me back up to bed. We never really talked about it the next day, so I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But then it started happening more often, and it got harder to explain away. After a while, he'd find me downstairs in the arrangement room, sitting upright on the couch in the dark, facing his desk. Just sitting there, completely still. Then one night, he found me in the viewing room. I was in one of the chairs where family members would usually sit. The room was dark. I was upright, staring straight ahead at an open casket. Inside was an elderly woman. I still remember what she was wearing, because when my dad switched on the light, that was the first thing I saw. She had on a deep blue dress. That image stayed with me. And after that, it kept happening. Over the next few months, he'd find me in that same room, in that same chair, facing the casket. Sometimes the person inside was old, sometimes middle-aged, sometimes heartbreakingly young. Once, it was a child. It got bad enough that my dad started locking the downstairs at night. But somehow, I would still end up there. That was the part he could never explain. He kept the key hidden, and still, somehow, I made it down. One night, I woke up there on my own. That's the memory that never left me. Not long after that, my parents separated. My mom moved into her own apartment, and when I stayed with her, everything stopped. No sleepwalking, no waking up in strange places. I slept through the night. But whenever it was my dad's weekend, and I stayed at the funeral home, it would start again. Same pattern, same rooms, same dread. It only stopped once my dad moved out of the business and into a house somewhere else. Since then, I haven't sleepwalked again. Not once. I still have insomnia, though. That part never really left. Even now, sometimes medication doesn't do much. And then last week, I went back to visit my dad at the funeral home. I walked straight into his office, and on a large monitor, he had the surveillance camera feeds up. One showed the arrangement room. Another showed the viewing room. The second I saw them, I felt this wave of dread hit me. It was immediate, like something deep inside me was saying, "You need to leave, right now." So I did. And ever since then, I've been trying to make sense of it. I still don't know what it means. I don't know if there's a logical explanation buried somewhere in all of this, or if I've been refusing to look at something bigger because I don't want to believe it could be real. I just know that whatever was happening to me only happened there. And I still can't explain why. So, I need to tell you about 2 strange moments that have been living in my head lately. Ever since we moved into this place, I have felt uneasy about the closet beside my side of the bed. It is only a couple of steps from my pillow, and something about it has always bothered me. If the door is left open at night, I cannot relax until it is shut. If the light inside gets left on, I will actually haul myself out of bed, half asleep, just to turn it off. That is how much it gets under my skin. I have even had passing thoughts about asking my husband, Daniel, to switch sides with me, though I never actually said it out loud. It would not really solve anything anyway. It would just mean the closet was looming over him instead. A few nights ago, around 4 in the morning, I had this dream that snapped me awake. In it, there was this figure leaning over the edge of my bed, just staring at me. Its head was strangely round, almost perfectly circular, and all I could really make out were 2 tiny eyes fixed on me. No expression, no other real features, just this dark, round face and those little eyes. It was standing on my side of the bed, right in that space between me and the closet. When I woke up, my first reaction was relief. Just a dream, I told myself. Of course it was a dream. But the thing that keeps troubling me is how unlike my normal dreams it felt. Usually my dreams are messy and full of random situations, like missing something important or being late somewhere. This was not like that. It was just one still image, one moment, one presence. And ever since, I have kept wondering whether the dream woke me up, or whether something else woke me up, and my mind tried to make sense of it by calling it a dream. Then something else happened. This was just yesterday morning, around 9. It was my day off, so I was drifting in and out of sleep, not ready to get up yet. My husband was already awake, and I could hear him moving around in the bathroom. The room was bright with daylight, and I was in that fuzzy state where you are not fully asleep, but not really awake either. While I was lying there, I started dreaming that my husband was moving along the floor on all fours, almost like some scrambling little animal, coming up the side of the bed toward my nightstand. And in the dream, I did not even question it. That is how I knew I had to be dreaming, because if I had really seen him doing that, I would have been terrified. I remember having this half-formed thought like, wow, I must be more asleep than I realized. And then right as the dream version of him would have reached the nightstand, something in real life fell off it. I jolted fully awake. It scared me so badly. I just lay there for a second, trying to steady myself before I looked down to see what had fallen. It was my tarot deck. I had only recently started learning the cards after getting a new reader, so I was already in a curious headspace about them. When I picked everything up and put it back together, the first card I noticed was the Hanged Man. At first, I felt that little stab of dread because the image looks intense, but when I read more about it, the meaning was actually gentler than I expected. Surrender. Pause. A shift in perspective. Strangely enough, it fit the day ahead of me perfectly. Still, I cannot stop thinking about the timing of it all. That strange overlap between what I was dreaming and what happened in the room at the exact same moment. It felt like the border between sleep and waking life got thin for a second. And I know, it was probably just coincidence. That is the part I cannot settle. There are some moments that do not leave behind answers, only questions. And maybe that is what unsettles me most of all. I live just a few streets away from my parents, so my kids are over there all the time. I've got a 3-year-old and a baby who's about 7 months old, and my oldest is usually completely at home there. He wanders around like he owns the place, you know? He'll head upstairs to the toy room, check the snack cupboard, peek out onto the little back patio, all of it. He's never had a problem there before. Then a few weeks back, my parents went away on a trip, and I started stopping by the house every day to bring in the mail, water a few things, raid their snacks, that kind of thing. My son came with me, and right away I could tell something felt off for him. Every single time we were there, he was tense. He wouldn't let me get out of his sight. He kept asking me, "Did you hear that?" And "Did you see that?" over and over. And he'd get so unsettled that we'd end up leaving early. Then, about a week later, we were just at home getting ready for the day, and out of nowhere he said, "I'm not scared of our house. I'm scared of Grandma Nina's house when Grandma's on the airplane." That stopped me cold. So I asked him why, and he told me it was because there was a different grandma there, and she was scary. I tried to stay calm and just asked him a few simple questions. I asked if she smiled at him, and he said no, she was scary. I asked if she waved at him, and again he said no. Then I asked where he saw her, and he said, "At the top of the stairs." That part really got me because it was so specific. I don't want to make a bigger deal out of it than I should, and I definitely don't want to scare him or plant ideas in his head. He loves going to my parents' house, and I want to keep it that way. So now I'm stuck wondering whether I should ask him anything else, or just let it go and not bring it up again. What makes it harder to shrug off is the history of that house. It was built in 1925, and my parents have lived there for nearly 30 years. Over the years, there have been a few things that have always felt strange. My mom and I once heard a woman's voice at the exact same time, and it was saying my dad's name. I had a friend sleep over once, and in the middle of the night, she heard a woman's voice telling her to go down to the basement. She told me it sounded so real she almost listened. Another friend, who I don't talk to anymore, said she heard something growl at her from the closet one night. And I've personally woken up more than once thinking I heard a woman say hi. Though, to be fair, that could have easily been a dream. When I told my mom what my son said, she admitted that every now and then she still hears a woman's voice saying my dad's name, even when he isn't home. And the thing is, we really don't expose my son to scary stuff. We don't watch horror movies or creepy shows around him. It's basically Sesame Street, Pixar, and that's our whole world right now. So yeah, that's why this has been sitting with me. It wasn't just that he said he was scared. It was how sure he sounded, like he knew exactly what he meant. I want to tell you about something that happened to me a few years ago, and even now, thinking about it still makes my skin crawl a little. When I was younger, I used to spend almost every school break at my grandparents' house. They had this large old home, and upstairs there was a separate little apartment tucked under the roof. Most of the time, I slept in my grandparents' bed, mainly because my grandma usually dozed off downstairs in front of the TV anyway. But one night, just for the fun of it, I decided I wanted to sleep upstairs by myself. That apartment had such a strange layout. There was a staircase leading up to this small, attic-like space. Right beside the stairs was the bed, and on the other side, there was this long, narrow stretch that opened into several tiny rooms, one after another, without proper doors between them. It felt odd even during the day, honestly, but at night, it was worse. The second I got into bed and turned off the light, I felt uneasy. You know that awful feeling when you suddenly become aware of how quiet a place is, and yet it feels like you are not actually alone in it? That was exactly it. I tried to brush it off, told myself I was being dramatic, but I got so unsettled that I switched the light back on and tried to sleep that way instead. Then, I started hearing sounds. It sounded like footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate, like someone was coming up. And what made it worse was that it could not have been my grandparents. They were downstairs, and there was no way they could have come up without me hearing movement from the other part of the house first. By then, I was completely on edge. I grabbed my things, went down into the little living room area of the apartment, turned on every light I could, and decided I would sleep on the folding guest bed there instead. I sat there with my phone, watching random videos, trying to distract myself, and after a while the sounds stopped. I remember feeling so relieved, like maybe I had just worked myself up for nothing. But then, just as I was finally starting to drift off, I felt the mattress dip beside me. Not just a vague sensation. It genuinely felt like someone had sat down next to me. My whole body locked up. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. For 1 second, I told myself it had to be nerves, that maybe I was half asleep and imagining it. Then, it happened again. The bed sank a second time, right beside me. I could not see anyone. There was nothing there, but I felt it, clearly. After that, I did not even try to sleep. I just sat there frozen, watching silly videos until the sky started getting lighter. At around 5 in the morning, maybe a little later, I went downstairs and quietly slipped into the living room where my grandma was still asleep. I had not slept at all. What makes it even stranger is that this happened not long after my great-grandparents passed away. My great-grandmother had died first, and my great-grandfather not too long after. I do not remember the exact year anymore, but it was somewhere around 2019 or 2020. I am not really someone who believes in ghosts. I love paranormal stories, sure, but I usually look for a rational explanation first. And that is what still bothers me about this. I had stayed in that upstairs apartment plenty of times before, usually when my parents were there too, and I had never once felt afraid in that space. Never uneasy, never watched, nothing. I've had this dream more times than I can count now, so it doesn't really scare me anymore. It feels familiar, almost like stepping into a place I've visited before, even though the details are never exactly the same. The core of it is always unchanged, but the setting shifts a little each time. In this version, it was a clear, golden afternoon. I was with my mom, her partner Martin, and a couple of other people, all of us chatting casually in a house I didn't truly recognize. Still, there was this strange feeling that I knew it well, like I belonged there somehow. And then it happened, the part that always comes. The whole world suddenly dropped into darkness. Not the soft kind of dark, but something heavy and complete. For a second, I just froze, confused, and then I understood. It was like becoming aware inside the dream. I knew exactly what was about to happen, and I shouted at everyone, "Hide, now, it's coming." We all scrambled out of sight. Then everything went still. That's when it arrived. I never see it properly at first because I'm always hiding, but I can hear it. It moves outside at a terrifying speed, circling, sweeping, searching. It feels alive in the most unnatural way, like it's hunting for something, for someone. Then, just as suddenly, it goes quiet. And that silence is the worst part, because I know it's listening, waiting for the smallest sound, the slightest movement. I cracked my eyes open just enough to look toward the window, and I caught a glimpse of it. It looked like this massive, dense storm cloud, black and ash gray, with pale white eyes buried inside it. It wasn't drifting, it was watching. Usually, this is where the dream ends the same way. After a while, it gives up and leaves. The sunlight comes back, everyone slowly steps out from hiding, and then I wake up. But this time it changed. Martin made the mistake of looking straight at it. The second his eyes met whatever was in that cloud, everything shifted. It was like he was pulled by something invisible, drawn out from where he was hiding and toward the window. The thing was right there now, just beyond the glass, and its eyes had changed. They were enormous and glowing orange, burning through the dark. Martin just stood there, staring at it like he was under a spell. Then he slowly lifted his hand and pressed his palm against the window. A bright white flash burst from the thing outside, so sudden and intense it swallowed everything for a moment. And when it was over, Martin was gone. Just gone. A little while later, the entity drifted away. The sun came back like nothing had happened. We searched for him, calling his name, checking every room, every corner, but he had vanished completely. At some point in the dream, I went to bed, still carrying that strange, heavy feeling. And when I woke up here, in real life. I've had a few experiences over the years that still sit with me, and honestly, they've made me feel like there's more going on in this world than we can easily explain. I've always felt deeply spiritual, almost like I'm tuned into things other people brush past. Animals, especially cats, seem drawn to me in a way I can't really put into words, and some of the encounters I've had with them have been genuinely unsettling. One night, I'd fallen asleep on the couch and woke up suddenly in the early hours. The house was quiet, but I noticed a shape moving behind the curtain at the front window. I walked over slowly and saw a cat I'd never seen before, just outside, staring in. The moment it realized I was looking back, it started meowing and hissing so loudly that it made my heart jump. There was something about the way it looked at me that really shook me. Another time, a black cat showed up on my porch and simply would not leave. I tried everything I could think of to scare it off, even things that would normally send any cat running straight away, but this one didn't flinch. It just sat there, calm as anything, watching me like it had every right to be there. Then there was this one evening when I was sitting outside after dark in a little shelter, just listening to the rain. When I stood up to go back in, I noticed a black cat sitting out in the pouring rain, completely still, staring straight at me. We later found out it belonged to someone living a few streets away, but at the time it really unnerved me. I had no idea how long it had been there. I went inside, shut the door, and almost immediately it turned aggressive, screeching and clawing at the door. I locked it so fast and just stood there, stunned, wondering what on earth had set it off. Cats usually hate being out in heavy rain, don't they? What made it stranger was that around the same time, another neighbor's black cat, one we used to see often, suddenly vanished. Then this other black cat, which looked almost identical, started appearing at windows nearby, meowing for ages. Maybe it was all coincidence, but it left me with a very odd feeling. I've had other experiences too, not just with animals. Once, I was parked on a quiet road out near Todmorden with my ex, miles from anywhere, just talking in the dark. Out of nowhere, I saw this orange-gold light drifting through the trees. It moved so gently, almost like it was floating with intention. I pointed it out, but by the time he looked properly, it had already disappeared behind the branches. I remember thinking how strange and almost magical it felt, especially in a place that seemed so untouched and still. Another time, we were up on the moors near Saddleworth, sitting in the car, when a light appeared high above us. We got out to film it, but it suddenly shot off at a speed that didn't feel normal at all. It was far too quick to be anything ordinary. Something similar happened again one summer evening near Oldham. We were outside the car, just talking, when I noticed a bright light hovering way above us. I pointed it out straight away, but the second I did, it vanished. My ex never saw it, which frustrated me more than anything, because when something unexplained happens and someone else sees it too, it makes you feel grounded. When they don't, you're left questioning yourself. All of this has only deepened my feeling that life is much bigger than what we can physically see. I really believe there's an energy running through things, through animals, through nature, through places. I've even had moments where it felt like trees and plants were somehow responding to me, like there was a quiet kind of communication there. I don't get those moments all the time, and part of me wishes I did, but when they happen, they stay with me. So when I tell these stories, I'm not saying I have all the answers. I don't. I just know I've felt things and seen things that I can't neatly explain away. And maybe that's enough sometimes, just to admit that not everything fits into a tidy box. I need to tell you this the way it happened, because even now I still catch myself trying to explain it away. A couple of months after my mom passed, I moved into this old Victorian house on Hawthorne Lane. It was run down, cheap, and way too big for one person, but I told myself that was a blessing. I needed somewhere quiet, somewhere I could fall apart without an audience. When I asked the landlord about the stories people told about the place, he actually laughed. Said it was just neighborhood nonsense, kids online daring each other to sneak onto the porch. My friends said the same thing in their own ways. Nina told me I was grieving, and my mind was probably filling in blanks. Jordan said old houses always make noise, and I was letting myself get worked up. Even my therapist was gentle about it. She said grief can make ordinary things feel loaded, make every creak sound personal. I wanted that to be true. I really did. The first night was quiet. The second, I heard footsteps in the hall outside my bedroom. Slow, heavy steps. Not the kind you brush off as settling wood. These sounded damp somehow, like somebody walking through the house in soaked shoes. I lay there frozen, listening. By the fourth night, I started noticing the cold. Not a little draft, not old house cold. I mean this sharp, biting kind of cold that would hit one spot near the parlor fireplace and make my fingers ache if I stood there too long. I checked every window. Turned the heat up so high the radiator knocked like it was angry. It made no difference. Then came the whispering. At first it was faint, buried in the walls. A low murmur, almost like someone trying to speak underwater. I heard it most clearly a little after 3 in the morning. One night I grabbed my phone and recorded it, because I thought maybe if somebody else heard it, I'd stop feeling insane. But when I played it back later, there was nothing there except static and the hum of the kitchen fan. When I showed Nina, she gave me that look people give you when they're worried, but also a little tired of worrying. After that, I stopped turning the lights off at night. Every lamp stayed on. The hallway light, the kitchen light, even the one by the stairs that buzzed faintly when it got too hot. I couldn't stand the dark in that house, especially around the mirrors. After sunset, the mirrors felt wrong. I'd catch movement in them out of the corner of my eye. Something narrow and still, standing just behind me when I knew perfectly well I was alone. And every time I looked straight at it, there was nothing. Then the marks showed up. 3 long scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, deep enough to expose the wood beneath the paint. I remember kneeling beside them and noticing this dark residue in the grooves, tacky and foul-smelling. Sweet and rotten at the same time. It reminded me of my mother's lilac perfume after it had sat too long in the bottle. I painted over the scratches that afternoon. The next morning they were back. This time there were shapes underneath them too. Not words exactly, not anything I could read, just these ugly, staring symbols that made my stomach turn the longer I looked at them. By then, I wasn't sleeping much at all. And then came the night that broke me. It was 3:12 in the morning. I know that because I kept staring at the microwave clock from where I was sitting on the floor in the living room. I had my back against the couch, facing that freezing corner by the fireplace, like some part of me knew something was about to step out of it. The whispering started again, only this time it wasn't vague. It was saying my name. Not Alex. Alec. Over and over, in my mother's voice. Then I saw it. A shape easing out of the dark near the fireplace. Pale, almost transparent, wearing a dress that looked too much like the navy one my mother was buried in. Its head tilted in that familiar way she used to do when she was trying to read my face. And then it smiled. That smile was wrong from the first instant. Too wide, too sharp. Like it had learned what a smile was from hearing about one secondhand. It spoke in her voice, soft and affectionate, but there was something underneath it, something deeper, meaner. Like another voice was pressed right behind hers. It said, "You miss me, don't you?" I couldn't move. I couldn't even answer. The thing came closer, but not by walking. It just sort of dragged itself forward without lifting its feet, smooth and crooked all at once. The room filled with that same smell, spoiled flowers and something scorched underneath. The cold hit me so hard my chest hurt, and then I felt the couch sink behind me. I was on the floor. Nothing should have been sitting there, but I felt the cushions lower under a weight that absolutely existed. Then breath touched the back of my neck, warm and freezing at the same time. It leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Tell me you love me." I started crying right there, not because I believed it was really my mother anymore, but because it knew exactly how to sound like her, exactly how to use her voice against me. Above me, something started scraping across the ceiling. I looked up and heard this awful carving sound, and I swear to you I saw those same symbols etching themselves into the plaster, one line at a time, glowing faintly like heat under skin. The voice shifted and multiplied. My mother's voice, then a man's, then something thin and chittering that didn't sound human at all. I screamed until I couldn't breathe. That's the last clear thing I remember before everything went black. When I woke up, it was morning. Sunlight was coming through the curtains. Every light in the house was still on. The living room was silent. The ceiling was smooth. The marks on the bedroom door were gone. If that had been all, maybe I could have convinced myself it was a breakdown. But the smell was still there. It clung to my hair, my clothes, my skin. Rotting lilacs and sulfur. It followed me into the shower, into the car. I packed one duffel bag, left everything else behind, and checked into a motel across town before noon. I didn't tell anybody the real reason. I ignored the calls, ignored the texts, ignored the people asking if I needed company. I couldn't figure out how to say, something wore my mother's face and spoke to me like it knew my guilt by heart. 9 days later, I moved again, this time into a small apartment downtown. New building, bright hallways, secure doors, nothing antique, nothing shadowy, nothing that looked like it had a memory. And mostly, it's been quiet. No footsteps, no whispers, no cold corner waiting for me. But some nights, right around 3:12, when the traffic dies down and the building settles, I smell it again drifting through the vents. That same sickly sweetness. Those lilacs turned sour. And sometimes, just for a second, I hear my mother's voice under the sound of the air moving through the ductwork. Soft, tender, almost like she's calling me home. Then something beneath it laughs. So I keep the locks checked. I sleep with the bathroom light on. I tell myself I'm healing. I tell myself grief can make a person hear things, smell things, believe things that aren't there. Most nights, I can almost make myself believe it. Almost. I started noticing it maybe 8 or 9 days after I moved into my new apartment. It wasn't anything fancy. Just a small, aging place with creaky floors and cheap rent. But it was quiet, and at the time, that felt like enough. My landlord was a little strange about the previous tenant. He only mentioned, kind of casually, that she had moved out in a hurry. I didn't think much of it then. At first, everything felt completely normal. Then one night, I woke up out of nowhere. My mouth was dry, and the air in the room felt oddly cold. Like someone had left a window open even though I knew I hadn't. I reached for my phone and checked the time. It was exactly 2:14 a.m. And then I heard it. A soft little click, like the bathroom door unlocking, and right after that, the sound of the shower turning on. I just froze. I live alone. There was nobody else in that apartment with me. I got up slowly and walked toward the bathroom, already feeling my heart pounding. The door was cracked open a little, and when I pushed it wider, there was no one there. Nothing. The shower wasn't running. The tiles were dry. The sink, the mirror, everything looked perfectly normal. So I told myself it had to be the pipes. An old apartment, old plumbing, strange noises in the middle of the night. I went back to bed and tried to laugh it off. But the next night, it happened again. Same time, 2:14 a.m. This time, I didn't get out of bed. I just lay there listening. I heard the water running for maybe a minute, then it stopped. And then I heard something worse. Footsteps. Not regular footsteps, wet ones. Slow, heavy, dragging a little as they came out of the bathroom and across the floor. They stopped right outside my bedroom door. I pulled the blanket up over my head like that could do anything, and I stayed completely still. I was too scared to even take a full breath. The next morning, I checked everything again. The floor was dry, no puddles, no footprints, no sign that anyone or anything had been there at all. By the third night, I was already awake before it happened. I was just lying there in the dark, waiting for 2:14. Right on time, the shower started again. But this time, there was something else. I could hear breathing. Faint, uneven, like someone was standing under the water just trying to catch their breath. When the water stopped, the footsteps started again, closer this time, and then I heard my doorknob shift slightly. Just a tiny movement, like someone testing it. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I decided I needed proof. I set my phone up to record the bathroom before I went to bed. I remember feeling ridiculous while I did it, but I also remember knowing I wasn't imagining this anymore. In the morning, I checked the video, and honestly, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. At exactly 2:14 a.m., the bathroom door drifted open by itself. A few seconds later, the shower turned on. There was no one visible in the room. No body, no shadow I could clearly point to. But after about a minute, this shape started to form near the mirror. It looked almost like steam gathering in one place, except darker somehow, denser. The camera didn't catch it clearly, not really, but the mirror did. In the reflection, standing behind the phone, there was a figure, tall, soaked, completely still. I stopped the video right there. I couldn't keep watching. That night, I stayed awake again, sitting up in bed and staring at the bathroom door like I could somehow prepare myself. At 2:14 a.m., it opened, slowly. The shower came on, and then I heard this faint sound from inside. It was someone whispering. Not loud enough to make out every word, but it sounded like crying and speaking at the same time. The whole room was full of steam, thick enough to blur the edges of everything. The mirror was completely fogged over. I stepped closer, and then I saw something moving across the glass. It was like an invisible finger was writing from the other side. I couldn't move. I just stood there watching the letters form, slowly, one by one. "You left me here," I remember whispering, barely able to get the words out. "I don't know you." The shower stopped instantly. Everything went silent. And then I felt a breath right beside my ear, cold enough to make my whole body lock up. And a voice, right behind me, whispered, "Mara, you changed your name." Hello everyone, and welcome back to Paranormal M. Thanks for joining me tonight. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and if you end up liking the stories, don't forget to leave a like on the video. The first story comes from someone who spent years trying to figure out why strange things keep happening around them wherever they go. It started when they were young, and even now they still hear things, see things, and experience stuff they can't explain. It's a really interesting one, so let's get started. Hope you all sleep well tonight. I've been turning something over in my mind, and I want to tell you about it honestly, because I still do not fully understand it myself. You know how people always talk about haunted houses, haunted hotels, haunted old buildings? I keep wondering whether sometimes it is not the place at all, whether a person can be the one carrying it. Not in a dramatic movie sense, not like something is living inside them, but more like certain people seem to move through life with strange things trailing close behind. The reason I ask is because of my own experiences. Ever since I was little, I've had moments that I cannot explain away. I've heard voices when no one was there, quiet murmurs and whispers that felt close enough to answer back to. I've seen people, actual human figures, not just shadows in the corner of my eye. I've watched objects end up in different places even when I had not left the room. Sometimes a strong scent will suddenly appear right beside me. Perfume, smoke, something sharp and unfamiliar, then vanish as quickly as it came. I've even had dreams that felt paranormal in nature, only to wake up and realize parts of them had somehow spilled into real life. There is a lot more, honestly. Enough that I could go on for hours. I moved around a lot growing up, and the strange things seemed to follow me from house to house. The first time I ever saw someone who was not supposed to be there was in my childhood home. I still remember how real it felt. After that, every place I lived in had its own moments. Different walls, different streets, same uneasy feeling that something odd could happen at any time. Then I moved into the house I live in now, back in 2018, and for a while it felt different, calmer. I remember thinking maybe I had finally landed somewhere untouched by all of it. Over the past couple of years, there were still a few little things I could not explain, but nothing like before. Nothing intense. But lately, that has changed. Over the last year especially, it feels like this house has slowly stirred awake, and in the past few weeks, it has become hard to ignore. The activity feels familiar now, almost like I've stepped back into an old pattern I hoped I had outgrown. I used to joke that every home I lived in must be haunted, but when you really stop and think about it, what are the chances of that? This house is not even particularly old. It was built in 2012. Some of the other places I lived were much older, so I used to comfort myself with that old haunted house stereotype. But this place does not fit that story, and still, here we are. That is what keeps pulling me back to the same question. Maybe it is not the houses. I've always loved paranormal stories, probably because they feel weirdly familiar to me. I've read so many accounts from people who say they visited a haunted place and something followed them home. I've also heard from people like my friend Mira, who believes some people are simply more open to this kind of thing, more sensitive, more receptive, whatever word you want to use. Empaths, psychics, intuitives, people who seem to pick up what others do not. So I guess that is what I'm asking you. Do you think some people are haunted in their own way? Do you think certain people carry an energy that draws strange things in? Or do you think there is another explanation entirely? Because after everything I've experienced, I still do not have an answer. I just know that wherever I go, the unexplained seems to find me eventually. A couple of weeks ago, something happened that I still can't make sense of. I live right next door to my sister, and one evening she went out with her partner for her birthday. My younger sister was looking after the kids that night. She'd picked them up, brought them back, and when she pulled into the driveway, I noticed they were all just standing outside instead of going in. So I stepped out to see what was going on. My family has always loved anything to do with space, and it was one of those really clear nights where the sky just seemed wide open. My younger sister was pointing out constellations to my niece, who's 8, and my nephew, who's 5. She was also showing them satellites moving across the sky. It was such a lovely little moment, so I stayed out there with them for a while. And just to be clear, none of them had gone into the house yet. While we were all standing there looking up, I suddenly heard a few high-pitched meows. My sister's kitten is called Milo, and I know his meow straight away. So I said to my niece, "I can hear Milo. He's not outside, is he? He's not supposed to be out here." She looked up toward the house, paused for a second, and then pointed to the upstairs window and said, "He's in the window." And honestly, there he was, sitting right on the upstairs bedroom windowsill. Clear as day, I could see him. My niece could see him. Then my nephew came over when he realized we were all staring at something, and he pointed up too and said he could see Milo. My younger sister looked up as well, heard the meowing, and joked that he must want to come outside and look at the stars with us. So at that point, all four of us had heard the meowing, and all four of us had seen what looked exactly like Milo sitting in that upstairs window. About 20 minutes later, I went back into my house, and my sister took the kids inside theirs. Then I got a call from her. She said, "You are not going to believe this. When I came in, I could hear scratching in the kitchen. I opened the kitchen door, and Milo had been shut in there the whole time." I just went quiet, because we had all seen him upstairs. Not one of us thought we might have imagined it. It was so clear. So I asked her if maybe the kitchen door had been left open a crack and he'd gotten out, but she said no. She had to actually press the handle down to open it and let him out. So unless that kitten somehow opened the door himself, wandered upstairs, sat in the window meowing at us, and then let himself back in and shut the door behind him, there's just no normal explanation for it. And that's the part that still gets me. I'm not someone who jumps to wild conclusions. I've had strange experiences since I was a kid, and so has my younger sister, so unusual things don't really shock me anymore. My other sister, the one who lives next door, has never really been into anything paranormal, but lately, even she's been having some unsettling experiences in her house. Still, I'm a very logical person. I always try to find a reasonable explanation first. I want there to be one. Sometimes there is. But with this, I've gone over it again and again, and I still can't explain what we saw that night. It's been sitting with me ever since. I honestly don't know whether it was some kind of glitch, some bizarre misperception, or whether that cat has powers none of us are ready for. But whatever it was, all I know is this. We saw Milo in that upstairs window, and somehow, at the exact same time, he was locked in the kitchen. I've been carrying a lot lately, and I think that's where this story really starts. You know how sometimes life doesn't just hand you one hard thing? It drops a whole armful of them in your lap at once? That's kind of where I've been. A few weeks ago, my mother-in-law took a bad fall and hurt her back. Then, not long after that, a close friend of my husband and brother-in-law passed away. It's been heavy. Really heavy. So through all of that, Wyeth, who's been with me since I was about 5, and Tomas, his brother, have been doing everything they can to keep me from sinking too far into the sadness. And their preferred method, apparently, is being absolute clowns. Their favorite thing to do is make faces at people who overstay their welcome, or throw in little running commentary while we're trying to watch something. Just enough to break the tension, and just enough to make me want to laugh when I probably shouldn't. One day, my mother-in-law's sister came by to visit after the fall. Now, I don't personally have anything against her, but she clearly decided a while back that she doesn't care for me. That's her business. I'm not losing sleep over it. But she came in talking and talking and talking, mostly about herself. Her husband had passed a few months earlier, and she kept saying she couldn't bear to lose my mother-in-law too. And yes, I understood the grief in that. I did. But then she veered off into a long story about needing repairs done on her roof, something about mice in the attic, and then, out of nowhere, she started talking about the ghosts in her house being noisy and how she'd had to tell them to settle down. That part nearly got me. because I've been to her house. She does have spirits around her, sure. Most people do. But in her case, most of them are old pets she won't let go of, or pieces of people she just refuses to let rest. So no, it wasn't exactly some haunted house emergency. While she was saying all this, everybody else was trying to stay polite and serious, and there were Wyeth and Tomas standing beside her, pulling faces like children in the back pew of a church. Hand motions, exaggerated expressions, the whole bit, just doing their best to crack me. And somehow I held it together. But then she said she could see and hear ghosts. The second those words left her mouth, Wyeth and Tomas just lost patience completely. They got right up near her, yelling, waving, making a full spectacle of themselves. If she really could see and hear them, she had every opportunity in the world to prove it right there. She never reacted. So, in my opinion, she can't see or hear a thing. And that only confirmed what I already suspected, because if she truly could, then her husband would have had no trouble getting her attention. Instead, he's had to keep trying to reach someone who actually can hear him. And yes, I can. No, I'm not telling her. There are a couple reasons for that. First, after my husband's grandmother died, she and another sister sent my mother-in-law and her sons a cruel letter. I never read it myself, because my husband knows me well enough to worry about exactly how I'd respond. And honestly, that's fair. But I know enough to know it was ugly, and I know my name was in it too. Second, she has gone out of her way to pretend she never knew I'm pagan. She acted shocked when it came up, like it was some alarming new discovery, and tried to make my mother-in-law uneasy about me because of it. Well, Wyeth took that personally, and because Wyeth is exactly who he is, he decided that if she was going to play dumb and act like she never knew, then he was going to start dropping in at her house from time to time and stirring things up a little. Nothing too wild, just enough to rattle the air and keep things interesting. Then Tomas found out why, and naturally, he joined in. And the funniest part is, neither of them has ever been thrown out or driven off. Not by her, not by any spiritual force, not by anything in that house. According to them, she never reacts, not to them, and not even to the spirits that are actually there. So yes, I know it's petty, but I'd be lying to you if I said watching them mess with her doesn't make me laugh. You know, there are some places in Bangkok that feel completely ordinary in the daytime, but once night falls, they seem to carry a memory in the air. New Phetchaburi Road is one of those places. Let me tell you why. Late on the night of September 24th, 1990, just after 10 o'clock, that road became the center of one of the most horrifying tragedies the city had ever seen. A tanker truck loaded with liquefied petroleum gas lost control near the expressway exit and overturned in the middle of a busy stretch of traffic. In seconds, what had been a normal Bangkok night turned into chaos. A huge amount of gas spilled across the road, and then it caught fire. What happened next was almost beyond imagination. A massive fireball surged through the street, swallowing cars, motorcycles, shop fronts, and apartment buildings. People who had just been sitting in traffic or going about their night were suddenly trapped in an inferno. By the time everything was over, around 80 people had lost their lives, many more were badly injured, and entire parts of the neighborhood had been burned into ruin. The survivors who witnessed it never forgot what they saw. Some described people stumbling through the flames so badly burned they were barely recognizable. Those images stayed with the city, and honestly, once you hear about them, they stay with you too. But the story didn't end with the fire. Over the years, the disaster became woven into Bangkok's ghost lore, and part of the reason is the place itself. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, that area of New Phetchaburi was full of nightlife. There were bars, clubs, massage parlors, crowded dorms, cheap rented rooms, and all the restless energy of a city that never really slept. In Thai belief, places like that could already feel spiritually heavy, layered with desire, sorrow, exhaustion, and karma. So when so many people died there so suddenly and so violently, people believed something had been left behind. That's where the idea of Pi Tai Hong comes in. These are spirits of people who died unnatural, sudden deaths, especially those who never received proper rites. In Thai folk belief, those spirits don't always move on peacefully. Sometimes they linger. Sometimes they call out. Sometimes they make themselves known in ways you can't quite explain. One place that comes up again and again in these stories is the Bangkok Palace Hotel, not far from where the explosion happened. Officially, there's no proof connecting the hotel itself to the disaster in any supernatural way. But that hasn't stopped the stories. Guests and staff have spoken about footsteps in empty corridors, soft knocking on doors when nobody is there, whispers in quiet rooms, and elevators opening on their own as if someone unseen has just stepped inside. And then there's the darkest version of the tale. People say a man once woke up in his hotel room and found the person beside him no longer looked human, but like a burned body from the fire, while he himself was untouched. Whether that really happened or not, the story spread because it captured the fear people still carried, that the horror of that night had never fully left. In Thai belief, that makes sense. Spirits like Pi Tai Hom are said to affect the living through sensation, not always by appearing directly, but through smell, sound, pressure, and that uneasy feeling that tells you something is wrong even when you can't see it. And really, whether you believe in ghosts or not, these stories tell you something important. They show how deep a wound that night left on the city. When people experience sudden loss, especially on that scale, memory doesn't just stay in history books. It settles into places. It becomes ritual. It becomes folklore. It becomes the kind of story people whisper to each other when passing through after dark. That's why, even years later, people still make offerings, say prayers, and hold ceremonies for the dead. In Thai tradition, those acts matter. They help guide the spirits, yes, but they also help the living carry grief with respect. It's part comfort, part faith, and part responsibility to those who were taken too suddenly. So if you ever find yourself walking down New Phetchaburi Road late at night, and the street feels strangely quiet, or the air turns heavy, or you catch the faint scent of something burned when there's no fire in sight, you might remember this story. And maybe, just maybe, you'll feel it too. The sense that some nights in Bangkok never truly end. You know, if you walk through Causeway Bay today, it feels like pure motion. Neon, traffic, people everywhere, every corner humming with life. It is hard to imagine that one of the district's strangest stories began with something as ordinary as a marble wall. Back in the early 1980s, there was a well-known building called Winster House, finished just a few years earlier. Its entrance was lined with smooth white marble, the kind with soft gray veins running through it like frozen streams. Most people never gave it a second glance. It was just part of the building, part of the city. Then one afternoon, someone passing by stopped and noticed something odd in the stone. Hidden in the natural pattern was what looked like the face of an animal. Sharp ears, a narrow snout, a strange expression. Once that first person pointed it out, other people started looking too. And that is when things really took on a life of their own. Soon, people began saying there was not just one face, but several. Some swore they could see 6, others insisted there were 7. Before long, the story had a name people would not forget: the 7 fox faces. What fascinates me is how quickly an ordinary wall became something people approached with caution. Neighbors stopped to stare. Shoppers slowed down. Office workers leaned in to inspect the marble for themselves. And once enough people said they saw fox-like faces, more and more others started seeing them too. The newspapers had a field day with it. Television picked it up as well. Suddenly, this was not just a curious pattern in stone. It became a city-wide rumor, then a warning, then almost a kind of omen. In those days, Hong Kong still held tightly to traditional beliefs, and stories like this could settle deep into the public imagination. Some feng shui practitioners weighed in, saying foxes carried strong yin energy. They said the number 7 was tied to misfortune, loss, and unrest. That kind of interpretation made people even more uneasy. A wall that might have been nothing more than marble and imagination began to feel charged with meaning. And then, as these stories always do, the rumors grew darker. One version said a banquet had once been held in the building, and the spirits connected to the fox faces had somehow been slighted. Not long after, a child was said to have fallen ill with a sudden fever and died. Another story told of a night watchman walking past the wall after midnight, hearing a thin sound in the air, almost like a baby crying, almost like wind slipping through a narrow space. When he looked up, people said the eye sockets in the marble seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. By morning, he had quit. There was even talk that management had arranged a tiny play area on the rooftop, meant as a peace offering to the unseen fox spirits. A few residents claimed that late at night they saw the shapes of children on the swings, moving gently back and forth without a sound. Not solid figures, more like pale shadows that flickered at the edge of sight. Now, whether any of that happened the way people described it, no one can really prove. But that is the thing about legends like this. They do not need proof to spread. They only need a crowd, a little fear, and one image people cannot unsee. Eventually, the building management decided enough was enough. Workers came in and removed the marble wall while reporters and curious onlookers watched. People said the cracking sound of the stone breaking apart echoed through the lobby. It felt dramatic, almost ceremonial, like the city was trying to tear the story out at its root. But the story did not disappear. Even after the wall was gone, people kept telling the tale. Years later, the old building was redeveloped, and the place took on a newer, more polished look, with glass and steel replacing the old surfaces. Still, the legend of the 7 fox faces stayed behind, folded into Hong Kong's folklore. And honestly, when you think about it, there is a simple explanation. Our minds are wired to find familiar shapes in randomness, especially faces. It is a psychological effect called pareidolia. Once someone points out a pattern, your brain starts helping you believe it is really there. But I do not think that explanation takes away the power of the story. Because this was never only about marble. It was about a time and a place where superstition, media, and everyday city life all blended together. It was about how fear can gather around something silent and still, until it feels almost alive. So even though the marble wall is long gone, the story lingers. And maybe that is the part that stays with you. Not whether the fox faces were real, but how easy it is, in the right moment, to look at something ordinary and feel a chill run through you anyway. You know, years ago, back through the late 1980s and into the 1990s, a few friends and I used to head down to the entrance at Lake Illawarra, near Windang, for all-night fishing trips. It was a bit of a ritual for us. We'd drive down from our side of town, set ourselves up near the water, throw in a line, crack open a few drinks, and stay out there until dawn. It's a beautiful spot, but it always carried a strange reputation. We'd all grown up hearing the same stories, that the entrance was haunted. Most of us laughed it off. The stories usually came from fishermen, and fishermen have a gift for turning a shadow into a legend. People talked about hearing footsteps in the sand on still nights, even when no one was there. Others swore they'd heard faint voices drifting in from the surf. Some claimed they'd seen a figure moving along the shoreline, and a lot of people described that same feeling, like someone was standing just behind them, watching. At the time, I didn't put much weight on any of it. We were young, half the time we were drinking, sometimes a bit out of it, and not exactly in a state to notice every little thing around us. But even so, I'll be honest with you, there were nights when that feeling of being watched was so strong, it made the hairs on your neck stand up. Then one night, things shifted a bit. A mate of ours had a dog called Buddha. That night, Buddha came along with us, and out of nowhere he started acting up. Not playful, not restless, properly unsettled. He was growling into the scrub behind us, barking hard, pacing, staring into the dark like he could see something we couldn't. He kept it up for hours. We tried to laugh it off and said it was probably rabbits moving through the bushes because there were always plenty around there. Still, the dog never really calmed down. Over the months after that, we went back plenty of times. Buddha came along on and off and seemed completely normal again, so we stopped thinking much about it. But then came the night I still can't explain. My mate Stevie was fishing, maybe 100 meters or so away from me with Buddha beside him. It was quiet except for the water and the occasional clink of gear, and then I heard the dog start barking in the distance. Not long after that, I saw a torch beam jerking wildly through the dark. At first it was sweeping across the area like Stevie was searching for something. Then suddenly the light fixed in my direction and started bouncing fast, getting brighter and brighter. It was Stevie, sprinting flat out toward me. I'd never seen him like that. He was terrified, properly terrified. When he finally reached us, he said he'd seen a figure nearby. He described it as moving in a strange way, hunched over, like it was bending down to pick something up. Then, just like that, it vanished. Gone. No sound, no footsteps, nothing. Just there 1 second and not there the next. Another mate, Daz, and I didn't believe him. We thought he'd spooked himself in the dark, maybe seen someone real and panicked, maybe imagined the rest. But Stevie swore black and blue that what he saw wasn't normal. He said he'd never go back there again, and he never did. That was probably the point where I stopped laughing at the stories. After that, I started digging into the history of the area, and what I found only made things darker. There had been terrible events tied to that place. Reports of a human skull being found, a heartbreaking case involving a mother and her baby, another story about a body discovered without its head. Real tragedies, real grief. And once you know those things happened, it changes the way you stand there in the dark listening to the surf. So I keep coming back to the same question. Are these sightings just stories people pass around because the place already feels heavy? Are they born from fear? From local legend? From too many late nights and too much imagination? Or is something else there? Something tied to the sorrow that seems to cling to that stretch of water and sand? I can't tell you for certain what Stevie saw. I can't tell you what that couple saw either. But I can tell you this. Out at the entrance, in the quiet, when the wind drops and the sea goes low and restless, you can feel something. And once you've felt it for yourself, it's very hard to brush it off as nothing. I want to tell you about a place that stayed with me for years, a stretch of land people know as the Crimson Mile. I first came across it while digging through old local history, and from that moment, I couldn't let it go. The more I learned, the more it felt like this place was holding on to something heavy, something unsettled. Over time, I kept returning there, usually on my own. In the daylight, it can seem almost harmless at first. Quiet. Still. But even then, I've caught things that never sat right with me. More than once, I've seen a dark figure standing far off along the path, just still, watching. And every single time, the moment I blink or try to focus, it's gone. Other times, it seems to slip between the trees, as if it knows I can feel it there. The spot I'm talking about is where the old Minamura railway station once stood, near the original gates of Dunmore House. Long ago, that station was built for the wealthy Fuller family, who lived nearby, and it operated from the 1870s until the early 1940s. The footpath there now used to be the original road, and the railway line still runs close beside it. One day, while I was taking photos, I noticed something in the distance near a little bridge by the water. It looked like a black figure standing there. I'd seen that same shape before, but that was the first time I ever managed to catch it on camera. Not long after, I took another photo, and there it was again, this time deeper in the trees, almost like it was following me. Sometimes it looks like it's wrapped in a dark cloak. Sometimes it's just a shape, but it always feels aware. There's also an old bench seat near the path, and I have to be honest with you, that place gives me a dreadful feeling. Sitting there alone, especially as evening closes in, is like waiting for something you can't see to move closer. The sounds from the bush seem to change after dark. Every creak, every rustle starts to feel personal. What makes it worse is the history tied to that exact area. So many people lost their lives near the gates of Dunmore House and the old station. There were suicides, fatal accidents, gruesome discoveries, and sudden deaths stretching across decades. Even after the station was abandoned and moved farther south, and even after the gates were relocated to make way for the newer road, tragedy seemed to keep finding that same ground. One story that never left me was about a family driving home from a holiday along the south coast. Just past the bridge near the gates, their car struck the back of a truck carrying protruding logs. The mother was killed instantly in a horrifying way, right in front of her husband and children. And as if that wasn't cruel enough, more heartbreak followed that family in the years after. It's one of those stories that clings to the air when you stand there. Then there are the stranger accounts. People have long claimed they heard a baby crying in the middle of the night along that road. I used to dismiss that until I uncovered an older tragedy from 1916. A woman named Mrs. Lambert was riding home in a horse and buggy when it jolted violently near the gates. She was thrown clear, but the baby in her arms was flung onto the roadside and killed. After learning that, those stories didn't sound so easy to laugh off anymore. And it isn't only the dark figure. Some people, myself included, have sensed something else there, something shapeless, almost like a drifting black mass. Not always fully seen, more felt than anything. It leaves you drained, dizzy, strangely hollow, as though the place itself is pulling energy straight out of you. So when I walk that path now, camera in hand, I don't just feel like I'm exploring local history. I feel like I'm stepping into a place where the past never really settled. A place that still watches, still remembers. And honestly, once you know what happened there, you start to wonder what else is still waiting in the dark. You know, I still think about this sometimes. It all happened during the summer of 2022, when I'd completely flipped my sleep schedule. Since school was out, I was up all night and sleeping half the day like a full-time creature of darkness. Most nights I'd leave my room and hang out in the living room because my older brother was staying with us then, along with his girlfriend and their little boy, so the bedroom was crowded and I needed some air. At first, it was small stuff. Strange stuff, but small. We had these dark fluorescent grow lights for my mom's plants, and at night, those lights would start flickering. The kitchen light would do it too. Sometimes they'd dim, sometimes they'd cut off, sometimes they just refused to come back on right away. And sure, you can explain that away. Old house, old wiring, whatever. Then my nephew's toys started going off on their own. And I don't mean one toy making a little random sound once. I mean toys making noise when nobody was touching them, sometimes when they weren't even switched on. Still, even then, I tried to stay reasonable. I told myself there had to be some normal explanation. Batteries, faulty wiring, coincidence. All of that mostly happened at night too, usually somewhere between 8 p.m. and 5 in the morning. But then came the moment that really settled it in my mind. It was early June, around 3:56 in the morning. I got up to use the bathroom while everybody else was asleep. My mom, my little sister, my older brother, his girlfriend, and my nephew. Now, there are two things that matter here. First, the floors in that old house were ridiculously creaky. I mean, if anybody so much as shifted their weight in the hallway, you'd hear it. Second, the bathroom was right down the same hallway as the bedrooms, so if someone had stepped out of a room, I would have heard the door open. So I'm in the bathroom, finishing up, washing my hands, and then I hear it. The floorboards. Creaking. Slow, steady footsteps in the hallway outside the bathroom. At first, I froze and just listened. It sounded like someone pacing back and forth, up and down the hall, like they were waiting for me to come out. And that was what made it so wrong. If it had been anybody in my family, I would have heard their bedroom door. And honestly, somebody would have already knocked, tried the handle, or called out. We were not exactly a respect privacy at all costs type of household. But this thing didn't do any of that. It just kept pacing, back and forth, back and forth. I stood there staring at the door, listening, trying to make sense of it. Then finally, I reached for the doorknob. And the second my hand touched it, the pacing stopped. Not slowed down, not faded. Stopped. I waited another minute in total silence, heart pounding, trying to decide whether I was about to open the door to a person or to something I couldn't explain. Eventually, I opened it. Nobody. The hallway was empty. The living room was empty. I looked into the bedrooms, and everyone was still asleep. I checked the kitchen too, turned lights on, looked around, and there was absolutely no one there. And this is where I made a mistake. Trying to act tough, or maybe just trying not to admit I was scared, I said out loud, kind of joking, that whatever it was needed to leave and that it didn't belong there. Real brave, right? So I turned the lights back off and started heading toward the hallway. The second I switched off that hallway light, I heard the floorboards explode with sound, like something took off running straight at me. After that, things went back to being quieter, but not normal. Mostly the lights kept acting up, even after we tried fixing them. And one night, around 4 a.m., I was sitting in the living room when every light suddenly went out at once. The whole room went cold, just instantly cold, and I felt something breathe right into my face. I can still remember that part in a way that makes my skin crawl. Nothing else happened in that house that was as intense as that, at least not to me. But those weren't my only experiences. Truthfully, a lot of my family has had moments we can't explain. This was just one cluster of encounters from 2022 that stuck with me more than most. And I'll be honest with you, those experiences changed how I look at the world. I'm not especially religious, and I still think skepticism matters. I think you should question things. You should look for the logical answer first. But after nights like that, I just can't completely dismiss things people call impossible. To me, it feels less like that can't exist, and more like maybe most of us are just lucky enough not to cross paths with it. Anyway, that's the story. And if you've ever had something happen that you still can't explain, trust me, I'd believe you enough to listen. I'd say I'm about 3/4 a believer and 1/4 skeptic. There have been a handful of things in my life that pulled me toward believing, even though, if I'm being honest, every one of them could probably be explained away somehow. The first thing happened maybe 20 or so years ago. There was this one particular streetlight I used to pass under at night, and almost every time I drove beneath it, it would shut off. It didn't matter whether it was early evening or late at night. If I went under it, the light would go out. It happened so many times over the years that I stopped thinking of it as coincidence. I never had a real explanation for it, and then eventually, just like that, it stopped happening. The second thing reaches further back, to World War II. My uncle served in the Navy aboard a destroyer in the Pacific. His ship was hit by a Japanese submarine, and he was killed. I was born a few months later and named after him, which always made that story feel personal to me. Then years later, in 1969, I was a young naval officer attending my cousin's wedding in Annapolis. While I was walking around the grounds, I came across this small stone building. I hadn't been searching for anything in particular, and I didn't even know what it was. When I stepped inside, I learned it housed the crypt of John Paul Jones. In the center of the room was a glass display case holding a massive book. Inside were the names of Navy ships with their crew members listed on separate pages. Each day, they'd open the case, turn a page, and honor a different ship and crew for the next 24 hours. Since there were so many pages, it took years before the cycle started over again. And on the exact day I happened to wander in there, the ship being honored was my uncle's ship. His name was right there on the page. Was that a sign? I honestly don't know, but it stayed with me. The third thing happened after my mother died in 2000. About 3 months later, I was sitting on the front steps of my house when 2 snowy owls appeared in my yard. One landed on a tree branch, and the other settled on the ground maybe 30 feet away. They both just looked at me, calmly, for several minutes before flying off. Now, snowy owls are not something you normally see where I live. They tend to stay closer to the coast or marshland, and I live several miles inland in a wooded area. I'd been living in that house for decades, and that was the only time I ever saw snowy owls there, or anywhere nearby for that matter. What made it feel even stranger was that my mother had been an identical twin, and my aunt had died many years before she did. So of course the thought crossed my mind. Was that the two of them, stopping by together? I can't prove that, and I know how that sounds, but it's hard not to wonder. The fourth thing happened after my son-in-law died from cancer. A few months later, I was at my daughter's house helping her clean up. I was down in the garage, which sits under the house, and I had gone in through one of those lightweight hollow doors. I remember clearly closing it behind me. A few minutes later, that door flew open and slammed hard against the wall with a bang that made me jump. No one else was in the house, and there wasn't any wind that could have done it. That one really got to me. So that's where I am. I want to believe, but I'm still cautious. I still question everything. At the same time, when enough moments pile up in a life, you start to feel like maybe they're not all random. Maybe they don't prove anything outright, but together they make it harder to dismiss it all. So I remain skeptical, but I'm leaning a little more toward belief than I used to be. You know, I grew up hearing this story from my grandmother when I was little, back in a quiet town in Colombia. She never told it like it was some dramatic legend, and she definitely did not use it to frighten us into behaving. The way she talked about it was calm, almost casual, like she was describing the weather or an old neighbor, like it was simply one of those things that could happen if you lived there long enough. There was a narrow river just beyond our neighborhood. During the day, it felt ordinary. People went there to rinse clothes, sit on the rocks, gossip a little, cool off when the heat got heavy. But once night came, hardly anyone went near it. I remember being about 14 when I finally asked her why. She looked at me for a second, very still, and then she said, "Because sometimes you can hear her." She meant La Llorona. Of course, I already knew the name. Most kids in Colombia do. But to me, it was just one of those stories adults pass around. Something meant to keep children from wandering too far after dark. I thought that was all it was, but my grandmother told it differently. She said it was not like the versions people put in films or online. She said sometimes you do not see anything at all. Sometimes you only hear her. She told me that when she was younger, maybe 16 or 17, she and her cousin had been walking home after spending the evening at a friend's house. It was late, and the road near the river was dim because the streetlights never really reached that stretch. At first, everything felt normal. Quiet, but normal. Then they heard someone crying. Not loud, not sharp, just this low, distant sound, like someone sobbing somewhere in the dark. Her cousin stopped first and asked, "Do you hear that too?" My grandmother said they both stood there listening, not moving, trying to place where it was coming from. It seemed to drift from the riverbank. And then she told me the part that always stayed with me. She said it did not sound like ordinary crying. It sounded stretched out somehow, hollow and thin, as if the night itself were carrying it farther than it should. Her cousin whispered, "Let's leave." But before they could take another step, they heard something else. A voice, faint, broken, like someone calling out for her children. My grandmother said that was the moment they ran. They did not look behind them. They did not slow down. They just ran until they were back where the houses were close together and the dark did not feel so wide. When they got home, they told her father what they had heard. She said he did not even look shocked. He just asked them one thing. Did it sound close or far away? They told him it sounded far, and he nodded. Then he said something my grandmother never forgot, and honestly, neither have I. If it sounds far away, you're safe. Years later, I asked her what he meant by that. She told me people in town believed something strange about La Llorona. If you hear her and she sounds distant, then she really is far away. But if the crying sounds very close to you, then she isn't. For a long time, I treated that story like an old belief, the kind families keep alive because it becomes part of the place. I listened, I remembered it, but I never fully believed it. Then a few years ago, I went back to visit my grandmother. One night, I was standing outside the house close to midnight. The river is still there, maybe 10 minutes away on foot. Everything was still. No voices, no wind, just that heavy quiet small towns get after dark. And then I heard it. Crying. Soft. Faint. It sounded far away. So I went inside and told my grandmother, almost expecting her to smile and brush it off. But she didn't. She looked at me very seriously and asked me the exact same question her father had asked her all those years before. Did it sound close or far away? I want to tell you something that changed me completely. For most of my life, I didn't believe in anything paranormal. I used to call myself an atheist, and I brushed off stories about ghosts, spirits, or strange encounters as fear, superstition, or people letting their imagination run wild. That was who I was. Until one night when I was 16. I was asleep in my room, alone, like any normal night. I had drifted off lying partly on my side, with my body turned awkwardly toward the ceiling. Then I suddenly woke up. The moment my eyes opened, I saw someone standing in my room. He was near the foot of my bed, off to my right side, just standing there and staring directly at me. My room was, but this figure was, that's the part I can never explain. It was like his shape swallowed up what little light was there. I could clearly make out a tall silhouette, and what stood out most was that he was wearing a hat. I know how ridiculous that sounds when you say it out loud. People hear that part and either laugh or stop taking you seriously. But that's exactly what I saw. He was very tall, somewhere around 6.5 feet, maybe even taller. And his eyes. I remember his eyes most of all. They weren't red. They were this cold, unnatural blue, fixed right on me. I tried to move. I tried to yell. Nothing happened. I was completely paralyzed. My body wouldn't respond, and my head was stuck facing his direction, like I was forced to keep looking at him. I can't even put into words how intense the panic was. Inside, I was spiraling. I was in a way I had never experienced before. But at the same time, something else rose up in me too. Anger. I remember thinking, almost screaming in my own mind, trying to fight back, cursing at him in my head, wanting to attack him, wanting him gone. But he never moved. He just stood there, watching me, like he knew exactly how afraid I was. After what felt like forever, I shut my eyes because I couldn't stand looking at him anymore. I was that scared. And that was the moment I started praying to Jesus. I hadn't been someone who prayed much before that, but in that moment it came out of me naturally, like it was the only thing I had left. Then everything went blank. The next thing I remember, I woke up again. This time I could move. I could speak. It felt like I had blacked out or passed out from fear after closing my eyes. I sat there crying, to my core. I had never seen anything like that before, never felt that kind of helplessness. Afterward, I tried to be rational about it. I told myself it had to be a nightmare. That's what any reasonable person would do, right? I kept trying to explain it away. But deep down, I knew what bothered me most. I didn't feel like I had been dreaming. I felt awake, fully awake. I remember my eyes being open. I remember the room. I remember him. That experience stayed with me. It haunted me for a long time. I felt like I was losing my mind trying to make sense of it. Eventually, I searched online just to see if anyone had ever described something similar. And that's when things got even stranger. I found story after story from people describing the same figure. A tall, dark man wearing a hat, standing and watching them, often during moments of paralysis. Some people even had a name for him, the Hatman. Reading that shook me. Part of me felt relieved that I wasn't alone, that I hadn't just invented something out of nowhere. But another part of me was deeply unsettled, because it seemed to confirm that what I saw wasn't just some private nightmare. Other people had seen him too. I've never seen him again since that night, and I hope I never do. But ever since then, I pray before I go to sleep. Every night. Not out of habit, but because that experience left something in me that never fully went away. I'm 25 now, and I'm only recently starting to tell this story honestly. For years I kept it to myself because I knew how it would sound. I knew people would doubt it, laugh at it, or dismiss it. But I know what I experienced, and I know how deeply it affected me. So I'm sharing it with you now because maybe you've seen something similar. Maybe you've had an experience you couldn't explain, and you've kept it quiet for the same reasons I did. And if you have, I'd really want to hear your story too. Let me tell you about something that happened when I was a kid, back in 2003, right after my family moved into this house, in a quiet suburban neighborhood where every place looked almost identical. The house itself wasn't especially old, maybe 15 or 20 years at most, nothing with some grand haunted history attached to it. And honestly, at the time, It just felt like another house. We only lived there for less than a year before my parents separated and we moved again. What I remember most from those first months is that we had this little family routine. We'd all sit down together and watch American Idol. That probably sounds small, but for us, doing anything all together like that was actually kind of rare, so I really looked forward to it. My dad was rooting hard for Clay. My mom was completely on Ruben's side, and my younger sister Maya and I didn't really care who won. We were mostly just happy to be there, sharing the moment. Most evenings had the same rhythm. We'd get home from school or sports or wherever we'd been, eat dinner, and then my sister and I would race each other upstairs to shower before the show started. The hot water in that house disappeared ridiculously fast, so going second was basically a punishment. There was also this bathroom off my parents' bedroom, but it never really got used, and their whole room always felt strangely off limits to me. Not scary exactly, just unsettling in that way certain parts of a house can be when you're a kid. One night after dinner, instead of going our separate ways, we were all hanging out in the living room. I was perched on the end of the couch near the front hall, where I could see straight into the kitchen, the staircase, and the front door. My sister was in the kitchen getting herself a drink when my mom said, "All right, if you two want to watch Idol, go shower and get your pajamas on now before it starts." The second my mom said that, I heard Maya set her cup down and bolt for the stairs. I jumped up right after her because there was no way I was willingly signing up for a freezing shower. She had a good head start, maybe 10 feet, and I can still picture her running ahead of me in this oversized pink sleep shirt, laughing as she went. You know that kind of half laugh, half scream little sisters do when they know they're being chased? That's exactly what it was. She scrambled up the stairs on all fours like kids do, and I reached out and grabbed at her ankle, just playing around, trying to slow her down enough to beat her to the bathroom. I felt her leg. I remember that part so clearly. She slipped away and kept going. By the time we got to the top of the stairs, I already knew she was probably going to win, but I still chased her down the hallway because of course I did. I was 11. There was no universe where I was going to just give up politely. She got to the bathroom first. I swung myself around the banister and made one last desperate lunge toward the door just as she ran in. And right away, something felt wrong. She didn't turn the light on. She didn't slam the door shut either, which is exactly what she would have done if she'd beaten me there. So I stopped for a second and thought maybe she was hiding just inside, waiting to scare me. I got quiet, trying to turn it around on her, and then I jumped into the dark bathroom and shouted, "Boo!" But she wasn't there. I turned back, convinced I had to be missing something. And then, while I was standing there trying to make sense of it, my mom called upstairs asking whether I was going to shower or not, because Maya didn't want to miss the beginning of the episode. I stepped down a couple of stairs until I could see the living room. And there she was, sitting on the floor in front of the TV like she'd been there the whole time. I didn't say anything. I just took my shower and went on with the night like nothing had happened. Even then, I think some part of me just refused to deal with it. But I've never forgotten it. What sticks with me most isn't just the image of her running ahead of me. It's the physical feeling of it. Grabbing her ankle, hearing her laugh. The whole thing felt completely real, solid, ordinary. Until suddenly, it wasn't. Now, years later, I still go back and forth about it. Maybe it was some incredibly vivid childhood dream that got tangled up with real memories. Maybe it was a hallucination. Maybe my brain stitched together pieces of different nights and turned them into one story. Honestly, that's probably the most reasonable explanation. But even now, with all my skepticism, it still feels real to me in a way that's hard to explain. The strange part is, I don't remember being scared. Not then. Just confused. Deeply, weirdly disoriented. Like reality had skipped for half a second, and I was the only one who noticed. Looking back on it now, that memory still sends a chill up the back of my neck. And I still can't fully explain why. Let me tell you about something that still unsettles me when I think about it. In late 2024, two of my closest friends were getting married, and because I was in the wedding party, I helped plan a shared bachelorette trip for them. We decided to spend the weekend near a Connecticut aquarium that meant a lot to them, since it was close to where they'd gotten engaged. There were 7 of us altogether, me and my partner, the 2 brides, their 2 maids of honor, and 1 more close friend. Because everyone was driving in from different places, I rented this beautiful old house near the water. It had a wide porch, a couple of big bathrooms, and that cozy mix of historic charm with modern updates. I'm not going to share where it was, just out of respect for the owner. The first day was honestly perfect. We took pictures outside by the river, wandered through shops, had dinner at this wonderful little Italian place, and ended the night back at the house playing party games and laughing ourselves silly. Everybody eventually drifted off to bed. The brides took 1 room upstairs. The maids of honor shared the room across from them. My partner and I stayed in the downstairs bedroom, and our other friend slept on a futon in the enclosed porch. The strange part started the next morning. I'd slept deeply, which almost never happens for me. I'm usually the kind of person who wakes up at every little sound, even in my own home. The brides seemed totally normal too, but the other 4 people in our group looked off. Quiet, drained, uneasy. At first I thought maybe it was just from the night before, except that didn't really fit. One of them hadn't been drinking at all, and my partner never overdoes it. Something else was clearly wrong. Nobody wanted to say it out loud. Not at first. The brides went upstairs after breakfast, and once they were out of earshot, I pulled the others together and said, basically, "Please, just tell me what happened." I knew they didn't want to ruin the trip, but we needed to be honest with each other. One of the maids of honor finally spoke up. She said she'd fallen asleep easily enough, but all night she'd had these awful dreams. In one of them, she was sitting at the kitchen island, and from there, she could see the doorway to the pantry. She said there were children there, peeking around the frame and watching her. One of them was an older boy, maybe around 10, pale, with dark hair cut short around his face. The others were younger, around 6 or 7, a boy and a girl. What terrified her most was their eyes. Not dark eyes. Completely black eyes. She said they never threatened her, never came toward her, never said a word, but she knew in the dream that they weren't living children. She felt certain they were dead, and that they had been dead for a very long time. Then the other maid of honor said she dreamed about children too. She hadn't seen them clearly, but she heard them. In her dream, their voices were coming through the heating vent along the kitchen wall near the pantry. She couldn't make out exact words, just the sound of multiple children trying to reach her. That frightened her enough on its own. Then our friend from the porch admitted they dreamed about children too, only theirs were outside in the backyard behind the house. They said it was more like sensing them than really interacting with them, like the children were there but keeping their distance. And then there was my partner. He was reluctant to talk, which immediately made me nervous, because he's usually very open with me. He finally admitted he'd had dreams about the same children too, but I could tell he was holding something back. Later, when we were alone in our room, he told me the rest. Hearing that absolutely broke my heart. By then, all of us had agreed not to tell the brides. It was their weekend, and we didn't want to put fear or sadness into something that was supposed to be joyful. We only had one more stretch of time in the house before leaving for the day anyway, and nobody was going back to sleep there. Before we left, my partner hung back for a moment inside the house alone. Later he told me he'd spoken quietly toward the pantry, just in case anything was really there. He told the children they didn't have to stay, that whoever had hurt them couldn't control them anymore, that they could leave. We never experienced anything else after that. We left later that afternoon and didn't spend another night there. Since then, I've looked into old cases in that part of Connecticut. I've found stories about missing children, murdered children, tragedies that make your stomach drop. But I've never found anything that matches exactly what everyone described. Not 3 children together, not connected clearly to that house, not anything solid enough to explain what happened. And honestly, that leaves me with the part that scares me most. Maybe those children were real, and somehow 4 people brushed up against the same piece of pain in that house. But if they weren't real, if no such crime ever happened there, then what was it that reached into all those dreams and told the same story in almost the same way? What could create something that consistent, that vivid, across that many people at once? That's the question I still can't shake. I want to tell you about something that happened when I was really little, around 4 years old. I'm in my 30s now, and I still remember that night with this strange, sharp clarity, like it never really left me. There were a lot of unsettling things that happened in that house, but this was the moment that cracked everything open. Before I get into it, you need a little background. My family had deep roots in a tiny town in southeast Kansas. We're talking generations. My mom grew up there, moved away as a teenager with her mother, and then her whole life got ripped apart in a terrible car accident. She was the only one who survived. After weeks in a coma, she woke up to lawsuits, grief, and eventually a settlement. Not long after that, her father brought her back to that same small Kansas town. She was still so young. She went back to high school, met my dad, got pregnant with me, and by 17 she was married and trying to build a life. My parents bounced between rentals for a while, always ending up in cramped, run-down places. So when my mom had the chance to buy a home, she took it. That's how we ended up in that house. It was a huge, old 2-story place across from the high school. The kind of house people always had stories about, even if they'd never set foot inside. Built way back in the 1800s, full of age and history and that kind of silence old houses seem to carry in their walls. My mom thought it was beautiful the first time she saw it, and honestly, I understand why. It had this worn, grand feeling to it. Not long after we moved in, my parents split up. My dad left, and for most of the next several years, it was just my mom and me in that house. The layout matters, so stay with me for a second. When you came through the front door, there was this big staircase right in the center. To the left was a small sitting room. To the right, a larger living space with a wide opening where double doors had probably once been. Under the stairs was the bathroom, and toward the back of the house was the kitchen and laundry area, which felt like it had once been a porch that somebody enclosed. Upstairs was stranger. The stairs came up near the back of the house. To the right at the top was my room. To the left was a long hallway. My mom's room sat off the middle of that hall, and at the very end was this room we called the balcony room. Now the first big thing happened on a chilly autumn night in 1995. My mom and I had been at her friend Jay's place most of the evening. Everybody called him Jaybird. I remember music playing, people laughing, that whole messy young adult energy that surrounded my mom back then. She was only in her early 20s, still trying to outrun a lot of pain, and I got dragged along for all of it. Still, as a little kid, I liked being around grown-ups who were in good moods. They were kind to me. It felt lively. It felt safe enough. Anyway, sometime around 2 in the morning, maybe later, we headed home. We pulled into the driveway by the garage, which sat a little ways behind the house. From there, you could see the upstairs windows glowing through thin curtains. Our bedroom lights were on, just like we'd left them. Nothing looked wrong. Nothing felt off. We walked in through the back door into the laundry room, then into the kitchen. The light from the front living room was spilling faintly through the house. And then we heard it. Footsteps. Heavy ones. Thud, 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 thud. Not outside, not next door. Inside the house. My mom froze. I froze. We moved toward the living room and listened harder. She called out, "Hello?" Nothing. Just footsteps. My mom called again, louder this time. "Who's up there?" No answer. The footsteps got harder, heavier. They weren't just steps anymore. They were stomps. In an old house, you don't just hear something like that. You feel it. The floor itself carried it down into your legs. Then my mom shouted one last time, and suddenly the stomping stopped. Just stopped. For half a breath, everything was still. Then whatever was upstairs started coming toward us. I felt it move down the hallway, then onto the staircase. Fast. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Closer and closer, pounding down those stairs like someone was about to burst into view. My mom and I were just rooted there, staring into the darkness, waiting for somebody, anybody, to appear. The stomping came all the way down to the bottom step, and there was nothing there. Nothing. I still remember the shape of that emptiness, that awful empty space where someone should have been. Then the stomping turned and ran back up the stairs, around the landing, and down the hall again. That snapped my mom out of it. She grabbed me, ran out the back door, and carried me to the car so fast I could barely breathe. We drove straight back to Jaybird's place. When my mom told him what happened, he didn't believe her. He thought someone was messing with us. But she begged him to come back and see for himself, so he did. This time we parked in front and went through the front door. The second we stepped inside and reached the foot of the stairs, we heard it again. The same stomping. Jaybird tried to explain it away, said somebody must have climbed in through a window, that maybe there was a ladder outside. So we all went around the house checking. There was no ladder, no broken window, no sign anyone had gotten in. We went back inside, and once again the stomping came down the stairs, all the way to the bottom, stopping right in front of us where nothing stood. That was enough for him. He ushered us out and told us we were staying at his place for the night. The next morning we came back in daylight. Sunlight filled the upstairs hallway, and everything looked completely normal. Nothing had been moved, no signs of a break-in, no explanation waiting for us in the morning. After that, Jaybird didn't come around much. My mom and I talked about that night for a little while, but not for long. After a while, she started brushing it off, pretending it was a joke or that we must have misunderstood what happened. I think she was scared in a way she didn't know how to talk about, and instead of facing it, she buried it. Years later, long after we left that house, she finally admitted to me that she believed it had been haunted all along. But at the time, she denied everything. That became its own kind of wound. As I got older, the story followed me. I was already the odd kid at school. Quiet, awkward, more interested in music and weird little hobbies than sports or fitting in. And one day, when some kid asked if they could sleep over at my house, I answered without thinking. "Sure, but my house is haunted." You can imagine how that went. By the end of the day, everybody knew. By the next day, adults knew. Suddenly, people weren't just whispering that I was weird, they were wondering what was wrong with me. Or worse, what kind of things my mother had exposed me to. The truth is, at that age, I wasn't even traumatized by the haunting part. I was fascinated. The staircase incident had been so intense, but after that, the house mostly settled into smaller things. A door shutting when no one was near it. Floor creaks in the middle of the night. a few piano notes sounding from another room. Little things. Enough to make you pause, but not enough to prove anything. And every time I tried to talk about it, my mom would shut me down. My mom had a revolving cast of friends back then. Sometimes she rented out rooms to them, just to get by, since she didn't have a mortgage hanging over her head. Life in that house was loose, chaotic, unpredictable. No bedtimes, late nights, adults everywhere. Sometimes they'd turn off all the lights and play hide and seek with me through the house after midnight, which sounds fun until you remember the house we were in. Other nights, I'd sit out near the balcony room and beg them to tell me ghost stories. And every so often, I'd overhear one of them talking quietly about something strange that had happened to them there. That always stuck with me, because I wanted to understand it. I wanted it to make sense. The house seemed to get worse whenever my mom's relationships got worse. That was the pattern I noticed, even as a kid. There was one boyfriend, Dean, who was decent enough. I didn't love him, but he was kinder than most of the men she brought home. They were together about a year, and when things started falling apart between them, the house changed. The random noises got more frequent. The cats started staring into empty doorways, especially upstairs. The balcony room felt wrong in a way that's hard to explain unless you felt a room go sour for no reason. And then I started having experiences of my own. One evening, near the end of their relationship, my mom and Dean left me home alone for a while. I was fine with it because I had a Nintendo 64, and that was enough to keep my whole little universe occupied. I was sitting on the floor in the big living room, completely absorbed in a game, when I heard my mom's voice behind me say, "Oh, hey." Casual, friendly, like she'd just spotted someone walking in. I barely reacted at first because people came and went all the time. Then my stomach dropped. The back door hadn't opened, and my mom wasn't home. I turned off the game, turned off the TV, sat there in silence, staring at the dark screen, hoping maybe I'd catch a reflection behind me or hear another sound that would prove I hadn't imagined it. When I finally stood up and turned around, the whole house felt wrong. I could see the smaller living room, the stairs, the bathroom doorway, the kitchen. And I had this overwhelming feeling that something was standing in every open doorway, watching me. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt watched from all sides. I bolted out the front door and ran across the street towards some kids playing ball nearby. I begged one older boy to come back with me because I was convinced someone was inside the house. He did. We went room to room. The doors were open. Hot summer air was blowing through the house. Everything looked normal, but that feeling was still there. We were not alone. At least that's what it felt like to me. Halfway through searching upstairs, my mom and Dean came back. I told them what happened, and instead of comforting me, my mom got angry. She thanked the boy, sent him away, and scolded me for bringing a stranger into the house. A couple of days later, something happened that finally scared me for real. I'd moved my game console into my mom's room because it felt smaller, safer, easier to keep an eye on. I was sitting there playing while my mom and Dean were gone again, trying to relax. I had snacks, cold air blowing from the window unit, the TV humming in front of me. At one point, I got up, ran to the bathroom, then came back and sat down again, this time with my back to the open bedroom door. A little while later, I felt a finger touch my back. Not a brush, not fabric shifting, a finger. It touched just below my shoulder blade and caught my shirt slightly as it slid away. I knew exactly what I felt. I ran. When I came back from a weekend away, the whole house felt different, heavier, darker somehow, even in daylight. The air itself felt thick. That night, I slept in my mom's bed. Moonlight was pouring through the room, bright enough that I could make out nearly everything. My mom was already asleep beside me, and I was lying there facing the open bedroom door. Then I heard the first stair creak. That sound was unmistakable. Somebody was coming up the stairs. Because of the angle from the bed, I could see into part of the hallway and over toward the staircase. At first I felt relieved, because the figure coming up looked like a man. Tall, thin. For one hopeful second, I thought Dean had come back. But as it reached the top of the stairs, I realized that wasn't a man. It was the shape of one, a dark silhouette. No face, no features, just a person-shaped shadow moving with purpose. It walked down the hallway and turned into my mom's room. I watched it come to the bed. It stood beside my mother for a moment, then lifted the blanket, climbed into bed next to her, and vanished. Just like that. Gone. The covers settled back down as if someone had just lain there and then dissolved into the dark. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I lay there, frozen, staring into the room until sunrise. And the next morning, when I told my mom, she denied it again. That house never really got better after that. My mom moved on to someone new, and the uglier life got inside those walls, the uglier the atmosphere in the house became. It felt like the place fed on tension, on cruelty, on fear. Things got worse between my mom and the man she was with, and the activity got worse too. By then I understood something I hadn't been able to put into words before. It wasn't just that the house was haunted. It was that the house seemed to wake up when our lives were falling apart. And once it woke up, it never really let us forget it was there. Hey everyone, welcome back. Tonight's video has a few really strange stories in it, and this first one is a good place to start. If you enjoy the video, give it a like and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next one. What stood out to me about this story is that it's coming from someone who's skeptical, someone who really doesn't believe in any of this stuff, and that usually makes a story feel more genuine to me. So with that said, let's get into it, and I hope you can relax and sleep well tonight. I'm just gonna say it straight. I still don't really believe in ghosts. I've heard all the stories, seen all the shaky videos, listened to people swear up and down that they've had paranormal experiences, and most of the time I can find some kind of explanation. That's just how my mind works. But there are two things that have stayed with me for years, and I still can't neatly file either of them away. The first one happened when I was younger. A relative of mine was secretly recording another family member on their phone. Yeah, it was messed up, I know. But that part isn't really the point. I was in the room at the time, just not paying attention to what he was doing. At some point, he lifted the camera a little higher, and at the foot of the bed there looked like there was this teenage girl sitting there. She looked maybe 15 or 16, really small, curled into herself with her knees pulled up to her chest, arms wrapped around her legs, face buried down, dark hair hanging forward and covering most of her head. She looked thin, too, maybe around 120 pounds or so. What made it so strange was that the person actually on the bed was my mom, and she had a completely different build. She was also clearly visible in the video, so it wasn't like the camera was just catching her from a weird angle. And there weren't any other girls in the house. None. The only reason I still think about it is because the guy who recorded it was not the kind of person who could have faked something like that. He could barely work his phone on a good day. Editing a video would have been way beyond him. He was paranoid, always convinced he was going to catch something weird on camera. And when he saw that clip, he acted like he'd finally found proof of what he'd always believed. I still don't know what I was looking at. Maybe there's a logical answer. I just haven't found one. The second thing feels easier to explain, but honestly, it unsettled me more. One night, my brother and I were upstairs by ourselves. We were both kids, just hanging around, waiting for my aunt to get home from work because that usually meant food. She worked long hours, so a lot of the day felt like waiting for the sound of her coming in the door. Then, Both of us heard her call my name from downstairs. Not vaguely, not maybe. We heard her voice clearly, like she was home and calling us to come eat. My brother looked at me, I looked at him, and we both took off down the stairs because we thought she was standing there with takeout or fast food or something. But when we got downstairs, nobody was there. I checked her bedroom first. Dark. Then the living room. Empty. Kitchen, bathroom, hallway. Every room I could force myself to look into. Nothing. The whole downstairs felt still and wrong. I remember standing there trying to make sense of it, telling myself maybe I'd missed her somehow. Maybe she was outside. Maybe there was a normal reason. Then I looked out the window. Her car wasn't there. That feeling hit me all at once. She wasn't home. She was still at work. I remember running back upstairs so fast it felt like my body moved before my brain did. My brother came right with me. Neither of us needed to say anything because we had both heard the same voice at the same time, and both reacted to it without hesitation. So no, I'm still not someone who says, yeah, it was definitely ghosts. But I can admit this much. There are a couple of moments in my life that I have never been able to explain, and they still sit in the back of my mind, quiet and unresolved. Let me tell you something that still unsettles me when I think about it. I woke up late that morning, not just a little late, but the kind where the whole apartment feels dim and distant, like the day started without you. Everything was too quiet. No traffic humming outside, no neighbors moving around, nothing. Just this strange stillness that made me feel uneasy before I even knew why. I reached for my phone, still half asleep, expecting the usual messages and random notifications. But the second I looked at the screen, I sat straight up in bed. There were 31 missed calls, all from the same number, my number. I just stared at it for a few seconds, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I honestly thought my phone had glitched out. Maybe some weird sync issue. Maybe the network had done something strange overnight. So I checked again, slower this time, line by line. But no. Every missed call had my contact name, my exact number, no differences, no hidden digits, nothing. And I can't really explain it, but this heavy feeling settled in my chest right away. Not panic exactly, more like that quiet kind of fear that creeps in before your mind catches up. I tapped one of the calls, hoping maybe it would open into something normal, something that made sense. It didn't. It was just me, calling myself. I actually laughed once under my breath, just to break the tension. I said, "All right, that's disturbing." Then I tried calling my own number back, just to prove to myself that it was some harmless technical mess. And of course, my phone rang right there in my hand like normal. Nothing unusual, nothing supernatural, nothing helpful. So I told myself to let it go. I got out of bed, went to the kitchen, made tea instead of coffee that morning, and tried to settle into the day. But I couldn't shake it. 31 calls didn't feel random. It felt deliberate, like somebody had been trying over and over to get through to me. A little after noon, I noticed something I somehow missed the first time. There were voice messages too, 31 of them. That was the moment my stomach really dropped. I opened the list, and every message was only a few seconds long. I sat there staring at the screen, arguing with myself over whether I even wanted to hear them. But you know how curiosity works. Even when you're scared, it keeps nudging at you. So I played the first one. Just static. A soft crackling sound, like weak signal or an old radio between stations. I played the second. Same thing. Third, fourth, still static. And honestly, for a second, I felt relieved. I thought, okay, good, this is stupid. This is just some broken phone nonsense. But then I played the sixth message. It started the same way, with that low hiss. Only this time, underneath it, there was something else. Breathing. Slow, uneven, careful. Not mine. I remember leaning closer without even realizing I was doing it. My heart started beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. The breathing got clearer, and then I heard a whisper. Very soft. Answer me. I froze. Every part of me went cold. I pulled the phone away from my ear so fast I almost dropped it. That voice wasn't mine. It wasn't anyone I recognized. It sounded close, intimate even, like whoever it was had their mouth right beside the microphone. I just sat there staring at the phone on the table. I actually said out loud, No, that's not possible. But it was there. I'd heard it. I wanted to stop. I really did. But after a few minutes, I picked the phone back up and opened the last message. That one was worse. There were footsteps. Soft, measured, echoing like someone walking down a narrow hallway. Then a creak. A long, slow creak. I knew that sound instantly. It sounded exactly like my apartment door opening. You're still asleep. I felt my whole body tense. I didn't understand what I was hearing, but I knew I didn't want to hear the rest. Still, I kept listening. A second voice came through. My voice. But it sounded wrong. Distant. Groggy. Like I'd been dragged halfway out of sleep. It said, I'm trying to get up. I shook my head right away. I remember whispering, I never said that. Then there was this sudden thud, heavy and blunt, like something had hit the floor hard. And after that, silence. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there, phone in hand, staring into nothing, trying to force it into some kind of explanation that made sense. Sleepwalking, recording error, prank call, anything. But none of it fit. Eventually, I stood up and checked the apartment. The front door was locked. The windows were shut. Nothing was broken. Nothing looked disturbed. Everything seemed normal. But the air felt wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the room had kept a secret from me. Then I noticed something near the bedroom doorway. A faint streak on the floor. Not obvious, just enough to catch the light when I shifted my angle. It looked like something heavy had been dragged across the wood. I followed it slowly, one step at a time, until it led me back to the bed. And when I looked down, the blanket was slightly pulled back on one side. Not messy, not torn up, just disturbed in a way that didn't match how I remembered leaving it. Like someone had been standing there, looking down at me while I slept. At that point, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock my phone. I opened the call log again, trying to see if I'd missed anything. That's when I saw it. All 31 calls had come in between 1:12 a.m. and 2:03 a.m. But the final call wasn't marked as missed. It had been answered. Duration, 2 minutes, 41 seconds. I stopped breathing for a second. I had no memory of answering anything. No memory of waking up. No memory of speaking to anyone. My phone had automatic call recording turned on, and attached to that last call was an audio file. I knew I shouldn't play it. I played it anyway. It began with silence, then breathing. 2 separate breaths. One was mine, deep and slow, the kind you only hear when someone is fully asleep. The other was closer, sharper, right beside the mic, waiting. Then I heard my own voice, drowsy and confused. Who's there? There was a pause, a long one, and then the other voice answered. Calm, soft, so close it felt like it was speaking from inside my own head. It said, "It's me." And somehow, that was worse than hearing my name, because deep down, I already knew. It was me. So, this all started a few weeks ago when I bought this little indoor security camera for my apartment. Nothing fancy at all, just one of those cheap ones you connect to your phone so you can check in when you're out. I set it up in my bedroom, mostly for peace of mind, and after the first couple of days, I honestly stopped thinking about it. Then 2 nights ago, something happened that I still can't explain. I was lying in bed, still awake, just half scrolling through videos on my phone, half trying to fall asleep. It was late, quiet, totally normal. Then I got a notification from the camera app that said, "Motion detected." And at first, I didn't think much of it, because of course there was motion. I was in the room. But something about the alert gave me this weird little jolt, so I opened the clip anyway. And the second it loaded, my stomach dropped. It was my room, exactly as it was. Same lamp on in the corner, same blanket twisted around my legs, same angle from the shelf where I'd mounted the camera. But in the video, I wasn't awake. I was asleep. I was lying flat on my bed, totally still. I remember just staring at the screen, then looking down at myself in real life, like somehow that would make it make sense. I was sitting there, holding my phone, very much awake, but the clip showed me asleep like 10 minutes later. I checked the timestamp 3 times because I thought maybe I was reading it wrong. I wasn't. The clip was stamped 10 minutes in the future. I actually laughed for a second, but it was that nervous kind of laugh, the kind you make when your brain is trying really hard not to panic. I told myself it had to be some weird syncing issue or a bug in the app, but my hands were already starting to shake. So I played the clip again. At first, nothing happened. Future me was just lying there asleep. Then, really slowly, the body on the bed moved. My head turned toward the camera, and then my eyes opened. I was staring straight into the lens. I dropped my phone onto the blanket. I actually flinched like the screen had burned me. Because it wasn't just creepy, it felt wrong. Deeply wrong. That face was mine, but it didn't feel like me at all. After a second, I picked the phone back up and kept watching, even though every part of me wanted to throw it across the room. In the video, I sat up in bed. Slow, stiff, almost like I was listening for something. Then I looked around the room, scanning the corners like I was searching for someone. And then my eyes found the camera again. And I smiled. I can't describe that smile without sounding dramatic, but it was awful. Too wide, too still, like somebody had copied the shape of a smile without understanding how a real one works. It was on my face, but it looked borrowed. At that point, I kept trying to come up with a logical explanation. I thought maybe someone had hacked it, maybe it was pre-recorded somehow, maybe I was more tired than I realized. But nobody knew I'd even set the thing up. I hadn't told anyone. It was just this cheap little camera in my room. Then I looked at the time again, and that's when it hit me. If the clip was really showing 10 minutes ahead, then whatever I'd just watched was about to happen. I did not want to sit there and wait for that. Then I sat back on the edge of the bed and tried to calm myself down. My heart was racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. And then my phone buzzed again. Another notification. Motion detected. I just stared at it. I remember thinking, no, that's impossible. The camera was unplugged. It was in the drawer. There was no way it should have been sending anything. But I opened the app. And that second clip, that was the moment I stopped trying to explain any of it. It showed my room again, but this time the angle had changed. The camera was facing me, like it was sitting right in front of the bed, pointed straight at where I was sitting. I went cold all over, because in the clip, there I was, sitting on the mattress, holding my phone, watching the video. Exactly what I was doing in real life. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe properly. Then, in the clip, I lifted my head and looked directly into the camera. Not at my phone, not around the room, straight into the camera. And then I spoke, calmly, clearly, like I wasn't scared at all. I said, "You should have left it on." I swear to you, I did not say that. Not then, not before, not ever. My mouth in real life hadn't moved, but the version of me in that video just kept staring. Then she stood up, slowly, and started walking toward the camera. I want to tell you a story that still gives me chills when I think about it. A close friend of mine told me this himself, step by step, and even now, part of me wishes it had just been some late-night exaggeration. But the way he described it, the details, the fear in his voice, it all felt far too real. This happened a few years ago when we were both working night shifts at a call center in Noida, near Sector 63. If you have ever worked in an office that stays awake after midnight, you probably know the feeling. Everything changes at night. The bright office lights feel colder, the hum of computers seems louder, and everyone moves through the hours with that quiet, exhausted look on their face. It almost stops feeling like a normal workplace and starts feeling like a place suspended outside time. Right across from our cubicle was another one, Cubicle 27. A girl named Rhea used to sit there. She kept to herself most of the time. She was polite but distant, like someone who had no interest in office gossip or small talk. Still, everyone knew who she was, because she was brilliant at her job. Week after week, her name showed up on the top performer board. My friend Aaron was the kind of person who tried to be friendly with everyone, so once in a while he would greet her. She would only give a small smile, very faint, and then turn back to her monitor. And then, one night, something changed. It was around 1:15 in the morning when Aaron noticed that Rhea had been on the same call for far too long. In our line of work, most calls wrapped up in 10 or maybe 15 minutes. But this one kept going. 30 minutes. Then an hour. Then longer. At first, he laughed it off and said she must have found the most confused customer in the world. But after nearly 2 hours, even the team lead started paying attention. Eventually, the call was monitored. What they heard made no sense. There was no customer speaking on the other end, no complaint, no voice. Nothing except a low, crackling static, the kind of hollow sound you hear on a dead line. But Rhea was still talking softly into her headset, pausing now and then, as if she were listening to someone answer her. It sounded less like customer support and more like she was deep in a private conversation. The moment the team lead stepped in and broke the call, Rhea slowly removed her headset and looked at everyone. Aaron told me that look is what stayed with him the longest. There was something in her expression that night that no one had ever seen before. Not embarrassment, not confusion, just anger. Cold, sharp anger. She didn't say a word. She picked up her bag, stood up, and walked out of the office. That was the last time anyone saw her there. At first, people assumed she had resigned. In call centers, people leave all the time, so no one thought too much of it. But after a few days, HR tried reaching out using the address listed in her records. What came back shook the whole floor. The people living at that address said a girl by that name had died years earlier. Not recently. Not a few months before. Years ago. Once that started spreading around the office, the mood changed completely. The usual chatter died down. The jokes stopped. Even during breaks, people spoke more softly, as if saying too much out loud might invite something unwanted closer. Then the strange things began. But the moment that truly broke Aaron happened much later. He was finishing some work alone one night when the computer in front of him powered on by itself. He hadn't touched it. No one had. The screen lit up, the login page appeared, and within seconds, the system signed in automatically. The ID on the screen was Ria_27. He called me right after that. I could barely understand him because his voice was shaking so badly. Not long after, Aaron left that job and joined another company. The old office eventually shut down, and life slowly moved on. We both tried not to talk about any of it. For a while, it almost felt like one of those terrifying chapters you survive and then bury somewhere deep in your mind. But it didn't end there. One night, at exactly 2:45 a.m., Aaron got a call from an unknown number. He ignored it the first time. Then it rang again. Half asleep and irritated, he answered. He said, "Hello?" For a few seconds, there was nothing. Just silence. Then came that faint, dry static. And after that, a voice. A familiar voice. Soft, calm, professional. "Hello, Ria, this side. How may I assist you?" Aaron told me his whole body went cold. He nearly dropped the phone. Because when he checked the number, he realized where the call had come from. It was from the same call center, the one that had already been closed down. And the part that still unsettles me the most is this. Since that night, every single day at exactly 2:45 a.m., his phone rings. Same number, same static, same voice. I want to tell you about something that happened to me in March 2022. And even now, when the night gets too quiet, it comes back to me in pieces. My friend Rashawn and I were heading back to our hometown on his bike after a long, exhausting trip. It was well past midnight by the time we left the last lively market town behind us. After that, the road just opened into darkness. Hardly any vehicles, barely any sound, just cold air and that strange kind of silence that makes you feel watched. Somewhere near a lonely stretch by the trees, a police patrol jeep pulled up beside us and signaled for us to stop. At first, I thought it was just a normal late-night check, but the way the officers looked at us after asking where we were headed, I don't know. It felt like there was something they wanted to warn us about and just couldn't bring themselves to say clearly. They asked more than once whether we really needed to take that road at that hour. One of them even told us we should stay in a lodge nearby and leave after sunrise. But we were tired, stubborn, and honestly just wanted to get home. I had something important to deal with the next morning, and Rashawn didn't want to waste time either. So after writing down our details, they let us go, though one of them quietly said, "Be careful on that road." We kept riding. The farther we went, the emptier everything became. No streetlights, no houses, nothing. Just the bike's headlamp and the road in front of us. After maybe 45 minutes, the weather suddenly changed. Rain came down hard, almost out of nowhere. We pulled over beside a small concrete bus stop to wait it out. And that's when I started feeling that something was off. I looked at Rashawn, and for some reason, his clothes didn't seem wet at all. I remember blinking a few times, thinking maybe the darkness was playing tricks on me. Rain was falling everywhere, hitting the road, splashing over the bike, soaking my shirt. But he looked completely dry. I pointed it out, half joking, half uneasy. He didn't answer the way I expected. He just told me to get moving. His voice sounded wrong. Not louder, not softer, just colder. Flat, like it belonged to someone who only sounded like him. I didn't know what to say after that. I got back on the bike and we continued. A few minutes later, we saw several villagers standing across the road, waving us down. They looked serious, almost alarmed. One of them asked where I was going, and I told him the name of my town. Then he looked at me strangely and asked, "Why are you traveling alone this late?" I actually let out a nervous laugh. I said, "Alone? No, my friend is right behind me." And when I turned around, the seat was empty. There was no one there. I can't explain to you what that moment felt like. My chest just dropped. My whole body went cold. I knew someone had been there. I had felt the weight on the bike. I had spoken to him. I had heard his voice. The villagers started asking me questions, but I could barely hear them. My mind had gone blank. Then headlights appeared behind us. A small car came to a stop nearby, and then Rashawn stepped out of it. Calm, breathing hard, but completely normal. He walked up to me and said, "Where did you disappear? You left me back near the police checkpoint." I just stared at him. He told me that after we had been stopped by the police, I had suddenly driven off before he could get back on properly. According to him, he had been stranded there and had only managed to get a ride from someone passing by. I didn't even try to explain what I had experienced. How could I? I just told him to get on the bike, and we left right away. For a long time, neither of us said a word. The road sloped upward, and the two of us were straining to move it. That was when Rashawn leaned toward me and whispered something I will never forget. He said, very softly, "Does it feel like someone else is helping us push?" I didn't answer, because it did. When we finally reached the top and the road began sloping down, I looked into the rearview mirror. Far behind us, I saw a figure in white walking slowly toward us. It wasn't walking normally. It looked like it was dragging something along the ground. We froze. Neither of us spoke. We just stood there, unable to move, as it came closer and closer. Then suddenly it turned and slipped into the trees on the side of the road. For a second, I thought maybe it was over. Then we saw it again. This time, it was sitting at the roadside. It was a woman. Her hair hung forward, covering her face. Next to her was a cloth sack. With slow movements, she opened it and took out something so terrible that even now I hate remembering it. It looked like the tiny bones of a child. She placed it in her lap and started rocking back and forth, crying. Not ordinary crying. It was the kind of sound that seems to crawl into your skin. It echoed through the trees and through the dark, and I have never known fear like that before or since. We stayed completely still. I don't know how long. Then suddenly she stood up. That was our chance. We started pushing the bike forward again as quietly as we could, trying to pass her without drawing attention. And just as we got beyond her, I made the worst mistake of my life. I looked back. She was hanging from a tree. I still don't know how to describe what happened to my body in that moment. It was like all strength left me at once. My hands went numb. My mouth dried up. Roshan grabbed me, and somehow, the bike started again. We rode without stopping until we reached a small village at dawn. There, we told an elderly man what we had seen. He listened without interrupting, and when we finished, he told us a story about a woman who had died on that road years earlier after losing her husband and child in an accident. People in the area believed her spirit still wandered that forest, grieving, searching, never at peace. We made it home that morning, safe, at least on the outside. But I need to be honest with you. Some nights, when I'm traveling late and the road is too quiet, I still get the feeling that someone is sitting behind me. And ever since that night, I never turn around. You know, looking back, I think it really began when I was about 9 or 10, mostly in my bedroom. At first, it was just this quiet feeling I could never explain, like something was watching me after the lights went out. I used to stare toward the top of my dresser or the corner near my closet, and feel like I wasn't alone. Sometimes it even felt as though someone else was lying in bed beside me. Back then, I tried to brush it off as being a nervous kid with an overactive imagination, but little by little, it started becoming harder to ignore. I had a small TV in my room, along with an alarm clock radio. After a while, the TV began switching on by itself in the middle of the night. At first, I told myself it had to be some kind of electrical problem. But one night I woke up and saw the screen glowing with that pale, blank light, and I remember how wrong it felt. I turned it off, got back under the covers, and after that it kept happening. The radio would also blast on at random times, way louder than I ever set it. And I had this digital watch that would start beeping for no reason. Sometimes, I'd even find it in another part of the room and have no memory of putting it there. What made it stranger was that it didn't only happen at home. I remember sleeping over at my cousin's place one night and getting up to use the bathroom. When I came out, his cat suddenly leapt right onto my leg, like it had seen something before I had. As I walked back through the living room, the TV snapped on all by itself, full of static. I got such a jolt of fear that I ran straight back to bed and stayed there the rest of the night. At home, my family heard things too. There were nights when footsteps moved across the living room, even when nobody was there. At the time, my parents tried to stay calm and practical about it, probably because they didn't want to frighten me or my sister. But years later, they admitted they'd seen shadows too. Some of them even described my room as feeling strangely open, like it let things in. When I was younger, I saw dark shapes myself, and one of them looked like a man wearing a hat. What still unsettles me is that years later, my sister described seeing that same figure, even though I had never told her about it. When I was around 14, maybe 15, I stayed over at a friend's house, and that night was unforgettable. The fire alarm suddenly started going off. My friend went downstairs, took the batteries out, and somehow it kept sounding anyway. We were already unnerved, but then his dog started acting in this deeply unsettling way, barking into empty space, charging toward a dark room, then running back and sitting stiffly in the bedroom, staring at one patch of wall like something was standing there. We didn't sleep at all. Around that same age, I was staying at a boarding school and sharing a room with 2 other people. One night I woke up and saw one of my roommates sitting upright on his bed, staring into nothing and mumbling under his breath. I assumed he was half asleep and rolled over. The next night, it happened again, except this time he was facing the door, and I saw what looked like a silhouette standing there with its back turned to me. Later on, I found out the building had once been used as a hospital during the war. The strange part is that the activity seemed to stop once our 3rd roommate came back, as though whatever it was didn't want a full room. One of the moments that stayed with me the most happened one evening while I was walking home along a dark path. Off near a hedge, I heard this low growling, and when I looked up, I saw something I can only describe as animal-like, crouched low, with glowing red eyes fixed on me. I froze. I called my dad immediately, barely able to speak. He came as fast as he could, and at some point while I was waiting, I looked away for just a second. When I looked back, it was gone. Then, maybe a month or 2 later, I saw what looked like the same thing again, only this time much farther from home. I tried to focus on it, almost like I wanted proof for myself, but the moment my attention broke, it vanished again. Later, when I was with my ex, she experienced things too, which honestly made it harder to tell myself it was all in my head. When we slept in the same bed, there were nights when it felt like something touched us. Not every night, but often enough to leave us uneasy. I remember one evening at her place while she was cooking, just a few feet away from me. I had a full plate in front of me, and without anyone touching it, it began to turn and slide slowly across the table toward me. Then it stopped. I moved closer to her because I genuinely thought I might be losing it, but then I saw her face change. She was looking past me, completely frozen, and then the plate shifted again. That same night, her dog woke us up barking wildly into the room for no clear reason. There were smaller things too, but somehow those almost got under my skin even more. One time at my place, I was lying in bed and felt someone slowly pulling my blanket down. I could feel the fabric sliding off me, inch by inch, and I had to grab it and pull it back over myself. My mother once thought she saw me in the living room and even spoke to me, only to realize she could hear me snoring in my bedroom at the exact same time. There were also moments when I was home alone and heard noises coming from my sister's room, as though someone were moving around in there. My ex heard those sounds too. At one point, my mother talked to me about something she called closing the third eye. She told me that when she was young, she had experienced strange things too, and she believed some people were simply more open to them. Over time, I think I did shut a lot of it down, whether on purpose or not. During those experiences, I always felt the same physical reaction: chills, tingling, that electric feeling moving through my body before anything even happened. Now I'm an adult, and I've been living in my own apartment for several years. It's much quieter than it used to be. Every now and then, I still hear footsteps or a door eases open on its own, but it's rare now, and nowhere near as intense as it once was. My girlfriend has mentioned hearing odd sounds too from time to time, and the strangest part of all is this. My parents told me that after I moved out, the activity at their house seemed to stop completely. So whatever it was, or whatever all of this meant, it always felt like it was somehow tied to me. I've never really been able to explain this in a way that makes it sound normal, so I'm just going to tell you exactly how it felt. The first thing happened when I was about 7. My parents had gone out for their usual Friday night dinner, and I was at home with my older brothers and my sister. I was the youngest, so everybody treated me like I was little until it was inconvenient, and then suddenly I was old enough to do things myself. We were all in the kitchen eating ice cream, and I needed something to wipe my hands. I asked one of my brothers to grab some wet wipes from under my parents' bed, because that's where they kept all the random kid stuff. He told me to get them myself. Their room was just up the stairs, down the short hallway, nothing dramatic, maybe half a minute away. So I ran up there, switched on the bedroom light, knelt down, grabbed the wipes, and as I started opening the package, I heard it. It was a woman's voice coming from my parents' bathroom. Not loud, just this low, aching groan. The bathroom doors were shut, the lights were off, and I absolutely knew, nobody had gone in there. Then I turned to leave, and I heard the voice whisper my name twice, very slowly. What scared me most was that even though it came from the bathroom, it also felt like it was right beside my ear. I screamed and ran back to the kitchen. Every one of my siblings was still there, exactly where I'd left them. Nobody had moved. My brother believed me right away and thought maybe someone had broken in, but he was only a teenager himself and, honestly, terrified. He grabbed a kitchen knife, bundled all of us into my parents' office, and we hid under the desk for what felt like forever. We stayed there until my parents got home. They checked everything, and there was no sign that anyone had been in the house. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. A couple of years later, while our house was being fixed up, we moved into an older rental townhouse for about a year. That place felt wrong from the beginning. I had a room in the basement near the garage door, tucked away from everyone else, with only a tiny bathroom nearby. I hated that bathroom. The light flickered, the doorknob would rattle sometimes, and I avoided it whenever I could. One night, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I turned on my bedroom light, opened the door, and something rushed past so fast I barely had time to process it. The only way I can describe it is like old television static, gray and black, moving all at once. I slammed my door shut and just stood there, shaking, my back pressed against it. I waited as long as I could, then finally bolted upstairs, turning on every light I passed. The next day I realized my baby blanket was missing. It had been made for me by my grandmother, and by then it was so worn down it was barely more than a scrap of fabric, but I loved it. I kept it hidden in my pillowcase and never moved it. I searched everywhere. I found it that night while helping my mom clean out a shoe closet. It was shoved behind a storage bin, in a place I never would have put it. Stuff like that kept happening. My siblings shared an old pickup truck, and one week the keys disappeared. Everyone was frustrated, and after days of looking, my mom found them in the very top drawer of my dresser. The thing is, that dresser was tall enough that I could barely reach the middle drawers, let alone the top one. To this day, people joke that I must have hidden them, but I didn't. I know I didn't. And the whole time we lived there, I always had the same feeling, like something was following just a step behind me. When we finally moved back into our original house, I thought I'd feel safe again. Instead, it got worse. Sometimes I'd wake up on the floor near my bed, or curled up close to the door. I'd never sleepwalk before that, and after a while, it stopped just as suddenly as it had started. There was also this hallway in the house that everyone called the Dark Hall. It led past the laundry room and a couple of storage rooms. The wiring in there had always been bad, so the lights never worked for long, and eventually, we just stopped trying. One evening, my brother and I were going to my sister's room to tell her dinner was ready. As soon as we reached the entrance to that hallway, both of us froze. At the far end stood a man. He looked tall, broad-shouldered, and he was wearing what looked like a cowboy hat. We both saw him. I know we both saw him because I screamed and ran upstairs, and when I turned around, my brother wasn't behind me. I ran back down and found him on the floor sobbing. He still remembers it. Even now, he refuses to go near that hallway alone. The last thing that really stuck with me happened when I was a teenager. A few friends and I were in the basement messing around, playing one of those silly ghost games kids dare each other to try. Nothing happened, and we were laughing about it, so I went into the bathroom right afterward. The second I hit the light switch, all 4 bulbs blew at once. Not just burned out, burst. Glass popped everywhere. It scared me so badly I just stood there frozen. Even now, whenever I go back to my parents' house, I still get that same feeling. Like I'm being watched. My siblings say the house feels off too. Most of them never saw anything clearly, but they all felt it. And I know how this sounds when I say it out loud to you. I really do. But when you live through something like that, when it follows you from one house to another and leaves that feeling sitting in your chest for years, it's hard to shrug it off and call it nothing. Some places hold a kind of silence that doesn't feel empty at all. That house was one of them. I want to tell you about something that happened to me and my girlfriend one night, because even now, I still cannot fully explain it. A while back, the two of us shared a bottle of wine at my apartment, and like we often did, we decided to go for a walk once we'd finished it. We lived in a small apartment complex arranged in a loop, almost like a little cul-de-sac, with a larger building in the center and a few smaller ones around it. We never wandered far, especially that late at night. It was just the two of us, a little tipsy, walking under dim lights with the woods stretching behind the buildings. Before we went outside, we had been having a heavy conversation. It was not a fight, but it was emotional, and it had brought up some old pain for her. I did not think much of it at the time, but later it started to feel important. At first, the walk was completely normal. We were talking, laughing, and trying to shake off the mood from earlier. At one point, I started walking backwards so I could look at her while we talked. We had made it a decent distance from my building and were near another one with a small, shadowy parking area behind it. That lot was always dark, barely lit, and usually empty except for one or two cars. Then, from that darkness behind her, I heard a woman's voice say, very clearly, "Hello." At first, I was not frightened. I honestly assumed someone else was outside doing the same thing we were, just out for a late-night walk. I lived in a safe area, and I had walked there alone many times at night without ever feeling uneasy. So I looked up, trying to find where the voice had come from, but I could not see anyone. I was not wearing my glasses, which did not help, but still, I expected to spot a person. I answered back. Twice, actually. Just a casual hello, like you would if someone greeted you in passing. This all happened very fast. So fast that my girlfriend had not even had time to ask why I stopped. She had not looked behind her yet. But when she finally turned around, everything changed. We stood there for only a few seconds before she suddenly ran. I did not know why. I just knew something in her face told me to run too. We made it back to the steps outside my building, both of us breathless. That was when she told me what she had seen. She said something in the darkness had turned its head and looked at us. She described it as painfully white, almost the color of a freshly painted wall. Thin, tall, too long in every way. Long arms, long legs, long fingers. She was shaken, and once she said it out loud, I felt that fear hit me too. We went back inside immediately and started trying to make sense of it. She found things online about people being more open to strange experiences when they are emotionally vulnerable. That idea got under our skin, especially because she had already been going through something for a long time, something unresolved that had weighed on her for over a year. She began to wonder whether that pain had somehow made her vulnerable, like she had drawn something to her without meaning to. And because I had heard the voice too, she wondered whether whatever this was had started reaching beyond just her. I did not know what to think. Part of me has always wanted to believe in the paranormal, but the truth is, I am naturally skeptical. I have had moments in life that felt strange, sure, but most of them could be explained if I looked at them closely enough. This one felt different because it was not just me. I heard something. She saw something. We both reacted to the same moment, and that is what made it hard to brush aside. For a long time, I let it sit there as one of those stories I could not solve. Then, months later, it came back. By then, we had moved out of that apartment and mostly stopped talking about what happened. Life had gone on. The fear had faded. But after we relocated across the state, I left for a couple of weeks to visit family in North Carolina. While I was away, she stayed with a friend for a bit while we prepared for another move. That was when she finally told me something she had kept to herself. For about a week, she said, someone had been watching her through the living room window at night. Every evening, she would notice a figure standing there just beyond the glass. She could never make out a face, only a dark shape, a shadow. She had not told me right away because, by the time she brought it up, it had stopped happening. That terrified me in a way the first story had not. Maybe because this time I was far away and there was nothing I could do. Nothing feels worse than hearing that someone you love may have been watched, maybe even stalked, and not being there to protect them. Naturally, my first thought was that it had to be a real person. That is the logical explanation, and honestly, it still may be. But after I reread everything that had happened that first night, I started to feel that old unease creeping back in. The timing, the silence, the way it stopped as suddenly as it started, it all left me unsettled. Then, a few days later, she mentioned one more thing. She said she caught something peeking around a corner at her from the edge of her vision. She only saw it for a second, but she said the one detail that stood out was the color. White. That was what made my stomach drop, because that was the same detail she gave me the night by the parking lot. So that is where I am with it. I do not know whether what happened to us was a mix of alcohol, fear, and imagination. I do not know whether she is dealing with something psychological, something physical, something spiritual, or something much more ordinary but still dangerous. I just know that what I heard felt real. What she saw felt real to her, and the way it all keeps circling back has made it hard for me to dismiss. I am still trying to understand it, and maybe I always will be. I want to tell you about something that's happened to me twice now, and both times it left me with that same strange, heavy feeling, like maybe a dream can be more than just a dream. The first time was after my boyfriend's grandfather passed away. My boyfriend and I have been together for nearly 10 years, so his family has felt like my family for a long time. We used to visit his grandparents often, and I knew his grandpa really well. My boyfriend was especially close to him. He was named after him, and honestly, he was the center of his grandpa's world, his favorite grandson without question. When he died, my boyfriend took it incredibly hard. We handle grief in very different ways, but I could see how deeply it shook him. I never told him about the dream I had soon after, because at the time it felt too intense and too personal to bring up. In the dream, we were all at his grandma's house together. The whole family was there. Cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone. It felt so ordinary at first. We were eating breakfast, walking from room to room, just doing those random dream things that somehow still feel familiar. But throughout all of it, his grandpa kept appearing. Every time he showed up, it startled me. Not in a violent way, just in that eerie dream way where someone suddenly feels so present it almost knocks the air out of you. He never spoke, not once, but I could feel that he was focused on my boyfriend. He would appear close to me, but his eyes were never really on me. He was looking past me, straight at him. A few times I tried to go up to him, to say something, to understand what was happening, but he would just move through me and keep going toward his grandson. That's what stayed with me. It didn't feel like he was there for me at all. It felt like I was just somehow witnessing a moment that was meant for someone else. Then last night, it happened again, but with someone completely different. I had a dream about my ex-boyfriend's younger brother, Ty. I haven't been with my ex in about 10 years. That was all high school. His brother passed away around 5 years ago, and even though he wasn't my family, we were genuinely close back then. He was my chemistry lab partner. We used to eat lunch together. We bickered like siblings. He really felt like a little brother to me for a while. After I graduated, though, life moved on and we never really stayed in touch. When he died, I was devastated. He was such a sweet kid. In the dream, I was out shopping with my boyfriend, getting things for our baby girl. I'm 39 weeks pregnant right now, so that part made perfect sense. Then this guy walks up to me all cheerful and says, "Hey, how've you been?" And I just stared at him. I was completely confused, trying to understand what I was seeing, because it was Ty. And my first thought in the dream wasn't even fear, it was disbelief. Like, wait, how are you here? I remember trying to talk myself out of it, thinking maybe I had the wrong person, maybe he just looked like him. But then we started talking, and it was definitely him. Same energy, same familiarity, same easy way of speaking. We caught up for a minute, just briefly, like running into someone you haven't seen in years at a store. And then that was it. The moment passed, and I went back to shopping. It was such a small interaction, but it stayed with me all day because it felt so vivid. That's the strange thing about dreaming of people who've died. It can feel so real, almost like you got a tiny piece of them back for a second. just enough to say hello, just enough to leave you wondering after you wake up. Neither of these people were mine in the most direct sense. It wasn't my grandfather, it wasn't my brother, and yet somehow, I'm the one who dreamed of them. My own family members who've passed have never visited me in dreams like that. So why these two? Why did I get these moments? Maybe it was just my mind processing old grief and old connections. Maybe pregnancy is making my dreams more vivid and emotional. Or maybe, in some quiet, mysterious way, these people really were passing through, just letting me see them for a second. I honestly don't know. I just know it felt real when I was there. And sometimes, that feeling is the hardest part to explain. I want to tell you about the house I grew up in, because even now, when I think about it, I still get that same strange feeling in my chest. My childhood home was very old, built sometime in the early 1800s, and there had been so many people living there before my family ever arrived. From the beginning, the place never felt fully settled to me. It was not loud or dramatic all the time, nothing like that. But there was this constant feeling that someone else was there with us. I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye, little shadowy shapes slipping past doorways, and I always felt watched. Back then, I told myself it was just my imagination. I was also a pretty odd kid, honestly. I loved spooky things, and I used to terrorize my younger sister by pretending I had ghost friends who followed me around the house. I would chase her from room to room and whisper creepy things just to scare her. One of those so-called imaginary friends was a girl named Madeline. I always described her the same way: long, light hair, very pale skin, and a white dress. At the time, I thought I had made her up. Now I am not so sure. The first story is actually my mom's. She told me that one night she had a dream about the exact same girl I used to talk about. In the dream, Madeline was standing in the upstairs dining room, completely still. My mom said the moment she saw her, she felt this deep dread, like something was very wrong. She walked closer and closer, and the nearer she got, the more frightened she felt, until she suddenly woke up. She was so shaken that she had to look around the room just to make sure no one was really there. Of course, it was empty. But what happened later scared her even more. Another night, she woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. The moon was bright enough that it lit the upstairs hallway in this cold, silver glow. She stepped out of bed, looked down the hall toward my room, and there, standing right outside my door, was the same girl, Madeline. Just standing there, facing my room like she wanted to come in but could not. At first, my mom thought it was my little sister, so she started walking toward her and called out her name. There was no answer. Then that fear hit her all at once. Her whole body went cold, the hairs on her arms stood up, and she knew something was wrong. She kept moving closer, and then, just like that, the girl vanished. Completely gone. My mom rushed into my room, and I was fast asleep in bed. Then she checked my sister's room, and she was asleep too. For years, my mom tried to explain it away, thinking maybe she had still been half asleep or somehow imagined it. But when she finally told me the story much later, it terrified me, because the girl she saw looked exactly like the one I had described as a child. And that was the moment I started asking myself whether Madeline had ever really been imaginary at all. The second story happened to me when I was older. One night I was home alone, looking after the cats. One of them was curled up on my bed, and I left my bedroom door cracked open so she could wander out if she needed food or the litter box. I was lying there scrolling on my phone while she cleaned herself at the foot of the bed. Then, all of a sudden, she froze. Completely froze. She stared straight into the dark hallway outside my room, I remember my heart pounding, but I still made myself get up and look. I know, not my smartest moment. I should have been worried about an intruder, but instead, I grabbed a small statue I kept nearby, whispered a quick prayer, and stepped into the hall. The second I did, my cat relaxed, just instantly. She lifted her head, blinked, and acted like nothing had happened. And when I looked out there, I saw absolutely nothing. Still, I was too rattled to ignore it. I grabbed something sharp from my room, turned on every light I could find, and checked the whole house. Every room, every corner. Nothing. No person, no animal, no sign that anything had been there at all. But I know what I saw in my cat's face, and I know how frightened she was. Whatever had her attention that night, it was real enough to her, and that was enough to keep me awake. The next day, when my mom asked why all the lights had been left on, I just told her I must have forgotten to switch them off. I never told anybody what happened that night. Not my family, not my friends, no one. So in a way, you are the first person I have really shared it with. And honestly, these are only 2 of the stories. There are more. A lot more. So, I've lived in this house for almost my whole life. We moved in just after I turned 3, and I'm 16 now. For as long as I can remember, this place has felt off. Not all the time, not in some loud, dramatic way, but in that quiet, creeping way that makes your skin prickle before your brain can explain why. One of the first things I remember happened when I was about 8. I was in my top bunk, trying to drift off. The room was dark, and I was lying on my side facing the wall when I heard this faint creaking behind me. Then a soft little tap. I was already a nervous kid, so I turned over straight away. And there it was. My wardrobe door was slowly hanging open. I just stared at it. I hadn't touched it. Nobody had come in, and I'd never seen it do that before. These days I keep the handle tied shut because I still don't trust it. Another night, in that same room, I was sitting on my bunk playing on my tablet when I heard something scraping against the wood under me. Not a tiny noise either. It sounded deliberate, like fingernails dragging across the frame. I leaned over and looked underneath, expecting to catch my dog or maybe see something stuck there, but there was nothing. The whole room felt wrong after that. Not watched exactly, just occupied. Then there was the morning I woke up because I could feel one side of my mattress lifting. Actually lifting. I was still half asleep at first, but the second I realized what was happening, I froze. The room was completely silent. I stayed still, barely breathing, because I thought that if I moved, whatever was there would know I was awake. After what felt like forever, probably 20 seconds or so, I mumbled, "Nia, it's too early. Go back to bed." Nia is my sister. The second I said it, the mattress dropped back down. Just like that. No footsteps, no door, nothing. I sat up so fast my heart was pounding, and the room was empty. I also had this doll back then. I know how that sounds already. One night I had this awful dream where I was sitting on the floor near my bedroom door, and I looked across the room at the doll on my toy chest. Its eyes were rolled back, but somehow it was still staring right at me. Then it tipped forward and hit the floor. I woke up, actually yelled, and when I looked over, the doll was on the floor. Maybe it had just fallen. Maybe the dream picked up on a noise in my sleep. But I never really got over that one. A couple of years later, after my older sister Eliza moved out, I took her room. We called it the green room because the walls were painted this weird, mossy shade. The activity there wasn't constant, but it was strange in a different way. I was probably 10 or 11. One night, my best friend, I'll call her Emma, was sleeping over. We were lying on the bed talking about school and all the usual nonsense, just laughing and gossiping. when she suddenly went quiet and said she'd seen something move past the little window panel above the door. I looked straight at it, but I didn't catch anything. Still, the atmosphere changed immediately. We both felt it. We barely slept that night, and neither of us wanted to put a foot on the floor. That room always had tapping in the walls, too. Loud tapping. Not like pipes, and not like somebody moving around in another room. It sounded close, like it was inside the wall right above me. Sometimes it would come in a slow pattern, then speed up and stop dead. It only ever happened at night. I've started hearing it again recently, which I hate. I used to see the curtains shift in there too, even with the windows shut and no fan running. A few years after that, I moved into the room I'm in now, the purple room. Yes, the walls are purple, so that's what everyone calls it. This used to be Nia's room. When I first moved in, random things started falling over. Not things stacked awkwardly, not stuff on the edge of a shelf, just objects suddenly tipping onto their sides for no reason. It wasn't violent, just unsettling enough to make me stop and stare every time. One night, my cousin was staying over. I got up to use the bathroom, and when I came back out into the hallway, I got that horrible feeling again. The kind that makes you stop walking without meaning to. I looked toward the stairs and heard what sounded like bare feet running across the downstairs hallway. Quick, light, slapping footsteps on the floor. Everyone in the house was in bed. I ran back to my room, and my cousin and I did the world's least heroic thing and armed ourselves with whatever we could grab. Then we actually went downstairs and searched the place. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We ended up back in my room with the door blocked, still clutching our ridiculous makeshift weapons. More recently, one of my best friends, Ren, slept over. We'd turned the lights off and were settling down to sleep. I rolled over to say something to her, and I swear I saw her facing me. Just lying there completely still, looking straight at me. But her eyes looked wrong, like dark, empty pits. I asked, "Ren, are you staring at me right now?" And from behind me, or at least from the other side of the room, she said, "No?" Her voice sounded normal. The figure hadn't moved. I switched on the light, and Ren was turned the opposite way, wrapped tightly in a blanket. There was nobody looking at me. I still don't know what I saw. Another time Ren stayed over, only a few months ago. I was on a mattress on the floor, and she had the bed because she refused to sleep on the floor. It was nearly 4 in the morning, that horrible hour when everything feels thinner somehow, and we were just about asleep when we heard 2 footsteps come right up to my door. And then one massive thud, like somebody had jumped and landed just outside it. My dog wasn't upstairs. My family was asleep. We both heard it. We didn't open the door. There have been other things too. I've heard what sounds like an animal, maybe a dog, racing around upstairs when both our dogs were downstairs. I've heard footsteps on the stairs when nobody was there. I've caught shadows moving in the corners of my vision and turned too late every single time. At this point, I don't really need convincing. I know how it sounds, and I know people can explain away 1 or 2 incidents. But when you've lived somewhere that long, you start to recognize the difference between a house making noise and a house feeling alive in the wrong way. Lately, I've been hearing scratching in the attic too. We've got rat repellent up there, and there's no easy way for anything big to get in. Still, at night, I hear it. Scrape, scrape, scrape above my ceiling. And honestly, that's the part that gets me most. I want to tell you something deeply personal, something that stayed with my family for years and slowly changed the way I think about faith, mystery, and what might exist beyond what we can explain. I grew up in a Muslim family that originally came from Burma, though I was raised in Australia. As I got older, especially after being drawn towards science and questioning everything around me, I drifted away from religion. For a long time, I called myself an atheist, but lately, something in me has been shifting. I have not been pulled back toward one religion in particular, and I am not trying to force myself into old beliefs. It is more that I have started wondering whether there is a greater presence beyond human labels, a God who is not confined to one path, one tradition, or one name. A God who sees every person with the same mercy. Maybe that is why this story matters so much to me now. This happened when my mother, whom I'll call Miriam, was around 7 years old. Her little sister was about 5. They were part of a large family living in a humble wooden house inside a small enclosed compound where several Muslim families lived side by side. There were only a handful of homes there, close enough that everyone knew one another well. The adults spent evenings talking outside, and the children ran around together until it was time to settle down. Each evening, the neighborhood children would gather in my mother's house, which was one of the bigger homes in the compound. They would sit together and recite surahs from the Quran. It was a quiet, familiar ritual, something simple but full of meaning. And then, during those evenings, something strange began to happen. As the children started praying, 2 figures would appear in the room. One seemed taller, the other smaller. They would enter silently and stand near the wall as if they too had come to join the prayer. But this is the part that unsettled everyone. The figures themselves could not be seen. The only visible thing about them was what they wore on their heads. 2 prayer caps, floating where their bodies should have been. That was all the children could see, just the caps. And it was not one child saying this. It was all of them. My mother, her younger sister, her brothers and sisters, and the neighboring children too. Around 15 children in total, from the very youngest to the early teenagers, all said they saw the same thing. 2 unseen beings arriving at the start of prayer, standing quietly by the wall, then leaving once the recitation was over. Not one adult ever saw them. You can imagine what that did to the families. The story spread quickly through the compound. Some were frightened, some fascinated. Many believed the visitors were jinn, the unseen beings spoken of in Islamic tradition. There was an old well just outside the main gate, deep and rarely approached casually, and people began to whisper that the beings might have been connected to it, perhaps even watching over it. Then, sometime later, that well was filled in, and the land around it was changed for new houses. After that, the visitors stopped coming. The children never saw them again. I know exactly how this sounds. Even hearing it as an adult, I wrestle with it. Part of me still searches for a practical explanation. But what has always stayed with me is the consistency. This was not a dream one child had. It was not a rumor built from one frightened imagination. So many children remembered the same detail, the same 2 presences, the same silent arrival, the same silent departure. That is the part I cannot easily brush aside, and maybe that is why I still carry it with me. I am not sharing this to prove anything to you. I am sharing it because it left a mark on me. It made me question whether the world is really limited to what we can touch, test, and explain. It made me wonder whether there are realities that move quietly beside us, unseen but present. And if that is possible, then perhaps it is not such a leap to believe there may also be something greater still, something vast, compassionate, and beyond all the boundaries people try to place around it. That is what I keep returning to. Not certainty, just openness. And sometimes that is where belief begins. I want to tell you about something that still unsettles me when I think about it. A while ago, I came across a video explaining that when someone is close to death, they might see a figure people call the Grim Reaper. The video did not actually show what that figure looked like, and since I grew up Hindu, that image was never really part of my world. So out of curiosity, I looked it up myself, and the second I saw it, I froze, because I felt this deep shock of recognition, like I had seen something like that before in real life. I just could not remember when. Then last night, everything started coming back to me. My parents, my younger sister, my grandmother, and one of my father's old family friends were all sitting together in the living room, sharing ghost stories. My grandmother has always had so many strange experiences, mostly involving what she believes were spirits or witches. She told us about something that happened to her when she was little, something that scared her so badly she slept beside her parents for weeks afterward. When she finished, my father looked at me and said, "Didn't you go through something similar once?" I remember just staring at him, completely confused. I told him no, because honestly, I did not remember anything like that. But then my mother joined in. She said there actually had been a time when I got so frightened that I ran into their room in the middle of the night, crying and pointing toward the open doorway. She reminded everyone that when I was around 7 or 8, I used to watch a lot of horror videos on YouTube, most of them fake, obviously, but still enough to fill a child's mind with fear. She said I got so shaken after that night that she banned YouTube for me for almost a year. The strange part is, I had no memory of that at all. Later that same evening, I was feeling restless, so I started going through old pretend videos I had recorded as a kid on an old iPad. They were silly little clips from our old house, and then I found one that made my whole body go cold. In the video, I was sitting in near total darkness, with only a dim amber nightlight glowing in the background. I remembered those lights instantly. We used to keep them in different rooms around the house, and in that recording, little me was talking very seriously about a dark figure that followed me during the day and then sat quietly in the hallway at night, facing the wall, almost as if it did not want to frighten me. That detail chilled me. I stopped the video almost immediately. I tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't. My mind kept pulling together all these scattered pieces. What my parents had said, the image of the Grim Reaper, that old recording, all of it. And then, I finally remembered where it had begun. When I was about 5, I went to a small school in a military area of the city. Army buses, Air Force vehicles, men in uniform, all of that was just part of the background there. One afternoon during dispersal, I slipped out of my mother's hand and ran toward the road without thinking. A bus was coming straight toward me. Before anything could happen, a serviceman grabbed me and pulled me back just in time. After that, I started seeing it. A tall, dark figure in the house. It was not always doing anything. Most of the time it just seemed to be there, quiet, watchful. I used to see it often, especially at night. And somehow, as a child, I felt like it was choosing not to scare me, which is such a strange thing to say now, but that is exactly how it felt. It stayed a part of my life for years, but this time, it was different. This time it was standing, and it was looking directly at me. I still remember the face. The eyes were red, swollen, wet, almost as if it had been crying. And its mouth was open in this twisted, unnatural way that terrified me so deeply I could not even scream at first. Then I ran to my parents' room sobbing, and after that, it stopped. Just like that. I never saw it again. Even now, I do not know what to make of it. Maybe it was childhood fear, maybe trauma, maybe a mind trying to process something it was too young to understand. Or maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that for years, there was a shadow in my life that felt real. And for one terrible night, it finally turned, and looked back at me. Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M, and thanks for being here tonight. Before we get started, please subscribe to the channel, and if you end up liking the video, give it a like too. So the first story is about a guy who moved to a really small town, got involved with a church, and started hearing a voice telling him to go on walks. Every time he listened, something strange seemed to happen, and once he learned more about the town's past, it all felt even more disturbing. Anyway, sit back, get comfortable, and I hope you sleep well tonight. I want to tell you about something that happened when I was really young, and even now, I still can't explain it in a way that feels neat or comfortable. Back then, I was around 21, and I had been dating a girl named Mara, who was a little younger than me. We eventually broke up, but while we were together, I got deeply involved in her church. I was new to faith, new to that whole world, and I took everything very seriously. The people there talked a lot about hearing God's voice, like it was something natural, something you were supposed to learn to recognize. I didn't really question it, I just assumed they knew something I didn't. The town itself was tiny, the kind of place where everybody somehow knows everybody, and every road feels like it leads back to the same few buildings. I had only moved there not long before, and I was taking classes at the local community college, which is where I met her. After the breakup, something strange started happening. Every so often, I'd hear this voice in my head telling me, "Go for a walk." It didn't sound dramatic or thunderous. It was just steady, persistent, almost casual, like it expected me to listen. And whenever I did, I would end up seeing Mara somewhere nearby, usually driving her dad's work pickup. You couldn't miss it because the side of it had the family business painted across the door. At first, I brushed it off. Small town, familiar roads, coincidence. That's what I told myself. But one night, it turned into something I've never forgotten. A guy from church had once mentioned this narrow walking trail behind a row of houses near the edge of town. I had never been on it before, and honestly, didn't even know where it came out. Late one night, close to midnight, that voice started up again. "Go take a walk." I tried to ignore it, but the feeling kept building, almost like pressure in my ears, until I finally gave in and left the house. So I went down that trail in the dark, with only the moonlight and the sound of my own footsteps. When I got to a bend where the path met a side street, I realized I was just a short distance from Mara's house. And right then, as if timed for maximum effect, her dad's truck rolled past the intersection. I froze. It scared me instantly. Not just because I saw the truck, but because it felt like I had been led there. Like something had guided me to that exact place at that exact moment. I remember turning around and hurrying all the way back home, heart pounding, trying to convince myself I was being ridiculous. After that, I made a real effort not to listen to that voice anymore. Then, a few years later, I found out that one of the former residents of the house I'd been living in had died violently. I never learned every detail, and part of me didn't want to. That was unsettling enough on its own. But what truly shook me came later, right before I left town for good. A true crime series aired an episode about that exact place. It went through multiple brutal murders that had happened there over the years, long before I'd arrived. Different cases, different people, all horrifying. One involved an oven. Another involved a wood chipper. I remember sitting there stunned, realizing I had been living in this quiet little town with all of that buried under the surface. What made it worse was finding out that one of the men featured in the episode had actually been a regular at the bar where I worked. I had served him drinks and never had the faintest idea who he was. So when I look back now, I can't help wondering what that voice really was. At the time, I thought maybe it was God because that's what I had been taught to believe. But after learning what had happened in that town, I started asking myself a very different question. What if it wasn't holy at all? What if it was something else entirely? Something attached to that place, something that knew how to speak in whatever language people there were already prepared to trust. That thought has stayed with me. And just so you know, Mara was completely fine. Nothing bad ever happened to her. Whatever was going on, it never led to that. What makes the whole thing even stranger is this. The moment I left that town, the voice stopped. Completely. I have never heard it again. Not once. Not in any other church, not in any other city, not during any other season of my life. It belonged to that place. And maybe, whatever it was, it's still there. I want to tell you about something that happened to me around 2015. It's one of those memories that goes quiet for years, then suddenly drifts back in and sits beside you. Lately, I haven't been able to shake it, so I figured I'd finally say it out loud. To make sense of it, I need to give you a little background first. When I was 18, my mom moved in with her boyfriend, and between the two of them, there were a lot of kids in the mix. I was getting ready to leave for college, so in the new townhouse, there wasn't really a proper bedroom set aside for me. Instead, they put a bed for me in what was basically a basement office. It had these glass-paneled doors, and from the way the bed was positioned, I could see the staircase that came down into the basement. I still remember how stunned I was when we first moved in. The place was beautiful. At the time, my mom was working nights cleaning office buildings, so this house felt way beyond anything I thought we could afford. It had upgraded fixtures, these big stone counters, a fancy shower, and huge windows that looked straight out into thick woods. It felt almost too nice, like we'd somehow stepped into somebody else's life. And in a way, maybe we had. The townhouse was fully furnished, which already felt unusual. But what really threw me was that the previous owner had left behind personal things too. Clothes in the closets, books on shelves, kitchen equipment in the cabinets. There was even an old framed photo still hanging up, like nobody had really finished leaving. My mom's boyfriend told me the former owner had to relocate overseas very suddenly and just left a lot behind. I remember thinking that sounded strange, but I didn't push it. I was just glad my family had landed somewhere stable and nice. He even told me I could take some of the leftover kitchen stuff to school with me, and at that age, that felt like a weird little jackpot. Now, I've always been someone who stays up later than everyone else. Most nights, as I was drifting off, I'd hear footsteps upstairs. I assumed it was just my mom's boyfriend moving around, so I never thought much of it. Then I left for college near the end of summer, and nothing especially strange happened before that. A few months later, I came back home for winter break. One night, sometime around midnight, I was in bed in that basement room when I heard someone coming down the stairs. I sat up right away because I thought it was my mom's boyfriend. My mom was at work, and my younger brother was asleep in another room downstairs. As far as I knew, we were the only ones in the house. The basement was dark, nearly pitch black, so I was just staring toward the staircase, trying to make out who was there. And then the lights started changing. They were on a dimmer, and they began slowly fading up and down, over and over. Not snapping on, not flickering like a normal bulb, just brightening and dimming in this slow, eerie rhythm. But there was no one on the stairs. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I was absolutely terrified. I pulled the covers over my head like I was a little kid again. And I know this part could have been fear messing with me, but I swear the room felt suddenly cold, like the heat had dropped out for a few minutes. I was shaking. I was crying. I don't think I've ever felt that level of fear before or since. Eventually, I managed to calm myself down a little, but I never looked again. I stayed under those blankets for the rest of the night, completely frozen, until at some point I finally fell asleep. She and her boyfriend looked at each other in this way that made my stomach drop before either of them even said a word. Then my mom said, very gently, "I didn't want to tell you because we thought it would scare you." And then she told me the truth. The previous owner of the townhouse had died by suicide there. Not somewhere vague in the house, not just on the property, in the bedroom. And the bed frame from that room was the one my mother had kept and was sleeping in. She told me it was fine because she'd replaced the mattress, which, honestly, was not comforting information in the slightest. I can't even explain what that felt like. It wasn't just fear. It was this horrible combination of shock, betrayal, and disbelief. I had been living there without knowing. I'd had this experience in the night, and then the very next morning, I found out something devastating had happened in that home and had been deliberately kept from me. Years later, because the whole thing started circling back in my mind again, I looked up the townhouse online. That's when I found out my mom and her boyfriend had bought it way under market value, something like tens of thousands below what it should have sold for. Suddenly that part made a lot more sense too. And then, as if the whole story wasn't already heavy enough, about a year after they bought the place, my mom's boyfriend also died there. He had cancer, but he'd ignored the symptoms until it had reached a very late stage. After he passed, there was a dispute over the house with his adult children, and we ended up having to move out. My mom had even contributed some of her savings toward the place, but her name was never added to the deed. So when I look back on that house, it's tangled up with a lot. Fear, grief, secrecy, instability. Maybe what happened that night really was just some electrical issue. Maybe the dimmer switch malfunctioned. Maybe the heat cutting out was in my head. I can admit that. I can leave room for the ordinary explanation. But I know what I heard. I heard footsteps coming down those stairs. And even if there was a perfectly logical reason for every part of it, finding out the very next morning what had happened in that home changed the memory forever. Once you learn something like that, it gets stitched into the night itself. I want to start by saying this as honestly as I can. I still don't know whether what happened to me was some strange coincidence, a trick of the mind, or something I'll never fully be able to explain. When I was about 9, our house already had this heavy feeling to it. Weird little things happened often enough that they stopped feeling random. My parents were both deeply religious. They were raised Catholic, went to Catholic school, and my dad had even served at church when he was younger. Faith was a big part of our home, so whenever something strange happened, it always seemed to land a little harder. One of the first moments I can clearly remember happened in the kitchen. My room was down the hallway in this one-story house we lived in, and one evening, my mom screamed so loudly that my brother and I came running, thinking she'd burned herself or that somebody had gotten into the house. But when we got there, she was just standing there frozen, holding an oven mitt, looking terrified in a way I had never seen before. She told us that while she was taking dinner out of the oven, she saw someone standing behind her in the reflection of the stainless steel door. Then, almost immediately, she tried to brush it off. She said she was tired, that maybe she'd imagined it, but I could tell she didn't believe that herself. A few months later, just before my 10th birthday, something happened that I still think about all the time. I remember the timing because my dad had been teasing me non-stop about finally hitting double digits. It had been a completely ordinary night. Everyone said goodnight, and I went to bed like usual. At that point, I always slept with my bedroom door open because we had just gotten a dog. He liked to curl up in my room for a while, then get restless and wander across the hall to my parents' room. That night, I was in that half-asleep state where you're drifting, but still faintly aware of what's going on around you. Then I heard the floorboards creak just outside my room, the same way they did when my dad would stop there to check on me. It caught my attention right away, because both my parents had already said goodnight not long before that. So I opened my eyes. My head was turned toward the upper corner of the wall beside my bed, and there, hovering where the wall met the ceiling, was this dark, shapeless mass. Not just a shadow, not darkness from the room. It looked like a hole, like something black and hollow hanging in the corner less than a few feet away from me. I remember trying to sit up, and that's when the panic hit. I couldn't move. I couldn't call out. I couldn't do anything. Then, out of that black shape, this long, thin hand reached toward me. Its fingers were narrow, its nails dull and gray, and when it touched the center of my forehead, everything went black. Now that I'm older, I know sleep paralysis is real. I know the body can do frightening things when the brain is caught between sleeping and waking. But what still unsettles me most is what came after. I had what felt like a dream, but it didn't feel like a dream. I was floating in this endless white space, completely silent, with no walls, no floor, no sky. In the middle of it all was a crib, and inside it was a newborn baby. Around the crib stood several elderly men dressed all in white, just staring down at the baby. And somehow, without anyone saying a word, I knew the baby was me. Then, I started falling. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my room. At first, I thought it was over. I tried to sit up and go get my mom. But then I realized I wasn't alone. There were figures standing around my bed, one on each side and one at the foot. They were all staring at me. They had glowing white eyes, their mouths hanging open, and what terrified me most was that they all looked the same. Not exactly human, not exactly ghostly either, just wrong in a way that's hard to describe. I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could and pushed myself backward, staring at the one at the end of the bed. Then I heard movement from across the hall, the sound of my parents getting up and rushing toward me. The second I turned my head toward the doorway, the figures were gone. My parents told me it was just a nightmare. They tried to calm me down, tried to explain it away. But I was already sitting upright when they came in, fully awake, exactly as I had been when those things were standing there. For months after that, I could barely sleep. I refused to be in that room alone at night, and the strange little things in that house never really stopped. They kept happening on and off for years, right up until I moved out. Then came the part that shook me all over again. 2 nights ago, on my 22nd birthday, I was in the kitchen making lunch while my boyfriend was napping. After a while, he came out looking pale and unsettled. He told me he'd had the same disturbing dream twice, once during the night and then again during his nap. He said that in the dream, he was walking through the living room toward our bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw 3 women with bright white eyes standing over me while I slept. He said they were just staring down at my body. Then all 3 of them slowly turned to look at him, and before he could move, the bedroom door slammed shut in his face and he jolted awake. The second he told me that, my stomach dropped, because I had never told him the full story before. When I finally did, piece by piece, we both just sat there feeling sick. Maybe there's an explanation for all of it. Maybe there are several explanations. But hearing someone else describe something so close to what I saw as a child brought all of it rushing back. And honestly, that's why I'm telling you this now, because I still don't know what to make of it. I just know it felt real then, and somehow, after all these years, it feels real again. I want to tell you about something that happened in my parents' old house in the English countryside in Herefordshire. It was one of those beautiful old houses that had clearly grown bit by bit over the centuries. The oldest section dated back before Tudor times, and right beside it was an old spring well, covered with a metal grate and half hidden under thick ivy. The house had 4 bedrooms. 3 were clustered together, and then there was this one extra room at the end of a short corridor, looking out over the old well. That was the spare room. It was small and old-fashioned, with a narrow double bed, dark wooden furniture, and floral curtains that made it feel warm and welcoming. It was always the room guests ended up in when family came to stay. I was probably in my late 20s when this happened. I'd gone to stay with my parents for the weekend, and since my old childhood bedroom had been turned into a dressing room and bathroom for my mother, I was sleeping in the spare room. That night, I got ready for bed, climbed under the covers, switched on the bedside lamp, and started reading. I was sitting up against the pillows, completely awake, completely clear-headed, when I felt something lightly take hold of my arm just above the elbow and give it a small tug. I barely reacted. I honestly thought it must have been some strange muscle spasm or a twitch. But then it happened again. It wasn't rough or frightening. It felt gentle, almost as though someone was trying to get my attention, like they wanted me to come with them. I still wasn't scared. I was wide awake. I hadn't even started drifting off, and because I simply didn't believe in ghosts, I kept trying to explain it away. So I just carried on reading. Then, a little while later, I felt a kiss on my cheek. Even then, I wasn't terrified, more puzzled than anything else. I couldn't explain it, but I was certain there had to be some ordinary reason. So I said nothing about it for years. Then one Christmas, we were all sitting around the table telling ghost stories. My father was there, and he was the last person you'd expect to entertain that sort of thing. He'd been a solicitor all his life, very practical, very measured, not a man given to fantasy. So when it came to his turn, we all assumed he'd laugh it off or refuse to join in. But he didn't. He said that every now and then, if he came to bed very late, my mother would tell him to sleep in the spare room instead. He used to stay up downstairs with a glass of wine, listening to opera at full volume in his study, so apparently this happened often enough. Then he told us that one night, while sleeping in that room, he woke and saw a young woman standing at the foot of the bed. He said she didn't seem threatening at all. In fact, he felt more curious than afraid. She remained there for a while, and the experience stayed with him. He had told my mother about it at the time, but he'd never mentioned it to anyone else. The moment he said it, I thought of my own experience in that room. A few years later, I was having lunch at my half-brother's house, and my father was there too. My brother hadn't been at that Christmas gathering, so he'd never heard any of this. Out of nowhere, he started talking about the one and only time he'd ever seen a ghost. He said it happened when he was staying in the spare room at my parents' old house. My father and I just looked at each other. Out of the 3 people in the family who had slept in that room, every single one of us had some kind of encounter. And that, more than anything, is the part I still can't quite explain. I need to tell you about something that's been sitting heavy on my mind, because I still can't explain it. A couple of nights ago, around 2:30 in the morning, I heard a child laughing. Not just any laugh either. It was the exact same laugh I heard about a decade ago, and the second I heard it again, I froze. I knew that sound immediately. The first time it happened, I was staying overnight at a friend's old farmhouse in North Carolina. The place always felt wrong to me. I can't explain it in a neat or logical way, but every time I slept there, I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me. The house stood way out in the countryside, surrounded by acres of land, and it carried a lot of history with it. People said there were old burial sites from the Civil War scattered across the property, and the whole place had this deep, unsettling heaviness to it. That night, close to dawn, I heard a child laughing outside on the lawn. The next morning, I asked my friend's mother if there had been any children outside early that morning. She looked at me like I was crazy and said no. There weren't any young kids in the family, and none of the nearby homes had children that age either. What made it even stranger was the laugh itself. It didn't sound modern, if that makes sense. It had this oddly old-fashioned quality to it, almost like it belonged to another time. And now, 10 years later, I'm living in France, in an apartment, nowhere near that farmhouse, nowhere near that life, and I heard it again. Same laugh. Same eerie feeling. Same certainty. I've gone over every possible explanation I can think of. The TV wasn't on. My neighbors don't have children. No one would have been outside at that hour, especially not right near my bedroom. And even if someone had been making noise somewhere in the building, this sound was too distinct, too familiar. I know what I heard, and I know it was the same laugh. That's the part I can't stop thinking about. Why would something reach out that way? Why laughter? And why come back after all this time, in a completely different country, as if time and distance don't matter at all? These experiences have honestly started to change the way I think about reality. I keep wondering whether there are things we barely understand, things that don't follow the rules we assume are fixed. Maybe for some presence, time isn't linear. Maybe places and people stay connected in ways we can't see. I don't know. I just know that when I heard that laugh again, it felt less like a memory and more like something had found me. I want to tell you about something that happened to my family for years, and even now, I still cannot fully explain it. When I was around 12 to 16, sometime between 2007 and 2011, my family moved into a newly built house in a fresh subdivision out in the Midwest. Back then, people were not really tossing around words like skinwalker the way they do now. Most people I knew had never even heard of that kind of thing. If anything, the closest idea I had was something like a doppelganger, and even that felt more like an old story than something that could actually touch real life. But in that house, something strange kept happening to us. I would be home alone after school while my parents were out and my sister was at practice, just in my room doing normal kid stuff, and then I would hear the front door open. I would hear it shut. Then I would hear a familiar voice call out, plain as day, "Abby, I'm home." And I mean, clear, natural, exactly the way my family really sounded. So I would get up, head downstairs, expecting to see my mom or dad standing there, and there would be nobody. No one in the house, no car in the driveway, nothing. One moment that really stuck with me happened when I was in my room and heard my mom call from just across the hall. "Hey, Abby, come here for a second." It caught my attention because I was pretty sure she was not even home. But the voice sounded so real, so close, that I stepped out anyway and walked into my parents' room. Empty. No one there. And the strangest part is, I barely reacted. I just remember thinking, seriously? Again? And going right back to what I was doing. After a while, I finally asked my family if anything like that had ever happened to them. I expected them to laugh it off, but instead they all said yes. Every one of them. They had been hearing it too. My dad would hear one of us calling for him when the house was empty. My sister would hear someone say her name from another room. My mom would hear one of us say things like, "Can you come help me?" Or, "Come here for a minute." It was never just a random noise or a vague impression. It was full sentences, familiar voices. the kind you do not question because they sound completely normal in the moment. Stuff like, "Abby, come downstairs, I need your help." "Hey Hallie, come here a sec." "Andy, I'm back." And every time, whoever heard it would go looking, only to realize no one had actually said anything at all. What is almost funny about it now is that none of us were really scared. Not then, and not even much later. It never felt threatening. It never came with footsteps, shadows, cold spots, or anything else dramatic. It was just this one deeply weird thing that kept happening over and over in that house. Then we moved, and it stopped. Completely. That is what makes it stay with me. 4 years in one house, constant enough that we all noticed it, and then nothing before that house. Nothing after it. The home was brand new, and the land had a long history before development, first as open hunting ground, and later as farmland before the subdivision went in. I do not know whether that means anything. Maybe it does, maybe it does not. For a long time, I did not even find it creepy. It was only later, when people started talking more openly about mimics and other folklore, that I looked back on it differently. Even so, I am not claiming I know what it was. I am not even sure it fits any one label. I just know this. For years, in that house, my family kept hearing each other speak when the person speaking was not there. I wanted to tell you about the woman we think still shares our house with us. We call her Janessa. My partner and I bought this place years before we had kids. We were just a happy young couple, excited to have our first home together. What we did not know at the time was that a woman had passed away here, right in the kitchen. We only learned that later from one of the neighbors, who said she had been the one to find her. In the beginning, every strange thing rattled us. We would jump, panic, second-guess ourselves, all of it. But after we had children, the activities seemed to soften. It never completely stopped, though. It just changed. It started to feel less frightening and more like she was still around, keeping an eye on things. The first thing I really remember was the backyard floodlights. The neighbors told us Janessa had loved dogs, and when we moved in, we had 2 big goofy ones of our own. I never used the floodlights when I let them out, only the porch light. But over and over again, I would bring the dogs back inside, check the yard, lock up, and head toward the stairs. From the landing, there is this little window where you can see out back, and somehow, the floodlights would be on. Every time I went back down, the switch would be flipped. I replaced switches, outlets, all of it, convinced there had to be some wiring issue. It still happened. Then there was the envelope. About a year after we moved in, after we had already remodeled the kitchen, we came downstairs one morning and found a small, cream-colored envelope sitting right on the counter. Inside were old lockbox keys. They had not been there the night before. We were sure of it. Janessa had apparently been a hoarder, and the house had gone through a full clean-out before we ever bought it, so finding anything new was strange enough. But this? It felt impossible. We ended up tracking down the estate lawyer and turning the keys over. She told us she thought everything had already been settled, and those keys were completely unknown to them. One of the strangest moments happened during a rough week for my partner. Years before we bought this house, we were in a serious car accident, and she has dealt with migraines ever since. One Saturday morning, I was downstairs making breakfast while she was getting ready to meet some friends. A minute later, she shouted for me. I ran upstairs, and she was standing in the bathroom pointing at her makeup bag on the vanity. Sitting neatly on top of it was a prescription bottle of pain pills with Janessa's name on it. There was nowhere it could have fallen from. Nothing above it, nothing nearby. It was just there. And then there was our son's nursery. We turned a room just off our bedroom into his room, and the neighbors told us that Janessa used to spend hours in that very space, sitting by the window and watching the neighborhood kids play outside. One night, while I was putting our son down to sleep, the whole room went cold. Not just chilly, that deep, prickly cold that makes every hair on your arm stand up. We had installed a hardwired nightlight in there, and for whatever reason, I decided to speak out loud. I asked, "Janessa, if you're here, can you turn the light off?" And it went off. I stood there frozen for a second, then asked, "Can you turn it back on?" It came back on. So I swallowed hard and asked, "Are you here tonight to watch over the baby?" The light clicked off. Then I asked, "Do you mean us no harm?" And the light came back on. After that, the room did not feel scary anymore. It felt quiet, gentle even. But honestly, we are not afraid of her anymore. Since the kids came along, everything has calmed down a lot. We have come to feel like she is not trying to scare us. It is more like she never really left the home she loved. At this point, we think of her less like a ghost and more like an unseen guardian, still lingering in the corners, still watching over the house, and maybe, in her own way, watching over our family too. This happened back in 2021 at my grandmother's house. It was an old villa with a garden, the kind of place that seemed to carry its history in the walls. The house was around 90 years old, maybe even older. It had originally belonged to a wealthy man who, from what I'd heard, had a servant and a dog. My family bought the place sometime in the 1940s, I think. I spent a huge part of my childhood there with my grandma and my cousins, and for most of my life, I never experienced anything strange in that house. Not until I was 19. It started on a Thursday night, which was usually when the whole family gathered there. The house was full of voices, laughter, people moving from room to room, the usual warm chaos. But as the night went on, everyone slowly left. By the end of it, the only ones still in the house were me, my parents, my sisters, my 3 little cousins, and my grandmother, may she rest in peace. At some point, my parents and sisters said they were going to visit another relative who lived nearby. They told me they'd come back to pick me up later. I was exhausted, so I decided to stay behind and get a little sleep while I waited. My 3 younger cousins had gone upstairs to the top floor of the villa, where another family was living, to play with their kids. So downstairs, it was just me and my grandmother. The whole house had gone quiet. My grandmother had fallen asleep in the living room, and I went into one of the rooms to rest. I lay down with one pillow under my head and another heavy one over my face, just to block out the light and help me sleep. About 10 minutes later, my parents called and said they were going to be a little later than expected. I told them that was fine, hung up, and settled back down. Maybe 5 minutes after that, I felt the pillow on top of my head start to rise, very slowly. Not jerked away, not dropped. Lifted gently, carefully, like someone was trying to peek underneath without waking me. And the thing is, I was awake. I felt it happen. I knew it was happening, but in that moment, I told myself it must be my grandmother checking on me. So I stayed still and kept pretending to sleep. The pillow stayed lifted for several seconds, long enough for me to notice how strange it felt. Then it was placed back down over my face. A couple of seconds later, I said, "What do you want, Grandma?" Nothing. No answer at all. So I pulled the pillow off and looked around. The room was dark. The door was shut. And that's when my stomach dropped, because that door was old, really old. It always creaked loudly when it opened or closed. You couldn't use it quietly even if you tried. But I hadn't heard a single sound. I started reciting a prayer and forced myself to get up and walk through the dark. I left the room and checked the house, thinking maybe someone had come back without me noticing, but no one had. The house was completely still, and my grandmother was fast asleep in the living room. I even woke her up and asked if she had come into my room, even though deep down I already knew what her answer would be. She looked at me, confused and sleepy, and said, "No, you're the one who just woke me up." To this day, I still can't explain what happened that night. I've replayed it in my mind so many times, and nothing makes sense. All I know is that something lifted that pillow, and it definitely wasn't my grandma. Honestly, I still believe it was a ghost. I used to work as a blood bank technologist, which meant I was one of the people in the hospital lab testing patients' blood, confirming blood types, and preparing units for anyone who needed them fast. For about 5 years, I worked at a busy Level 1 trauma center, mostly on the overnight shift. Some nights were calm enough to breathe. Other nights were so intense I barely had a second to sit down because something had gone sideways in surgery or a trauma case had rolled in. Our lab sat in a strange little pocket of the hospital, right between the operating rooms and two of the busiest ICUs. The emergency department was a couple floors below us. It was a big lab too, long and open, split into sections by half walls that were just high enough to create blind spots, but low enough that you could still see across most of the room. We usually stayed in the front section, and the supervisor's offices were all the way in the back. Their office lights worked on motion sensors. On slower nights, we would dim the place down or switch the lights off completely just to rest our eyes for a while. Sometimes, one of us would even try to sneak a few quiet minutes of rest between calls. I'd never had any kind of ghost story before that job. Never seen anything strange. Never felt like I believed in that kind of thing. But there was one night I still can't explain. The entrance to the lab had a set of doors that could create a wind tunnel if they weren't all lined up the same way. If one door was open and another wasn't, papers would start lifting and sliding everywhere. My coworker Mason stepped out to grab something to eat downstairs, and before he left, he shut the door behind him so that wouldn't happen. A few minutes later, I suddenly felt that familiar rush of air. Then I heard it. Papers skittering and lifting off my desk. It was loud enough that I immediately assumed someone had opened the door. Nurses came by our lab all the time, so I got up, already half ready to apologize for the mess and ask what they needed. But when I looked up, the doors were still shut. No one was there, not a single person. I just stood there for a second, trying to make sense of it. Then I heard a chair move in the back part of the lab, behind one of those half walls. I looked across the room into the darker section, and that's when I saw it. A shadow. Tall. Unnaturally tall. It rose like someone standing up from a chair, except whatever I was looking at was easily over 6 feet, maybe closer to 7. I froze. My whole body went cold. I called out Mason's name, thinking maybe somehow he'd come back without me noticing. It didn't answer. It didn't move. And then, without even thinking, I heard myself say, "Go back upstairs." The second I said it, the figure shifted to the right, toward the end of the wall, and then it was gone. Just gone. Right after that, one of the motion sensor office lights in the back clicked on by itself. It stayed on for the rest of the night. When Mason came back, I told him what had happened. We both tried to get the light to turn off, thinking maybe the sensor was malfunctioning, or maybe there was some ordinary explanation, but it wouldn't. It stayed lit until morning like something was still standing there. I tried to tell myself I was exhausted, that maybe I was more tired than I realized. But what unsettled me was how specific it all felt. It wasn't vague. It wasn't a flicker in the corner of my eye. It was a sequence of things, one after another, clear enough that I can still replay them perfectly. So, I've had a handful of strange experiences in my life, but this one is the most recent, and honestly, it still unsettles me whenever I think about it. A little while ago, my partner and I took a trip to Derbyshire and decided to spend a day in Eyam. You might know it as the Plague Village. It's one of those places where history doesn't just sit quietly in books, it seems to cling to the air around you. The people there made this incredible sacrifice during the plague to stop it spreading further, and walking through the village, you can really feel the weight of that. It was late July, bright and hot. One of those days with a sky so blue it almost doesn't look real. We spent hours wandering through the village, reading the plaques outside the cottages, and learning about the families who had lived there. Everything looked peaceful, even beautiful, but the whole place carried this strange feeling I couldn't shake. It was very quiet, hardly anyone around, and yet I kept getting the sense that we weren't alone, like unseen eyes were following us wherever we went. After we'd spent some time at the churchyard, which felt especially heavy given everything that happened there, we decided to walk out to the boundary stone. That was the place where food and supplies were once left for the villagers after they cut themselves off from surrounding areas. The walkout was gorgeous. There was this narrow path running through open fields, with rolling countryside stretching out in every direction. It should have felt peaceful, and in a way it did, but there was also something deeply moving about it. When we reached the stone, we sat for a while, read the information board, and just took it all in. Standing there, it was easy to imagine the people from centuries ago making that same journey, carrying fear, grief, and determination all at once. After a bit, I said we should probably head back because the heat was getting intense and there wasn't much shelter. On the way out, we'd been chatting about everything we'd read, especially about one woman from the village, a woman named Emmeline, who had made those trips for supplies again and again because she had not fallen ill. But on the way back, we both went quiet. It felt like the kind of silence that comes when a place really gets under your skin. At some point, I ended up quite a bit ahead of my partner on the path. When I got near the gate at the top of the field, where the path led back toward the village, I stopped in a patch of shade to wait for her. I turned and looked back down the hill, just taking in the view, and that's when I saw her walking toward me. But she wasn't alone. There was a woman behind her. At first, I was just confused. We hadn't seen anyone else out there, and there weren't any other obvious paths nearby. So I thought maybe someone had come from farther beyond the stone, and we just hadn't noticed. But then I realized something was wrong. I couldn't see the woman clearly, not fully. It was like she was walking so closely behind my partner that from where I stood, I could only make out part of her, maybe half her figure, keeping exactly the same pace. I remember looking away for a second, scanning the field, then looking back, and she was still there. Still following. Still half hidden behind my partner as they walked. And then my partner reached the gate. She walked past me. Only her. No one else. My partner looked at me confused and asked what was wrong, and I asked her where the woman behind her had gone. She had no idea what I was talking about. She said she hadn't heard anyone, hadn't sensed anyone physically there. But then she told me something that made the whole thing even stranger. The entire walk back, she'd been thinking deeply about Emmeline, the woman we had read about, imagining her making that same journey over and over again, collecting bread and supplies for the village. My partner still believes she somehow connected with her in that moment, that she was walking so closely in her footsteps that I caught a glimpse of something I wasn't really meant to see. I can't explain it. I still don't know what I saw, but even now, telling you this, I can feel that same chill creeping up the back of my neck. So I've been making that Portland to San Jose commute for work for a long time now. Sometimes I fly down and back in a single day, and sometimes I stay for 2 or 3 nights. Most of the time, I book those practical business hotels near whatever office I'm visiting, which usually makes life easy, but not exactly memorable. On one trip last year, though, I decided to do something different. I thought, why not stay downtown for once? Somewhere I could actually walk out and find dinner instead of being stranded in an office park. I'd always loved staying at the Westin in San Francisco, so when I found a decent rate at the Westin in San Jose, I booked it right away. I was expecting that same old-world charm, something historic and polished. Instead, when I got there, it felt a little more tired than elegant. Not awful, just worn in a way I hadn't expected. That evening, I ate downstairs at the Italian restaurant bar, and honestly, it was forgettable at best. After that, I headed up to my room and called it a night. Now, I'm not really someone who goes looking for ghost stories or signs or anything like that. But I've had experiences over the years that I can't neatly explain away. I've had dreams about my mom that felt more real than dreams usually do. I've woken up with that unmistakable feeling that she'd somehow been there with me. And once, years ago, I had what I can only describe as a visitation from something that spoke to me about her, about where she was, about the afterlife. It described this peaceful place like a whitewashed Greek village above the sea, where nobody worked, nobody needed money, and souls just existed in peace together. What happened that night was nothing like that. I woke up the next morning shaken, deeply sad, and honestly scared in a way I don't usually get from dreams. At first I tried to brush it off as a terrible nightmare in an unfamiliar hotel, but it stayed with me. In the dream, I had found, or maybe been led to, some hidden part of the hotel. It looked like a huge empty recreation room, almost like an old indoor pool or concrete gym. No windows, cold walls, no light except enough to see shapes. To get inside, I had to crawl through this tiny door. And once I was in there were children. There were so many of them, and I had this immediate sense that they had been there for an impossibly long time. They were talking to me, asking me not to leave, asking me to stay and play with them, asking me to bring them toys. And then, inside the dream, I understood something horrible. These weren't living children. They were children who had died, somehow, sometime, and they were trapped there. Not angry, not violent, just unbearably sad and lonely. They wanted company. They wanted comfort. They wanted someone to remember them. The feeling in that place was overwhelming. Not just fear, but grief, dread, helplessness. It felt heavy, like the whole room was soaked in sorrow. When I woke up, I didn't linger. I showered, packed my bag, and got out of that hotel as fast as I could. I ended up at the airport ridiculously early, just because I couldn't stand the thought of staying there another minute. That's when they found out the Westin is in the old St. Clair Hotel building, and apparently it has a reputation for being one of the more haunted places in San Jose. There were stories from other guests about disturbing nightmares, unexplained experiences, and even sightings of a young bride who supposedly appears to people staying there. So maybe it really was just a night terror in an old hotel with a spooky reputation, and later, I connected dots that didn't mean anything. That's possible. I know that's possible. But I'll tell you this. Even now, part of me still thinks about those kids. And part of me still wonders whether somebody ought to bring them a few toys. You know, when we moved into this house last August, we were so excited. It's about 20 years old, full of character, and right away it felt like a place we could really make our own. We learned that a few families had lived here before us, and one of our neighbors told us about the very first couple. They had the house built for their retirement, which already made the place feel a little meaningful to me. But then he told us the husband got sick not long after they moved in and passed away from cancer. His wife stayed in the house for a while after that, and then she passed away too, there in the home. It was sad to hear, and it gave the house this quiet sense of history. Still, my husband and I absolutely fell in love with it. We started updating things almost right away. We redid the floors, replaced some of the kitchen appliances, painted a few rooms, just little things here and there to freshen it up. Not long after the new flooring went in, my husband, Daniel, noticed a dime on the kitchen floor. He didn't think much of it at the time and just tossed it into the change bowl. Then a few weeks later, something odd happened to me. I have this habit of keeping my lip balm in the same bathroom drawer every single day. One morning, I went to grab it and it was gone. I checked everywhere, all over the bathroom, in my bag, on the nightstand, even in the kitchen for some reason. I asked Daniel if he'd moved it, and he said no. We left the house for a while, and when we came back, there it was, sitting right in the middle of the bathroom counter, like it had been placed there neatly for me. Both of us had been in and out of that bathroom before leaving, and I know for a fact it wasn't there. Then, maybe 2 weeks after that, I woke up early and went into the kitchen to start the kettle. As soon as I stepped in, I saw a coin on the floor. At first, I thought it was another dime, but when I picked it up, it was actually a small foreign coin I'd never seen before. I asked Daniel if maybe it had fallen out of a pocket, or if he'd gotten it in change somewhere, but he said definitely not. He hadn't used cash in days. We also have one of those robot vacuums that had cleaned the kitchen the night before, and he always empties it after it runs, so it wasn't like the coin had been hiding in there and got dropped out later. We were both completely puzzled. At that point, I started joking, sort of, that maybe the house was haunted. Or maybe not joking. I told Daniel maybe all the remodeling had stirred something up. He rolled his eyes a little and said there had to be a normal explanation, but I could tell even he was running out of ideas. Then last night, everything sort of clicked into place. We were pulling into the driveway and saw our neighbor outside, so we walked over to say hello and wish him a happy new year. Somehow the conversation turned to the weird things that had been happening in the house. That's when Daniel told him something he hadn't even mentioned to me yet. He said that one morning he came downstairs and found 2 framed pictures from the living room sitting on the floor. Not shattered, not knocked over randomly, just down on the floor. And he also said the laundry room door had opened by itself one day, and he couldn't figure out how it could have happened. So then I told our neighbor about the coins. I even said, please don't think I'm crazy, but I do believe some houses hold on to people's energy. And instead of laughing at me, he smiled and said he believed in that kind of thing too. Then he said, very casually, you know, the first man who lived here, Martin, was a serious coin collector. Let me tell you about something that happened to us recently, because honestly, I think saying it out loud helps me make sense of it. A couple weekends ago, my wife, her brother, his wife, and I took a little trip to Jefferson, Texas for some ghost hunting. We'd been looking forward to it for a while, and for the first night, we booked rooms at the Jefferson Hotel, which has quite a reputation if you're into haunted places. My wife and I stayed in room 4, and her brother and his wife were just down the hall in room 5. Right from the start, it felt like a great experience. The owner was incredibly welcoming and genuinely loved the history of the place. You could tell this hotel meant something to him. He even offered to walk us through a few of the empty rooms and told us we were free to explore the halls as late as we wanted. He laughed and said he was usually awake until nearly dawn anyway, which somehow made the whole thing feel even more surreal and exciting. After that, we went back to our room for a short rest, then started our investigation close to midnight. We stayed up until around 4 in the morning. We had all our gear with us: spirit box, audio recorder, EMF detector, motion lights, cat balls, camcorder, the whole setup. We also used the Estes method, with one person cut off from outside sounds while listening through headphones, and we actually got some responses that felt surprisingly direct. We caught a lot of little light anomalies too. At one point, a teenage boy who was celebrating his birthday at the hotel got curious and joined in for a bit, and he absolutely loved it. That whole first night felt eerie, but in a fun, almost unforgettable kind of way. The second night was completely different. We stayed at the Excelsior in room 215, the room tied to that old story about filmmaker Steven Spielman, or at least that's how it was told to us, where he supposedly left in the middle of the night after something in the room turned aggressive. Whether that story is true or not, it definitely added to the mood. We spent the evening walking downtown, had a really good dinner, and then went back to the room to begin investigating around 11. At first, things felt normal enough. We got a few strange responses through the spirit box, and there were a couple of odd lights on camera that seemed to show up more than once. But after a while, the tone shifted. We started hearing what sounded like a male voice repeatedly asking for permission, over and over. And whenever we tried to ask questions or set any boundaries, the response kept coming back as no. It changed the atmosphere in the room fast. My brother-in-law's wife got deeply uncomfortable and asked if we could stop, and I agreed immediately. At that point, it didn't feel worth pushing anyone past their limits. Before bed, she wanted to cleanse the room. I wasn't really comfortable with that, but I went along with it because everyone was already on edge, and we were all staying together in the same room with 2 beds. That night, none of us slept well. The beds were stiff. People kept waking up, going to the bathroom, turning over, trying to get comfortable. It was somewhere around 3:30 in the morning when things got bad. I was lying there trying to fall asleep when I suddenly felt the sheet being pulled down my body, from my chest all the way to my ankles. Before I could even fully react, my ears started ringing hard, and this intense static-like sensation rushed through me. I don't really know how else to describe it. It felt electrical, heavy, wrong. I've had one other experience in my life that I can only describe as an attack, and this felt disturbingly similar. My wife woke up and knew immediately something was very wrong. She started trying to calm me down, touching my arm, talking to me, grounding me. After a few moments that felt much longer than they probably were, whatever it was stopped. Just like that, it let go. I was shaken badly. I was trembling, couldn't get my words out right, and I just sat there trying to understand what had happened. After a little while, I got up, took a shower, got sick, and then said out loud that we would leave peacefully in the morning and that I wanted to be left alone for the rest of the night. Nothing else happened after that. At least, not that we noticed. We left the next morning, and even now I'm still unsettled by it. I know some people will hear this and think it was sleep paralysis, stress, or exhaustion, and maybe that's fair. I can't prove what it was. I only know how real it felt in that moment. And honestly, sharing it like this makes me feel a little less alone with it. Let me tell you something that stayed in my family for years. This happened sometime in the mid-1980s, out in a remote part of rural Quebec, Canada. My mom was still young then, and one winter night she was riding home with her family after spending the evening at her grandmother's house. It was late, probably close to 9:30, and the weather was terrible. Snow was coming down so heavily that the road ahead kept disappearing into white. Out there in the countryside, with no streetlights and woods on every side, The darkness felt endless. Then, without warning, my grandfather's car died. At first he thought it was the battery. He tried what he could, but nothing worked. They were stranded on the side of the road with no one around, no nearby houses, and no easy way to get help. He was just about ready to give up and call for a tow when headlights appeared behind them. An old pickup truck pulled over. Inside was a man none of them recognized. My mom always described him in a way that made him unforgettable. He had a dark complexion, wore worn cowboy clothes and an old hat, and spoke with an accent that sounded old-fashioned, almost from another time. But what marked my grandfather most were his eyes. He said they were so dark they almost didn't seem real. The man asked, very calmly, if they needed help. And he was kind. That's the strange part. He didn't act threatening at all. He helped my grandfather get the car going again, like it was nothing. When my grandfather reached for some money to thank him, the man refused. He told him that helping them was an honor. Then he got back into his truck and drove off. But my grandfather was unsettled. He knew that area well. It was a lonely stretch of road deep in the woods, and he had never seen that man before. So he decided to follow the pickup for a little while, just to see where he lived. And then something happened that no one in my family has ever been able to explain. The truck simply vanished. My grandfather slammed on the brakes because he thought maybe the man had gone off the road, but there was nothing there. No crash, no turnoff, no driveway. And the strangest part was that the tire tracks in the snow stopped abruptly, as if the truck had just disappeared into thin air. After that night, no one they asked had ever seen a man like him. No one knew who he was. That would have been the end of it, maybe just a strange roadside mystery, except it wasn't. A few months later, my grandmother had an experience that terrified her. She was in the shower one evening, washing her hair with her eyes closed. When she opened them, she saw that same man standing there with her. She said he looked dark, almost like a shadow shaped into a person. She ran out immediately, shaken to the core. Later on, my mom had a similar experience. Then my aunt did too. It seemed like, for whatever reason, this presence only appeared to the women in the family. At some points, they even felt as though he tried to touch them. My mom used to warn me about him when I was younger, and even saying that out loud still gives me chills. She would call him the cowboy man. Over time, my mother tried to cope by ignoring him, pretending he wasn't there, refusing to give him power. But she always said he never truly went away. And that's the story as it was told to me. What unsettles me most is that it didn't begin as something cruel. He helped them. He was gentle. He asked for nothing. But somehow, from that snowy night on, it was as if something followed my family home. I was about 16 when this happened, and at the time, I could not stop thinking about the girl I had seen in my room before. I kept wondering who she was, and part of me felt this pull to try to reach her somehow. I had always heard that messing with that kind of thing was dangerous, that it was not something you should treat like a game, but curiosity got the better of us. So one night, my friend and I decided to try using a Ouija board. We were alone in the house. It was a big old place, standing by itself with a huge garden around it, and when nobody else was there, it always felt even bigger somehow. We chose to sit in the oldest section of the house, the part that dated back to the 1870s. I had not seen the girl there before, but for some reason it felt better than going back to the exact room where I had seen her. The room itself had this heavy, old feeling to it. High ceilings, dark wooden beams, tall windows with thick curtains, all of it. We had music playing softly in the background, candles burning all around us, and the fireplace was lit, filling the room with that warm, crackling sound that usually makes you feel safe. We set the board down on this long wooden table, At the far end were some books, a couple of laptops, and a speaker. At first, nothing happened. We tried a few times, asked a few questions, waited, looked at each other, and honestly, we were close to giving up. Then suddenly, the glass under our fingers turned freezing cold. I still remember that feeling so clearly. It was like the cold moved straight into my hands. I looked up at my friend, and he was staring at me with the same shocked expression I must have had on my face. So I asked, "Is anyone here with us?" And very slowly, the glass moved to yes. I remember turning to my friend right away, almost ready to accuse him of pushing it, but the look on his face stopped me. He looked genuinely frightened. That was the moment it hit me that whatever was happening, neither of us felt in control of it. We kept asking questions. We asked her name, her age, when she died. The answers came through one by one. Her name was Annie. She was 10 years old. She had died on July 31st, 1874. Then I asked the question that really shook me. I asked, "Where did I see you before?" And the answer came back. Bedroom. That was the point where my stomach just dropped. Then my friend asked if he could ask something, and I said yes. He looked straight at me, then asked, "Should we be scared of you?" The instant he finished speaking, every candle in the room flickered at once. The whole space went cold. Not just a little chilly, but deeply cold, like the warmth had been pulled right out of the air. Even the fire did not seem to help anymore. Everything about the room changed. It suddenly felt wrong, like we had crossed into something we did not understand. Then we heard the speaker on the other end of the table crackle. The music cut out. We both turned to look at it, and right after that, the logo on my closed laptop lit up. Closed. I remember saying out loud that it made no sense, that it should not be happening. And almost the moment I said that, the speaker roared to full volume. This eerie organ music came blasting out of it, loud and sudden, filling the whole room. No voices, just this harsh, church-like sound that felt completely wrong in that moment. It was terrifying. We flew out of the room, through the house, and all the way into the garden. We stopped near the far end and just stood there staring back at the windows, trying to catch our breath. And even from outside, we could still hear the music pouring out from that room. After a while, when the panic settled just enough, we forced ourselves to go back inside. I turned the speaker off, opened the laptop, and found nothing. No sign of anything playing, no explanation. For weeks after that, I barely slept. Every night I kept thinking about her. I kept wondering whether we had upset something, whether she was angry, whether I was going to see her again. And honestly, that fear stayed with me for a long time. I was about 14 when something happened that I still can't explain, even now. At the time, I was going to Taekwondo classes every Thursday evening. After class, my parents and I would sometimes stop by a family friend's house because their son trained with me too. It was just a routine thing. We'd all go back there, sit in the kitchen, have tea, chat for a while, then head home. That night started exactly the same as always. Nothing felt strange. Nothing felt off. We came in through the back door, straight into the kitchen. Across from that was the doorway into the living room, and the table was set kind of between the two. I ended up sitting on the side of the table where I was facing the living room entrance, though only at an angle. I couldn't see much of the room unless I leaned a little to one side. Everyone was talking normally. My parents, our friends, all just catching up, chatting about training, grading, everyday stuff. I remember holding a mug, listening, completely relaxed. Then, very slowly, the atmosphere changed. The best way I can describe it is that the room seemed to go quiet by degrees. Not suddenly. More like someone was turning the volume down on everything around me. Voices became distant. The clink of cups faded. It all started to feel far away, and at the same time, I felt this pull toward the living room. I don't know why, but I leaned slightly to my left so I could see further through the doorway. And that's when I saw him. There was a boy sitting cross-legged on the floor in the middle of the living room. At first, that didn't even seem scary. It was just confusing. But then, my mind started catching up with what I was actually looking at. He looked about 8 or 9 years old, but he wasn't dressed like a child from that time. This was around 2005, and this boy looked like he belonged to another century. He had on a worn waistcoat, a faded shirt, rough-looking trousers, and a flat cap. He looked like something out of an old Dickens illustration, like a little street child from Victorian England. But the strangest part, the part that made my whole body go cold, was that he was blue. Not glowing in the dramatic way films show ghosts. Not transparent either. He looked completely solid, like a real child sitting there, except every part of him had this deep bluish cast to it, almost like sadness had taken physical form. I just stared, and then he turned his head and looked straight at me. Slowly. That's the part I can still feel, even now. It wasn't a quick movement. It was deliberate, calm, almost like he'd known I was there the whole time and had finally decided to acknowledge me. When his eyes met mine, I froze. I felt cold all over. Not the kind of cold you get from weather, but something deeper, like it settled right into my chest. He held my gaze for a moment, then turned back toward the wall. A second later, he stood up. Even now, I can't explain how he did it. It wasn't like a normal person rising from the floor. It felt almost skipped, like one moment he was sitting and the next he was upright. My mind still can't make sense of the movement. Then he walked forward, not floated, walked, step by step, like any ordinary child would. And he went straight through the electric fireplace. Just like that, he was gone. The instant he disappeared, every sound in the kitchen came crashing back all at once. Voices, movement, everything. It hit me like a wave. But what came with it was worse. I was overwhelmed by this huge, crushing sadness. Not fear, not panic, just this pure, unbearable loneliness. It was so strong it didn't even feel like mine. It felt like it had come from him, as though whatever I'd just seen had left that feeling behind. The next thing I knew, I was on my feet, staring into the living room, and I was crying. Not just tearing up, I mean really crying, uncontrollably, like my heart had cracked open. I couldn't stop it. Everyone at the table panicked. My mom looked shocked. Our friends rushed to comfort me, asking what was wrong, trying to calm me down. And through all of it, I kept trying to explain what I'd seen. I told them there had been a boy in the living room. I told them what he looked like, how he'd stared at me, how he'd walked through the fireplace. But nobody else had seen him. That somehow made it worse. People tried to explain it away. They said maybe I was overtired. Maybe I'd had a strange moment. Maybe my imagination had run away with me. And I understand why they said that. I really do. But I know what I saw. And more than that, I know what I felt. It's stayed with me ever since, not just as a memory, but as something I still can't neatly place anywhere. I still think about that little blue boy sometimes, and I still wonder who he was, why I saw him, and why the sadness felt so real. I've never forgotten him. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. I'm glad you're here. Before we jump into tonight's stories, if you've ever had any unexplained paranormal experiences of your own, feel free to send them to me. And if you end up enjoying this video, don't forget to leave a like. Our first story is from someone who grew up in an old house and says they've been dealing with strange activity there for years. Some of it sounds subtle, and some of it is a lot more unsettling. Let's get into the story, and I hope you sleep well tonight. Hey, thanks for listening. I've lived with strange things in my house for as long as I can remember, and at this point, I just want to talk about it honestly and see if anyone out there has any idea what I might be dealing with. I grew up in a very old neighborhood. Our house is more than a century old, and just down the street, there's an old funeral chapel. A lot of people on our block have their own stories too, so it's not just me imagining things. Weird stuff has always seemed to hang in the air around here. When I was little, I was terrified of sleeping in my own room. I didn't actually start sleeping in there regularly until I was about 14. Even as a kid, that room never felt right to me. I used to hear loud knocking coming from the wall between my bedroom and the den. Not just random taps either, but hard, deliberate pounding, like someone angry wanted to be let in. I kept trying to explain it away, telling myself it had to be an animal under the house, or something settling in the walls. Then, when I was a teenager, we had the house renovated because of storm damage, leaks, and old structural issues. My room got completely redone with fresh paint, new furniture, everything. While the work was going on, a couple of the workers told us they kept seeing a woman standing up in the attic, just watching them from above. Every time they went to check, nobody was there. They also said tools would go missing, only to turn up shoved under piles of material, and a few pieces of equipment were found damaged for no clear reason. I tried not to think too much about it, but it stuck with me. A few months after I finally started sleeping in that room, something happened that I still can't explain. One night, I heard what sounded like footsteps. I had a fan running, so at first I thought maybe the sound was just blending in with it somehow. But then I felt the mattress shift, like something had sat down on the bed. A little later, it felt like whatever it was actually laid down behind me. Then I felt slow circles being traced across my back. I froze. I was absolutely terrified. After that, I slept in my mom's room for days. Later on, something even worse happened. I woke up one night feeling something wrap around my ankle and yank hard. It happened so suddenly that I jerked my leg back on instinct. The same thing happened again another time. Both times it felt forceful, and afterward, I had bruises. That's part of why it's hard for me to brush any of this off. I've also had episodes of sleep paralysis, especially when I fall asleep on my back. I never really see a face or a clear figure, but I always feel like something is there, watching me. Sometimes it feels like it's moving around the bed. Sometimes I can feel the blanket shift, or the mattress dip like something is sitting beside me. One time, it felt like it leaned over me with both hands pressed down near my shoulders. I couldn't move, couldn't speak properly, just barely whisper. The only thing that seems to break it is when I force myself to say the name of Jesus over and over until I can move again. What unsettled me most was that it happened once when I was away from home at a church retreat, which made me wonder whether whatever this is might not be tied only to the house. Lately, I've started playing Christian music softly through the house because it brings me some comfort. I've also noticed these things seem to happen more often in the fall, especially close to Halloween. Around Christmas, everything usually feels quieter, calmer, almost like the house can finally breathe. I don't know whether I'm dealing with one presence, several, something dark, or something else entirely. I just know this is something I've grown up with. In a strange way, I'm used to it, but I still want to understand it. There are times when you can feel something enter the house, almost like the air changes and suddenly you know you're being watched. And somehow, you can feel the difference between something curious and something that feels angry, heavy, or wrong. That's really why I'm sharing this. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I just want to understand what's been around me all these years. So let me tell you something that really unsettled me. It started early one morning while I was helping my daughter get ready for school. Our cat, who's usually totally relaxed and spends most of her time stretched out in the living room or perched by the window, suddenly slipped into my room and hid under the bed. That alone was strange. But what really got my attention was the way she was peeking out, staring toward the living room like she saw something we couldn't. My daughter noticed it too and laughed, asking why the cat was acting so weird. I tried to keep things light because I knew my reaction would shape hers, and I didn't want her getting scared. But honestly, even I felt uneasy. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, so I kept telling myself there had to be a normal explanation. Still, the cat wouldn't break her stare. She wasn't watching a bug or a shadow on the floor. She was locked onto one exact spot in the air. Her pupils were huge, her body low, and she looked tense in a way I'd never seen before. My daughter called her name, but she didn't even twitch. Then she started creeping forward, slowly, carefully, like she was stalking something. A second later, she backed up under the bed again like whatever she saw had startled her. Then she tried again. She moved toward the bedroom door, step by step, never taking her eyes off that same spot. And the second she crossed the doorway, her whole body changed. Her back arched, her tail puffed up, her ears flattened, and every bit of fur on her stood up. It was like watching a completely different animal. This cat has always been gentle, calm, almost ridiculously laid back. I've never seen aggression from her, not once. She kept inching forward until she got near the cracked garage door, the one that leads to her food, litter box, and cat tree. Then, suddenly she bolted into the garage and stayed there nearly the whole day. I went into the living room right after that and checked everything. Nothing was there. No movement, no noises, no shadows, no reflection from outside. The curtains were shut. It was still early, and the street outside was quiet. The whole thing gave me chills, even though I kept joking around for my daughter's sake. And the weird part is, this wasn't even the first time. A few years earlier, we had another cat, also calm and affectionate, never aggressive. One night I was downstairs watching TV while my daughter sat on the stairs petting him. Out of nowhere, he let out this horrible growl, the kind that instantly tells you an animal is terrified. I turned around and asked what happened, and she said she didn't know. She'd just been petting him when he suddenly froze and started staring up toward the top of the stairs. At the top was my son's old room. He had already moved out by then, so the room was empty and dark. That cat wouldn't look at me or my daughter. He was completely fixed on the open doorway upstairs. His fur was standing up, his body was low, and the growling just got deeper and more intense. My daughter was starting to panic, so I made the mistake of trying to pick him up and calm him down. The second I touched him, he exploded. He screamed, twisted, clawed, bit my arms, fought like he was trying to escape something far worse than me. I held on because I didn't want him tearing into my daughter, but by the time I got him into the garage and shut the door, my arms were bleeding. There was blood on the floor. And the thing is, I knew he wasn't attacking me out of aggression. He was terrified, and when I touched him, he panicked. So ever since then, I've been trying to make sense of it. I'm not really a cat expert. Truthfully, I only became a cat person because my daughter loves them. So I've wondered whether this is just one of those things cats do sometimes. Maybe they hear something in the walls. Maybe they pick up on a smell. Maybe there's some tiny sound or movement we miss. That's what I want to believe. But then I think about the other things that have happened in this house. Back when my son still lived here, I used to wake up in the middle of the night to a loud thud from the ceiling above my room, like something heavy had been dropped in his bedroom. Every time I ran upstairs, he'd be asleep in bed. After he moved out, those bangs stopped. When my daughter was little, she'd sometimes wake up screaming, and I'd find 3 thin scratches on her back that looked almost like fingernail marks. The same thing used to happen to my son, too. I never found a real explanation for that. She slept in a crib right next to me, and there was no obvious reason for those marks to appear. Even now, at 9 years old, my daughter will sometimes say she thought she saw a person out of the corner of her eye, or heard breathing behind her. Then she shrugs it off and says it's probably just her imagination, because that's what I've always taught her to think. And even with all of that, I still don't walk around feeling like the house is haunted. I've never felt a presence here. I've never been scared to be alone, never felt watched, never had that heavy feeling people talk about. Most of the time, the house feels completely normal. But then there's one more detail that keeps creeping back into my mind. When I first rented this place, my landlady told me she had lost her son to suicide. I offered my condolences, of course, but I never asked questions. It felt too personal, too painful. She had lived in this house for years and told me she loved it, which makes me wonder why she moved out and decided to rent it instead of staying. Later, she once mentioned that her son used to sneak out through his bedroom window, and the only upstairs bedroom where that would have been possible is the room my son used to sleep in, the same room above mine, the same area where I used to hear those unexplained bangs. So now, even though I still lean toward logic, I can't help connecting the dots. The scratches, the noises, my daughter's comments, 2 different cats, years apart, both reacting with pure fear to something near that same part of the house. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. Part of me feels ridiculous even saying it out loud, and I'm still hoping there's a completely ordinary explanation, especially for the cat behavior. Maybe there is. Maybe cats sense things we can't, but not in a supernatural way. Maybe it's scent, sound, vibration, anything. That's what I want it to be. But I'll admit this much. Every now and then, when the house gets really still, I think back on those moments and wonder whether I've been explaining away something I don't actually understand. So, this all happened a few months ago, and I still carry it with me every day. My father was diagnosed with cancer, and not long after that, he was gone. It all unfolded so quickly, faster than any of us could really process, and it left my whole family completely shaken. For a while, it felt like the ground had been pulled out from under us. I think I'm finally past the sharpest part of the grief now, or at least enough that I can talk about the strange things that happened around that time. I've always believed there are things we can't fully explain. I read tarot cards sometimes, and for me, they've always felt like a gentle, safe way to listen when something beyond the ordinary is trying to come through. I don't have every meaning memorized or anything like that, but somehow the messages usually come through clearly. About a month before we found out my father was sick, I had this awful dream about losing him. I don't even remember the details now, just the feeling. I woke up suddenly and started crying right away, like my body already knew something my mind didn't. At the time, I told myself it was just a nightmare. But then he started having a lot of pain, and after test, we learned it was cancer. The doctors were reassuring us, saying he was going to pull through, but deep down, I had this heavy feeling that he wouldn't. When I went to stay with my parents for a bit, I was mostly there to help my mom, make meals, and take care of things while my father rested at home. One day he woke up on the sofa and told us he dreamed about his own mother, my grandmother, who had passed years earlier. He said she was standing in the room with us, just watching him quietly. She didn't speak. She was simply there. And the moment he told us, that same feeling came over me again. I can't explain it, but I knew what it meant. The day before he died, I dreamed about him one more time. In the dream, we drove together to a quiet shore. The water was calm, and he stepped into a small wooden boat. He looked peaceful. Just as he was about to drift away, I woke up. Even now, I believe that was his way of saying goodbye. After he passed, I picked up my tarot deck and asked if he had a message for me. While I was shuffling, one card slipped out and landed face up, almost carefully, right in front of me. It was Temperance. And honestly, the message behind it felt almost irritatingly familiar, because it sounded exactly like something my father would have told me. Stay steady. Breathe. Don't let yourself be pulled apart by grief. Later, I went back home, and my sibling, Riley, was there. I asked whether they wanted a message too, and they said yes. I sat at the kitchen table, absent-mindedly shuffling while they finished up a chore. I must have been doing it for several minutes, just talking with my aunt, waiting. Nothing happened the whole time. Not one card fell. Then the second Riley walked up to the table, one single card jumped out and landed face up right near them. Temperance. The exact same card. And that, more than anything, felt like my father. He was such a practical, fair-minded person that part of me laughed through my tears, thinking he probably sent us the same card on purpose so neither of us could claim we got the better message. I still miss him terribly. My mother is still carrying so much pain too. But even with all of that, I'm grateful I have these moments. I'm grateful I have this story. I'm not asking anyone to explain it, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just know what it felt like. And wherever he is now, I hope he knows I heard him. So, I should probably start by saying this right away. I have never been a real paranormal investigator. I have always been fascinated by that world, but I never had the money for equipment, never really knew many places nearby to explore, and honestly, I never had friends who wanted to come along for that kind of thing. I live in the northern Netherlands, in a place where there does not seem to be much of a ghost hunting scene at all. There are not many haunted locations people talk about, and you definitely do not see tours or businesses built around paranormal stuff here. Still, even without that kind of community around me, I have had enough strange experiences in my life to feel, deep down, that there really is something out there worth paying attention to. I could share those stories another time, because while they may not sound dramatic compared to famous haunted places, they felt incredibly real to me and to the people who were there with me. Anyway, the reason I am telling you all of this is because of the place where I live now. It is an old barn that was converted into 3 separate homes. The landlords live in the back section, one of their relatives lives in the front right, and I live in the front left with several other people, mostly upstairs. My room is the only downstairs bedroom in our section of the building. And this house is loud. I mean, really loud. Every floorboard, every stair, every door has a sound of its own. I can hear people going up and down the stairs. I can hear someone coming through the front door. I can hear movement from the other side of the hallway. There is even an internal route toward the landlord's side, but it goes through a long hallway, past several heavy doors and a storage space, and every single part of that route creaks and groans. At night, I make sure those doors are shut. The place honestly feels like the sort of house a horror game developer would design and then tone down for realism. The setting does not help either. The house is mostly surrounded by woods, with only a road off to one side. Across the street, there are open fields, patches of trees, and marshland. It is quiet in a way that can feel beautiful during the day and deeply unsettling at night. What makes it stranger is that this place has always unsettled me, even before I lived here. The building survived World War II, and I would not be surprised if it had been standing long before that. It was here before the nearby town was built, before the forest behind it even existed. That land used to be farmland, and later trees were planted to create the park and woods that are there now. So this house has to be at least a century and a half old, maybe older. Not far from here, a few hundred meters away, there is a scout building where kids and teens learn outdoor skills and sometimes stay overnight. I used to go there when I was younger, and I remember so clearly how uneasy that area always made me feel. If we stayed late, especially into the night, I would get this cold, prickling feeling that I was being watched. There were no large wild animals around, nothing that should have explained it. And because I knew that forest so well, that feeling always hit me hard. So now, imagine living in the one place that creeped you out your whole childhood. For a long time, I thought maybe I had simply grown out of those experiences. As I got older, paranormal things seemed to happen less often, and I mostly stopped expecting them. But in this house, things happen that just do not feel normal. Like I said, I know what it sounds like when people move around here. Footsteps upstairs are common. Doors opening and closing are common. With so many people living nearby, it would be easy to dismiss almost anything. But there are moments that do not fit. It is not just the lights either. Sometimes the fridge door is left hanging open, and again, no one else is downstairs. I have even tested whether someone could sneak down quietly enough to avoid being heard, and honestly, I do not think it is possible. I can hear the cat padding around upstairs. I can hear him coming down the stairs. So a person making it through that space in total silence just does not make sense to me. And then there is the piano. There is a piano standing just across from that little hallway window near my room. Very occasionally, and always when the house is quiet, I hear it being played. Not a song exactly. Not random smashing of keys either. Just single notes, carefully pressed, one at a time, as though someone is trying out sounds they already know. It feels deliberate. That is what unsettles me most. Whenever I look through the window, I do not see anyone. The glass is too unclear to make out details, but I would still notice movement if somebody were standing there. And whenever I open my door and actually check, there is no one at the piano. The strangest part is that I am not the only one who has heard it. People who lived here before me have talked about the ghost piano too. Sometimes they hear it when I do not, even when I am awake in bed at the same time. That only makes it feel more mysterious, like whatever is happening does not reveal itself the same way to everyone. Even the cat seems uneasy about that hallway. He avoids it most of the time. He sleeps in different housemates' rooms all the time, but in nearly 10 months, he has only slept in mine once. Usually he only comes into my room briefly because I have a door leading outside. So that is where I am at. I really do think something is going on here. And recently, I got 3 pet rats. Since they are active at night, I started wondering whether they might react to whatever this is. People always talk about cats sensing things, but I have never heard much about rats in that context. So now I keep wondering whether they might notice something before I do, or whether their behavior could tell me when the house is active. That is really why I am sharing all of this with you. I do not know exactly what is in this house, but I know it does not feel empty. And now I am left wondering whether these little animals might end up noticing the unseen before I can. You know, I've always wondered about those strange moments when you catch something out of the corner of your eye, and for a split second, it feels completely real. But the second you turn and look straight at it, it's gone. Not hidden, not darting away, just gone. I really do wonder sometimes if we notice certain unexplained things better that way, almost sideways, instead of face to face. I'm 60 now, and until recently, this had only happened to me one other time in my whole life. I was about 11, maybe 12, and my sister and I were at home waiting for our friend Lila to come over from across the street. She had called and said she'd be over in a few minutes, so we were expecting her. I was in the family room, which faced the front of the house, and out of the side of my eye, I caught what looked like a person moving up the walkway toward the gate that led into our fenced patio. It looked so clear in that quick glance, just a human shape coming right up to the entrance. I got excited and jumped up right away because I thought I'd beat her to the gate and surprise her. I rushed out through the sliding screen door, pulled the gate open, and started to say, "Hi, Lila." And then I stopped. There was nobody there. I just stood there frozen, looking one way and then the other, completely confused. There was nowhere she could have gone that fast, not without me seeing her. My dad had been sitting in the family room too, and he'd noticed someone as well. When I came back inside, I told him no one was there. At first, he said he thought he'd seen her too, but then he brushed it off. He was never the kind of person who liked talking about anything spooky, so I could tell he didn't want to lean into it. After that, nothing like it happened again for decades. Then, just recently, it happened a second time. My husband and I have been clearing out my mother's house since she passed away last winter. One afternoon, I stepped outside to check the side walkway along the front of the house because I wanted to look at the deck. A handyman and his helper had cleaned the roof a few days earlier, and branches and bits of debris had fallen onto it. The deck sits above the lowered garage area, and as I was walking and glancing downward, I caught this quick, dark shape from the corner of my eye. It was small, fast, and low to the ground. My first thought was that it must have been a black squirrel, maybe even a bird hopping out of sight. It moved behind a wall near the family room window. So naturally, I walked faster to get a look, fully expecting to see it. That's the part that gets me. I wasn't guessing. I was sure I was about to find some little animal there. In fact, I started thinking maybe it was injured, because usually if you approach a squirrel or a bird, it bolts or flies off right away. But this thing had vanished so completely that I thought maybe it had crouched into a corner where I couldn't see it yet. But when I got there was nothing. Nothing at all. No animal, no movement, no place it could have slipped into. No gap, no opening, no crack where anything could have hidden. It should have been there, and it just wasn't. And honestly, that's the part that stays with me. That feeling when you expect, with total confidence, to see something right there in front of you. And then your heart kind of stumbles because there's just empty space. It leaves you standing there with your mouth open, trying to make sense of it. So I don't know. Maybe there is something about peripheral vision that lets us catch things we can't quite hold on to when we look directly. Or maybe the mind works in ways we still don't fully understand. But both times, it felt real enough that I still think about it. And I'd love to know, have you ever had something like that happen to you too? So this happened about 8 years after my granddad passed, and honestly, I still can't stop thinking about it. The other day, I was wandering through this quirky little market with my roommate. You know the kind of place. Lots of unusual stalls, handmade things, crystals, incense, all that. Then I spotted this one booth with a really mystical vibe. They were selling tarot decks, spell books, oils, perfumes, and even spirit boards. I was immediately drawn in. What really caught my attention was that they also offered psychic and medium readings. I've always had this deep curiosity about connecting with people who've passed on, especially my granddad. Ever since he died, I've felt like he's still around in some way. I've dreamed about him a few times over the years, and lately he'd been on my mind more than usual. I couldn't really explain why. I ended up speaking to a young woman at the stall and asking about booking a medium reading. She handed me a business card, and I tucked it away before my roommate and I kept walking through the market. A little while later, we passed by this older woman who had also been in that same stall while I was there. She suddenly stopped me and asked, "Has someone close to you passed away?" I told her, "Not recently, no, but yes, someone has." Then she looked at me and said, very calmly, "Someone is with you. It's your grandfather." I just froze. I was so shocked that I barely processed the rest of what she said. What I do remember is her telling me to get a black candle, light it, leave it burning in a room overnight, and then throw it away the next morning. I'm still not completely sure if that's exactly what she said or if I misheard some of it, but that's what stayed with me. Then, after that, she mentioned the name Michaela. That's what made the whole thing even stranger, because I don't know anyone by that name. She warned me there was dark energy around it, told me to be careful, and said something about a dark cloud. Later, after I left the market, I looked up the psychic stall online using the business card I'd been given. And that's when I saw that the woman who does the medium readings there is named Michaela. So now I can't stop wondering what that was supposed to mean. Was it some kind of warning not to book with her? Was the woman talking about someone else entirely? Or was it all connected somehow? I don't know what to make of it, but the whole experience left me feeling shaken, curious, and honestly, a little emotional. More than anything, the part about my grandfather is what stays with me. I keep thinking there must have been a reason I ended up there that day. Lately, I've been tucked away at my grandmother's place, pretty much on my own, studying for the MCAT and getting ready to leave for an Ivy League master's program. It's been a strange season, because something this big is happening in my life, and yet, it's felt so quiet. No real celebration, no warm send-off, not even the kind of acknowledgement you hope for from the people closest to you. So in a lot of ways, I've been carrying this whole chapter by myself. A few nights ago, I had a dream that unsettled me at first, but the more I sat with it, the more it felt less like a random dream and more like a mirror. It reflected my life so clearly that it honestly left me shaken. In the dream, I was in my grandmother's house, the same house I'm in now, and there was a jinn circling around me, moving fast, almost hovering, always near me but never actually able to touch me. What stayed with me was my reaction. I didn't panic. I didn't run. I just started reciting prayers over and over, steadily, like something in me already knew what to do. Every time I did, it would pull back, disappear, and then reappear somewhere else, until eventually it kept retreating into the bathroom. And that part really struck me, because in Islam, we understand that impure places, especially bathrooms, are places where shayateen are drawn. So it didn't feel like it was hiding out of power. It felt like it was being pushed back, forced into the place it belonged, because the dhikr was stronger than it. At one point in the dream, I called my family. They told me I'd be fine. But they were somewhere else, at my uncle's house, far away, comfortable, uninvolved. They weren't coming to help me. They were just distant voices telling me I'd survive it. And that part hurt, because it felt a little too familiar. That's exactly what this season of my life has been like. People knowing I'm struggling, maybe even believing I'll make it through, but not actually showing up. Then, just as I was finally leaving the house, the jinn made one last attempt. It changed form and took on the face of my younger sister. That was the part that really got me, because my younger siblings are my heart. They're the people I love most fiercely. I've helped raise them in so many ways. They're the deepest thread connecting me to home. And the jinn in the dream didn't use that face at the beginning. It waited until I was already on my way out. It was like the dream understood something very specific about me. Fear won't stop me. Loneliness won't stop me, but guilt might. The thought of leaving behind the people I love, especially the younger ones, that's the thing that can still reach me. And even then, I kept walking. The dream ended with me arriving at a hospital. That part almost made me laugh when I woke up, because I'm working toward becoming a doctor. Out of everything my mind could have chosen, that's where I arrived. After the fear, after the isolation, after the spiritual fight, I didn't end up lost. I ended up at the place connected to my calling, and the more I thought about it, the more meaningful it felt. Islamically, we're taught that Shaitan presses harder when someone is close to something real, something good, something transformative. So the fact that the attack came in my place of refuge, the fact that it circled me without ever being able to harm me, the fact that it saved its hardest blow for the face of someone I love, all of that felt deeply symbolic. No one celebrated me in that dream. No one came to rescue me. I fought the whole thing alone, with no audience, no comfort, no witness. But I still won. And then I walked straight into a hospital. I can't fully explain why it hit me so hard. It just felt important. Like I was being shown that even in the loneliness, even in the silence, even when nobody is clapping for me, I am still being guided. I am still being protected. And I am still moving toward exactly where I'm meant to go. I want to tell you about something that's been happening in my grand's house, because, honestly, I still can't make sense of it. She's gone into hospital recently, and it's very likely she won't be coming back home. If she does leave hospital, it'll probably be to palliative care. So as you can imagine, it's been a really heavy, emotional time for all of us. Because of that, my aunt, my mom, and my dad have been taking turns staying at her house. Just keeping an eye on things, being there, making sure the place still feels lived in. In the sitting room, my gran has this little glass bowl on a side table where she always kept sweets. The first person to stay there alone was my aunt. She told us that every time she filled the bowl with wrapped boiled sweets before bed, they were gone by the next morning. Completely gone. Not just a few missing, all of them. Wrappers too. It happened more than once, so she started trying to rule things out. At one point, she even draped bits of cotton across the doorways because she wondered if she might somehow be getting up in her sleep and doing it without realizing. But the cotton stayed undisturbed, and the sweets still disappeared. Then my mom stayed there on her own and decided to try the same thing. Exactly the same thing happened to her. She actually took a photo of the bowl at night and another one the next morning, just so nobody could say she'd imagined it. After that, it was my dad's turn. And my dad is the most practical, skeptical person I know. He doesn't jump to wild conclusions, ever. He was a little uneasy about trying it, but he still did. I was there when he placed the sweets in the bowl, and I even helped him arrange them. By morning, they were gone again. Every single one. Wrappers and all. And that's why I'm telling you this, because I genuinely do not know what to think. There's no sign of pests in the house, at least none that we know of. And even if there were, it still wouldn't explain why something would keep going specifically for those sweets in that one bowl, when there are other snacks and treats elsewhere in the house. What makes it feel even stranger is the history of that place. 3 members of my family died in that house. No one else has, as far as we know. My grandparents bought it new back in the 1950s, so it isn't like there's some long, unknown history attached to it. Just ours. And every one of those people was kind, loving, and deeply family-oriented. Apparently, my dad's step-granddad, who died there when my dad was in his early 20s, had a real sweet tooth. He absolutely loved sweets. And I keep wondering, in this quiet little corner of my mind, whether, if it is something paranormal, maybe it isn't meant to frighten anyone. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's meant as a distraction or a strange little comfort during a time that's otherwise full of grief and worry. There's one detail that really sticks with me too. When my aunt put sweets in the bowl and then left the house, and my dad stayed there afterward, the sweets didn't disappear during his stay. They only seemed to vanish when the person who placed them there was the one spending the night. That's the part I can't stop thinking about. It almost feels like there are conditions to it. Like the sweets have to be given by the person staying there. Almost like it only works if it's some kind of offering. I've always been a pretty skeptical person. I'm not someone who startles easily, and I usually reach for a sensible explanation before I even entertain the idea of anything paranormal. But there's one experience from about 15 years ago that still stays with me, and no matter how many times I've turned it over in my mind, I've never been able to explain it away. I was 19 then, expecting my first child, and I just moved into my first home with my partner. The house was incredibly old, a creaky old Tudor place with a strange, almost maze-like layout. The staircase sat right in the middle of the house, and upstairs split off in two different directions. To get to the bathroom, you had to walk straight through our bedroom. The whole place had a heavy kind of atmosphere to it, though at the time I told myself that was just part of living somewhere with so much history. From the start, there were little things that felt odd. Our cats would sit in the downstairs hallway and stare at nothing, completely fixed on some point we couldn't see. Sometimes they'd hiss or suddenly bolt like something had spooked them. Doors would ease open by themselves with a long creak. I explained it all away. Drafts, old wood, loose latches. I didn't want to make more of it than that. One evening, though, the cats were especially unsettled. They were both focused on the hallway again, tense and alert, like they were watching someone standing there. I remember feeling that quiet little twist of unease in my stomach, but I ignored it and carried on with the night. Later on, my partner and I went upstairs to get ready for bed. We were both in the bathroom together, brushing our teeth, washing our faces, doing all the ordinary bedtime things. Nothing seemed unusual, nothing felt out of place. We got into bed, and a little while later, maybe 10 minutes or so, I remembered I'd forgotten to refill the water bottle I kept beside me at night. So I got up and went back into the bathroom. The second I stepped inside, I saw it. There was a small puddle on the floor that looked exactly like fresh blood. I just froze. It hadn't been there before. I know that with absolute certainty because we had both been standing in that room only minutes earlier. There is no way either of us could have missed it. My first thought was that it must have come from me somehow, so I checked myself straight away, but there was nothing. No cut, no scratch, nothing at all. I called for my partner, and we checked him too. Then we checked the cats. Nothing. No injuries, no sign of bleeding, nothing that could account for what we were seeing. Whatever it was had simply appeared in that room in less than 10 minutes. We cleaned it up because what else do you do? But I remember lying awake afterward, deeply unsettled, trying to reason it out. Maybe one of the cats had been sick and it only looked like blood. Maybe something had somehow been tracked in without us noticing. But none of those explanations really held up, because the floor had definitely been clear when we were in there together. Even now, all these years later, I still can't tell you what that puddle really was, where it came from, or how it appeared so suddenly. I had other strange experiences in that house too, but that one has never left me, because there was just no logical cause I could ever pin to it. And honestly, I'm still a skeptic. I still believe most things have an explanation. But that night, that one moment in that old house, is the reason I always pause before saying there's no such thing as the paranormal. So, I want to tell you about what happened to me and my siblings in this house we lived in when I was a kid. I should mention this first because it matters to how I understand everything. I'm Muslim, so I don't believe in ghosts or spirits the way some people do. I believe in jinn. That's always been the framework I had for these kinds of things. I was about 11, maybe 12, when we moved into this new house. It had 3 floors, and the top floor was more like a rooftop level with high walls around it, which is pretty common in a lot of Middle Eastern homes. I'll start with what I experienced, because compared to my siblings, mine felt smaller, but still unsettling. A lot of nights, I would hear footsteps on the roof. Not soft footsteps either. I mean heavy stomping, like someone was pacing back and forth above us. Sometimes it sounded like full-on running, fast and aggressive. And the strange part was, I knew no one was up there. It wasn't just me hearing it either. My siblings heard it too. Then there was this other thing that happened almost every day, usually around sunrise and around sunset. We'd hear this loud bang, like metal being struck hard. It was such a specific sound that after a while, it almost felt like some kind of signal, like something announcing it was time to leave or come back. One moment that really stayed with me happened while I was sitting in my room reading. Out of nowhere, the door swung open sharply, and a cup of water tipped over and spilled. I still remember how sudden it was. No warning, no reason. Another thing that used to happen was I'd hear my mother calling my name, clear as day. I'd go to her, and she'd look at me and say, "I didn't call you." That happened more than once. And there was this long hallway in the house. Every time I walked through it, I had this awful feeling that someone was right behind me. Back then, I tried to brush it off and tell myself it was just my imagination. But looking back now, I really think something in that house was playing with us. My sister Layla had her own experience too. We had this big, heavy wooden board in the yard. It was one of those thick planks we sometimes balanced between 2 walls to make a swing, but most of the time it just stayed on the ground. One day she was looking out the window into the front yard, and she saw that wooden plank moving on its own, just shifting by itself. When she told me that, it clicked, because I had noticed before that it never seemed to stay in the same place. Sometimes I'd even hear it scraping along the ground, like someone was dragging it. She also heard the stomping and the banging from time to time. Then there was my older brother Kareem. He was very protective of his room. Nobody was really allowed in there. He told me about this one day when everyone else was out. He went into his room, plugged in the TV, watched it for a while, and when he finished, he unplugged it and closed the door behind him. But as he was walking away, he heard the TV come back on. He said he didn't stop to investigate. He just ran straight out of the house and into the street. My other brother had one of the scariest experiences of all. He usually slept in the guest room out in the front part of the house. One night, he woke up around 2 or 3 in the morning and saw what he described as a baby's head floating toward him. Even repeating that now feels disturbing. He said he panicked so badly, he jumped from one side of the room to the other, then ran outside and stayed in the street until sunrise because he was too terrified to go back in. We lived in that house for about 5 years. And honestly, I'm sure even more happened there than what I've told you. These are just the things we still remember. Sometimes I wonder whether we forgot the rest naturally, or whether some part of us just doesn't want to remember. You know how certain months carry memories back to you without warning? March does that to me. Every time it comes around, I remember something that happened in March of 2007, and even now, I still can't explain it. Back then, the three of us used to study together all the time. Two of my friends were cousins, and the house we studied in belonged to their family. It was usually empty, so it became our quiet little place for exam prep. Nothing fancy, just a plain old house with 2 rooms, a wide hall in the middle, a veranda out front, and a gate that opened onto the road. One night, the three of us decided to sleep there after studying late. 2 of us stayed in one room, and the other slept in the second room. I wasn't really asleep. I had this habit of lying awake long after everyone else drifted off, so that night I was just lying there with my eyes shut, half listening to the silence. Sometime after midnight, I heard footsteps in the hall. At first, I told myself it was nothing, just ordinary footsteps. But then the sound changed. It turned into this strange, light, skipping noise, almost like a small child hopping around. What made it worse was the sound itself. It had that soft squeak to it, like those little sandals kids wear, the kind that chirp when they walk. The sound crossed the hall slowly, then moved toward the veranda, and then seemed to go outside. But every door had been shut. I stayed completely still under my blanket, my face covered, pretending I was asleep. I was sweating, but I didn't dare move. Then something else happened. I heard the door to the other room open. One of my friends came out. At least, I thought it was him. But he didn't come into my room, and I didn't hear him step outside either. So I lay there thinking, if he's not in his room, and he's not here with us, then where is he? Still, I didn't look. After a little while, I heard him come into my room. Then came the click of the switch, and the light turned on. I could sense someone standing there for a few moments. I don't know how to explain that feeling, but you know when you just know someone is in the room with you? I felt that. I kept my eyes shut. Then the light went off again. A bit later, I heard doors opening, one after another. It sounded like all of them. Then whoever it was went outside. Maybe 15 minutes passed, maybe a little more. Then I heard the same person return. This time I could hear each door being shut again from outside, one by one, carefully, before the footsteps went back into that other room and the door closed. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe I had imagined part of it. Maybe I was just tired. But after some time, the sounds came back. The footsteps again. And that same squeaky, uneven, childlike sound. Only this time, they didn't go out to the veranda. They just stopped. That was somehow worse. The friend sleeping beside me never woke up through any of it. Not once. And somewhere before dawn, I must have finally fallen asleep too. The next morning, I asked my friend where he had gone in the middle of the night. He looked at me like I was the one saying something strange. He told me he had never left his room. Then he said, even if he had been sleepwalking, how would he have opened the doors, switched the light on and off, and moved around like that? That answer stayed with me, and the 2 friends who were with me that night were related to her. I want to tell you about something that happened a few years ago on a family holiday, and honestly, it still unsettles me when I think about it. We used to stay in this coastal town all the time. Family friends had a little apartment there, up on a hill, and we'd been visiting for years and years. It was the kind of place that always felt familiar, safe, almost routine. That's probably why what happened stood out so sharply. Nothing even remotely like it had ever happened before. That afternoon, my mom and I had walked down into town to grab some takeaway, and on the way back we were making our way up the hill toward the apartment. It was a normal residential road, houses on both sides, nothing unusual about it. Then I noticed this older woman stepping out from her front gate, maybe 50 yards ahead of us. She just stopped and stared uphill. At first, I didn't think much of it. There were a couple of people walking down toward her, so I assumed she was watching them. But when they passed, she didn't react at all. She just kept staring straight up the road, almost blankly, like she was fixed on something that wasn't there. As my mom and I walked past, she didn't really look at us either. She just stayed in that same strange state. We kept going, and after a few seconds, I turned around to check if she was still doing it. She was. Only now she was waving. Not at us, not at anyone I could see, just waving up the hill at nothing. I remember trying to brush it off. I told myself maybe she was confused. Maybe she was elderly and not fully with it. Maybe there was some explanation I just couldn't see. Strange, yes, but explainable. But later that evening is where it got harder to shrug away. It was probably around 8:30, maybe a little later. I'd gone back out with my mom and my sister to head into town again, this time to the local shop. I remember specifically asking if we could avoid that same road because I really didn't want to pass that woman's house again. So we took a different lane. This other route was quieter, with a converted barn house along the way. Outside it, there was a family, 2 teenagers messing around in the yard while their parents stood nearby. As we got close, the mother, younger woman this time, maybe mid-30s, suddenly went completely still and started staring down the lane. It was the exact same kind of stare. Distant, unblinking, like she'd tuned out the world around her. I remember her daughter trying to say something to her, trying to get her attention, and she just didn't respond. She ignored her completely. And right then, I got that horrible feeling in my stomach because it felt too familiar, too specific. We walked past, and once again, I turned around. She was waving. I swear to you, she was waving the same way the first woman had. Calmly, casually, toward a stretch of road where there was nothing to wave at. No person, no open view, nothing. Just a wall, some stonework, and the side of an old building. By then, I was deeply rattled. The odds of seeing 2 different people, in 2 different places, doing the exact same bizarre thing on the same evening, it just got under my skin. It felt staged almost, like reality had glitched for a second, and I was the only one noticing. We carried on to the shop, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was anxious the whole time, trying to make it make sense. Then, when we came back out, it somehow got even worse. And what bothered me was this. She lived ridiculously close by. She could have walked there in 2 minutes. Why drive? Why stop right beside us instead of parking properly? Why look so thrown when she saw me? None of it made sense. Not separately and definitely not all together. I know there are people who would probably hear this and say there has to be some ordinary explanation. Maybe there is. But when you're the one standing there, watching these moments unfold one after another, it doesn't feel ordinary. It feels wrong. It feels like the world slips half an inch sideways and suddenly nothing lands where it should. That whole night stayed with me for years. It got tangled up with a lot of anxiety I was already carrying, and I think that's part of why it never really left me. Even now, I can still picture those women standing there, staring into empty space, then lifting a hand and waving at something I couldn't see. And I still don't know what to do with that. So this happened a while back, and honestly, it still lingers in my head more than I'd like to admit. A buddy of mine invited me out one evening and said he wanted me to meet a few people he'd been hanging around with lately. Nothing strange about it, just one of those casual, go-with-the-flow nights. When I got there, he introduced me to everyone. It was him and 3 other people. We spent the night wandering around town, talking, stopping here and there, doing the usual aimless stuff people do when nobody has a real plan. At first, everything felt completely normal. But here's the part I still can't make sense of. I could have sworn there was another person with us. A guy named Elias. At the time, I didn't question it at all. He just seemed like part of the group. What stood out, though, was that he only ever talked to me. Not once do I remember him really speaking to anyone else. Back then, I just figured maybe he was shy, or maybe he didn't know the others that well yet. But we didn't just exchange a few words. We actually talked. Full conversations. Joking around, making little comments about people passing by, saying random things that made the walk more fun. I remember laughing with him. I remember him being right beside me for most of the night, like he'd been there the whole time. And yet, when I look back on it, I can't remember anyone else acknowledging him. No one answered him, no one looked at him, no one really reacted to him at all. I didn't realize how unsettling that was until the next day. My friend made a group chat so we could all hang out again sometime. I looked at it, and there were only 5 people in it. Me, my friend, and the 3 others he'd introduced me to. So I asked where Elias was. They all looked confused. Nobody knew who I meant. I tried to explain. I described what he looked like, reminded them that he'd been walking with us the whole night, told them about the conversations we'd had. But they just kept saying the same thing. It had only been the 5 of us. My friend even insisted he'd introduce me to everyone who was there. And that's the part I still can't shake. I know what it's like to misremember something small, but you don't just imagine hours of talking to someone. You don't laugh with a person, walk beside them all night, and then find out nobody else even remembers they existed. There were no messages from him, no photos, nothing at all. It was like he had never been there in the first place. What unsettles me most is that he only spoke to me. It was almost like he wasn't really part of the group at all. Like he was just there for me and no one else. I've tried to come up with some reasonable explanation, but none of them ever feel right. And every now and then, I still think about that night and wonder who or what I was talking to. I want to tell you about something that happened when I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8 years old, sometime in the mid-1990s. My mom, Marla, drove this huge old station wagon, the kind that felt more like a bus than a car. We were a big family, so that thing was always full of people, snacks, blankets, and noise. That summer, we were staying out on my great-grandmother's land, way out in the middle of nowhere. The property had a house, power, running water, all of that, but it was still a long way from town, probably around half an hour or so depending on how fast you drove. You didn't just run out for something. Going anywhere took planning. One evening, my cousin Jenna wanted a soda, and my mom was already heading into town to pick up my uncle from work, so she said we could all go. It started out like any other summer night. It was late, probably close to 10, fully dark, the kind of dark you only get in the country where there are no streetlights and no neighbors nearby. My grandmother's place sat about 2 miles off the main road, and the dirt road in and out was so familiar to us that we barely thought about it. But about halfway down that road, my mom got what she later called a strange feeling. Not panic exactly, just that sudden, heavy sense that something wasn't right. She told us to lock the doors, which was unusual enough that I still remember it clearly. My cousin was in the front passenger seat, and I was sitting behind her in the back. When we reached the stop sign at the main road, my mom slowed down and looked both ways like always. No cars, no headlights, nothing strange that I could see. But instead of pulling out, she just sat there. I remember being confused. She was staring out the passenger side window, completely still. Then Jenna looked over too, and she froze. I leaned toward my own window to see what they were looking at, and that's the part I can still picture, in a way that gives me chills. I couldn't see anything outside my window. Not darkness in the normal sense. It was more like the window had been covered over. just solid black, like something was blocking every bit of light. And I've always had pretty good night vision, so I knew this wasn't ordinary. Usually, even at night, you can still make out the roadside, shapes, the reflection from headlights, something. But this was different. It was just blank. Then we heard it. Something tugged on the handle of my door. Right there, right beside me. The sound was clear enough that there was no mistaking it. And the second that happened, Jenna started screaming, and my mom slammed on the gas and shot onto the main road. She drove fast, faster than I'd ever seen her drive, and she didn't slow down until we got to the gas station where my uncle was working. When we pulled in, my mom and Jenna jumped out and ran inside to get him. I stayed in the car. We had just come off that dusty road, and even after the stretch of pavement, the outside of the wagon was still coated in a layer of dirt. Nobody had touched the car since we left the property. When my uncle came back out, I got out too, and that's when we saw the marks. Around the handle on my back door, the dust had been rubbed away, like someone or something had grabbed it and tried to pull it open. On the roof above that same side, there was a handprint. Not just a smudge, a real print. And it looked wrong. The fingers seemed too long, almost claw-like. Near the back fender, there were 4 deep scratches through the dust, sharp enough that they had scored into the paint. Some people threw out Bigfoot because we were in Oregon, but then dismissed it just as fast because we lived in the high desert, like that settled the matter. That explanation never satisfied me anyway. What has always stayed with me most is this. My mom was terrified. My cousin was terrified. But I wasn't. Not really. I knew something strange had happened, and I knew something had come up to that car and tried to get in, but I never felt like it wanted to hurt me. That sounds odd, I know, but it's the truth. I felt like it was trying to reach me, specifically me, and my mom somehow sensed it before any of us saw a thing. Even now, all these years later, my mom and my cousin have never changed their story. Not once. They still swear that what they saw was real. Most of the family still doesn't believe them, and honestly, whenever someone shrugs it off, I always come back to the same question. If they didn't see what they say they saw, then who put the handprint on the car? You know, even now, I still hesitate before telling this story out loud, because part of me wants to laugh it off, and part of me remembers exactly how terrified I was. This happened during my first year of diploma, when I was 16 and living away from my family for the first time. The hostel I stayed in was outside the main campus, maybe 25 minutes away, and all the first-year girls were kept there separately. I think it was supposed to protect us from ragging, but honestly, it just felt like we'd been dropped into a place no one else wanted. My room was on the ground floor, right near the security area, the very first room in the whole building. For the first few weeks, everything felt normal. I was adjusting, missing home, trying to act braver than I felt. Then, sometime in the second month, I started waking up at strange hours, almost always around 3:20 in the morning. One night I opened my eyes and saw something standing near the door. It was tall, much taller than a normal person, maybe 7 feet or close to it. Completely dark. No face I could make out, no eyes, just a shape. Broad shoulders. Still. Watching. My bed faced the door directly, so there it was, the first thing in front of me. My mother had once told me that if I ever saw something I couldn't explain, I should never react to it. So I did the only thing my frightened 16-year-old brain could do. I pulled the blanket over my head like that would solve anything, and lay there until I fell back asleep. The next night, I woke up again at nearly the same time. It was there again. Only this time, it seemed closer, like it had moved further into the room, near my roommate's bed. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I turned to face the wall and told myself, very firmly, that I would not be participating in whatever that was. Around the same time, strange sounds started becoming normal for everyone in the hostel. Girls in rooms near the staircase said they heard footsteps running up and down the stairs late at night, fast and heavy, like someone was racing between floors. It was a 4-story building, and the way they described it, it sounded impossible. The ground floor girls, including us, heard something else. Furniture dragging, chairs scraping, beds shifting, tables being moved across the floor in the middle of the night, like someone was rearranging rooms we couldn't see. Eventually, our floor monitor called everyone together and demanded to know who was making the noise. She also asked something even stranger. She said, "And who is this boy everyone keeps crying for at night?" She used a name, not the real one, of course, but let's call him Moran. That was the strange part. None of us knew any Moran. We thought maybe the senior students upstairs were fooling around. They thought we were the ones making the noise. But the diploma girls mostly stayed on the ground floor. The engineering students were on the first floor, and we barely even interacted. No one had a reason to play games like that. Everyone kept denying it, and in the middle of all that tension, I made the mistake of joking that maybe the place was haunted. The problem was, the second I said it, everyone went quiet. Then everyone started panicking, including me. That night, my roommates and I decided we weren't sleeping alone in our room. We grabbed our pillows and blankets and went to the last room in our wing, where 3 of our classmates stayed. 5 girls packed into one room felt safer than 2 girls alone with their imagination, or whatever else it was. Sometime during the night, we heard knocking. Not loud, just 2 slow knocks on the door. No one moved. No one answered. By morning, we all acted like nothing had happened. That was the rule in that hostel. Whatever happened at night stayed there. But things kept spiraling. There was a girl from the other wing, about my age, who had been struggling badly. More than once, she ran toward the top floor saying she wanted to jump, and we had to physically stop her. My older roommate, who was a couple of years ahead of us emotionally, if not academically, was almost like a big sister. The girl's mother even called us and asked if her daughter could switch into our room, hoping a calmer environment would help. For a brief moment, it seemed like the exchange would happen. Then, within the hour, the whole thing turned into hostile drama. Accusations, tears, complaints, people twisting what had been said. It was exhausting, and honestly, that chaos was almost scarier in a different way, because now it wasn't only the nights that felt unstable. The days did too. One night, another roommate went outside after arguing with her mother on the phone. She left upset, sometime after midnight. A while later, I heard someone crying. Not just briefly, proper crying, hurt crying. It went on long enough that I finally got up to look for her. I checked the staircase, the open hallway, different corners of the floor. The crying seemed to grow louder the more I searched, but I still couldn't find anyone. When I finally came back to the room, she was already inside. I asked where she had been. She said, very casually, "On the stairs." I told her I had checked the stairs. Then she said something that made the whole thing worse. She said she hadn't been crying at all. Angry? Yes. Crying? No. At that point, I honestly started wondering if fear was changing what I heard. But then, the physical things started. Night after night, I'd feel a sudden tug while sleeping, like something was pulling me downward from the bed. Not enough to drag me all the way off, just enough to jerk me awake in panic. Every time I looked around, there was nothing there. And then there was the mirror. I used to walk around the room listening to music, just pacing to calm myself. A few times, when I glanced into the mirror, I saw what looked like a small shadow on the bed behind me. It moved when I moved, not exactly copying me, but staying in rhythm with me. After a while, I stopped trying to make sense of it. I just avoided being alone with the mirror for too long. Eventually, I called a senior who had lived in that hostel the year before. I asked her plainly whether anything strange had happened there when she stayed. That night, she said no. The next morning, I ran into her near the library. We exchanged normal greetings, and then she looked at me and asked, almost casually, "Did you see a shadow figure? Something that looked like it hugged someone from behind?" I remember just staring at her. Then she told me that girls from her batch had seen odd things too. While recording a reel once, one of them later noticed something dark behind a girl in the video, almost like it was leaning in close. Others had heard dragging sounds, footsteps on the stairs, blankets lifting on their own. Her boyfriend tried to add stories from the boys' hostel, but by then I had heard enough for one lifetime. That same night, my roommate and I decided we would stay awake and prove to ourselves that we were imagining everything. That was a terrible idea. At some point, I saw it again. I didn't even trust my voice, so I texted her from my bed. "Do you see it?" She replied, "Ignore it." That response chilled me more than the figure. She sent me a devotional song link and told me to listen to it and sleep. Neither of us said the words directly, but we both knew what we had seen. He warned us not to go near that room. He said that whatever was there moved from that space into ours. Then, he asked for our names and birth dates, checking whether any of us seemed especially vulnerable. For me, he said there was nothing attached. For another girl, he sounded much less certain. Then, he said something that silenced all of us. He said, "Someone is crying there." And the reason, according to him, was tied to a boy. Not Moran, not really, but close enough to the name people kept hearing whispered in the night. He told us there had been tragedy there before us. A death. Grief that never settled. Stories buried under the building. Unfinished lives. Unrest that had never been put to peace. I don't know what was true and what was fear feeding on rumor. I really don't. What I do know is that he repeated one instruction again and again. Do not step down from your bed at night. So we didn't. We sat together until morning, like children pretending dawn could fix everything. The strangest part is that life still continued. We still studied. We still went to class. We still gossiped, argued, borrowed notes, worried about exams. That's what feels surreal when I think back on it. We were living ordinary student lives right in the middle of something that felt deeply not ordinary. I don't stay there anymore. I'm in my final year now, but I still hear stories from juniors in that same room. One of them said she felt herself being pulled while sleeping. Another said she saw figures that looked like people she knew. So the room still carries that reputation. And maybe there are logical explanations. Stress, sleep paralysis, suggestion. The way fear moves through a group and teaches everyone what to notice. I've considered all of that, and some of it probably explains more than I want to admit. Still, when I remember those nights, it doesn't feel like imagination. It feels like standing in the dark and knowing something is there with you, whether you can prove it or not. Hi everyone, welcome to another video on Paranormal M. Thanks for being here with me tonight. Before we start, if you enjoyed the stories in this video, please give it a like. And if you've ever had a paranormal experience you still can't explain, feel free to send it to me. Tonight's story begins with a family home being rebuilt, but once they moved back in, something about the place just didn't feel right anymore. It's the kind of story that slowly gets under your skin. So get cozy, listen closely, and I hope you sleep well after tonight's video. I want to tell you about something that still unsettles me, even now. This happened about 4 years ago, when the house I grew up in was being rebuilt from the ground up. It was an old place, close to 40 years old, and aside from a few cheap touch-ups over the years, It had never really been properly repaired. My family life was never especially happy. My parents had their struggles, and the four of us were living with my grandparents too, so the house was always crowded with tension. The one person who somehow kept everything from falling apart was my mother. When she left, everything changed, and I do not just mean emotionally. The whole house felt different. It was as if whatever warmth had lived there went with her. You know how some places feel alive, even when they are messy or imperfect. After she was gone, that feeling disappeared. It stopped feeling like a home and became just a building. Maybe that was grief talking. Maybe I simply missed her more than I understood at the time. But the change felt real. The rebuilding began not long after. It was the middle of summer, and while the construction was going on, we rented a tiny one-room place nearby. The upper floor of the house was finished first because it was meant more for practical living than for appearances. So we moved into that top floor while the ground level was still under construction. I remember how dull it felt. The walls were painted in these cold, washed-out shades of blue-gray, and the whole floor had this strange emptiness to it. I kept myself busy during the day. I have always had a million hobbies and little obsessions, so between school and my own interests, I did not think too much about the atmosphere. But nighttime was different. Every night, this heavy sense of dread would settle over me. I had experienced sleep paralysis before, so it was not something completely new. But after moving back into that rebuilt house, it became much worse, more frequent, more intense. I would wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move, unable to speak, barely able to breathe. It felt like something was pressing down on my chest. Not just pressure, but presence. Like something was there with me, and I wanted it gone. When I finally managed to open my eyes, I would be gasping, terrified, soaked in panic. I got used to it in the way people get used to bad weather, but I never stopped fearing it. Then, about a week after we moved in, something else started. One night, I was awake later than usual, maybe around 11:30. That was when I heard it for the first time. A scream. It was distant, but clear enough to make my whole body go cold. What frightened me most was not that it sounded pained. It did not. It was almost worse than that. It sounded empty, like someone was screaming out of habit or for no reason at all. The sound came at fixed intervals, again and again, every 10 seconds or so, always the same pitch, always the same length. There was something mechanical about the pattern, but the voice sounded like a woman's. It went on for hours that night, until around 2:30 in the morning. I barely slept. The next night it happened again. Same timing, same rhythm, same eerie repetition. And then again the night after that. Soon I could almost picture where it was coming from without even looking. Behind our house, there was a narrow alley between two residential buildings. It was the kind of shortcut most people avoided, usually occupied by drunks or men you would rather not pass alone. I had hardly ever walked through it myself, but in my mind, that was where the sound came from. I could feel it. That alley was visible from the balcony connected to my father's room, but the screaming kept happening. And then one night, everything changed. It was hotter than usual, and I could not sleep. I got up for water and found my father awake in his room, sitting with his phone in his hand like he often did when his insomnia was bad. The balcony door was wide open because the night air, even warm, felt better than the heat trapped inside. I asked him if he wanted some water too. He took the bottle, drank a little, and set it aside. Then he looked toward the balcony and said, very calmly, "Can you see her too?" I still remember how those words made my stomach drop. He pointed toward the alley, and there she was. A woman standing under the streetlight. She was wearing red, or maybe dark crimson, something deep and unmistakable in that pale light. She was completely still, not shifting her weight, not turning her head, not fidgeting, nothing. Her arms hung straight at her sides, and she was facing directly toward our balcony. I could not make out her face. I could not tell you anything about her expression. But I knew she was looking at us, or at least in our direction. I froze. I did not speak. My mind just emptied out. All I could do was stare. And then, strangely, that was the end of it. After the housewarming ceremony, the screams stopped. Just like that. No more sound in the night. No more woman in the alley. I never saw her again, and I am deeply grateful for that. But even now, when I think about that house, that rebuilt upper floor, those nights of dread, and that figure in red under the streetlight, I still feel the same chill creeping up my spine. I cannot explain what happened. I only know that it did. So this happened about 4 years ago, during the COVID period, when I was hosting a live call-in psychic show. I worked alongside a medium and the show's sponsor, and most broadcasts ran for a couple of hours, with plenty of callers and guests. But honestly, this story is not really about the show itself. It is about a place. The sponsor had arranged for us to film at Combe Abbey, near Coventry, in England. Because of the restrictions at the time, we were not allowed inside the building, but we did get permission to film outside. I remember being driven there by the sponsor, and it was also my first time meeting the psychic in person. I was nervous, more than I wanted to admit. You never quite know what someone like that is seeing, sensing, or quietly thinking, and that played on my mind a little. We arrived in the early afternoon, around 2 o'clock, on a bright day in late spring. The weather was beautiful, calm and sunny, and everything felt pretty normal at first. We had only been there about 10 minutes, setting up the camera and getting ready, when the sponsor suddenly called out to me and told me to look up at one of the windows. When I did, I saw her. There was a woman standing in the window. She looked like she belonged to another time, almost Edwardian or Victorian in appearance, and she was moving back and forth in a way that made it seem as though she was opening and closing curtains. But what made it so unsettling was that she was transparent. Not vague, not imagined, not a trick of the light. Transparent. Exactly the kind of ghostly figure people describe in films, except this was right there in front of me. And the strangest part was that I did not feel afraid. I had never seen anything like that before in my life, and yet I just stood there, watching. The rest of the filming went ahead, and although the atmosphere had definitely changed, we finished the shoot and headed back. On the drive home, we talked about everything that had happened, especially the woman at the window. I kept trying to make sense of it, replaying it in my head. When I got dropped off and walked toward my front door, my security light flicked on, and that is when I saw something else. A shadow figure. It was there for only a moment, but I saw it clearly enough. It moved away from me and disappeared around the corner of the house. I cannot fully explain why, but in that instant, I felt certain that something had followed me home. I had heard people use the word attachment before, and that was the first time I really thought I understood what they meant. I did not know exactly what it was, only that it did not feel right. After that, little by little, things in my life began to unravel. At first, it was smaller things, falling outs, bad luck, tension where there had not been any before. I spoke to the psychic who had been there with us and told him what I had seen, but he did not seem too concerned. Maybe he genuinely did not think it was serious, but that never really settled my mind. Then the problems kept building. Over the next few years, it felt like one thing after another. I got banned from a pub I had been going to for years over something petty and ridiculous. I had an argument with a close friend and damaged the trust between us. Then more things followed, and worse ones. Relationships broke down. Money disappeared. I lost stability, then security, then eventually my home. In the last year especially, it has felt relentless. Like every direction I turn, there is another setback, another betrayal, another blow. I have been scammed, let down, and worn down to the point where I have honestly started wondering whether I am cursed. Maybe I am searching for answers because I am exhausted. Maybe I am trying to connect dots that were never really connected. But when you have been through enough hurt, enough loss, enough chaos, you start to question everything. And that is where I am now. I am not feeling very steady, not very focused, and I honestly do not know what to make of any of it. But I know what I saw, and I know how much changed after that day. You know, some places stay with you long after you leave them. For me, it was my grandmother's family estate in rural Bangladesh. My family is originally from Bangladesh, but I was born in the US, and because my father worked as a diplomat, we were always moving from one place to another. Still, every summer, without fail, we'd go back to Bangladesh to see family. And the place I looked forward to most was this old ancestral estate on my mother's side. It was enormous. High ceilings, colored glass windows, long verandas, ponds behind the courtyard, and trees so thick they seemed to hold their own secrets. Even as a child, I could feel that the house carried history in its bones. I loved it. It felt far away from the noise of the city, almost like stepping into another world. Of course, people always had stories about that place. My relatives had their versions, and the villagers had theirs. Strange sightings, unexplained sounds, things that moved through the property at night. Back then, I treated it all like folklore. Just stories people pass down because old houses make people imaginative. Then, one summer, when I was about 11, something happened that I still cannot explain. It was very late at night. All the adults had already gone to bed, and only my 2 cousins and I were still awake. We were sitting in the courtyard, just talking quietly, enjoying the night air. Beyond the courtyard were the ponds and the woods, and usually you could hear everything: crickets, frogs, rustling leaves, the constant hum of life. Then, all at once, everything stopped. Not faded, stopped. It was so sudden that the silence itself felt loud. We all noticed it at the same time, and our conversation just died in the middle of a sentence. Before I could even make sense of it, I looked at my cousin sitting across from me and saw her face change completely. She looked terrified, absolutely frozen. I asked her what was wrong, and in this tiny whisper, she said, "There's someone behind you." I turned slightly, confused, because from where I was sitting, I couldn't see anyone behind her at all. But then the cousin beside me inhaled sharply and said the same thing, that something was there. And that's when I felt it. You know that feeling when someone is standing too close behind you, even before you see them? That pressure in the air, that instinctive awareness. The back of my neck went cold. The little hairs on my arms lifted. I felt this faint movement of air behind me, like someone large was walking very slowly past us. Then it stopped on my left side. There was this smell, too. I still remember it. Something rotten, but mixed with a strong floral scent, almost like perfume or old oil. And then something touched my hair. Not hard, just lightly, but enough. Enough that I felt it clearly. A moment later, one strand of my hair lifted, like someone had taken it between their fingers. My cousins saw it too. That was all it took. I grabbed both of them and we ran. There was a bedroom nearby where one of my great uncles was sleeping. We rushed inside, shut the door, and crawled under the bed without even waking him at first. We were shaking so badly we could barely breathe. And then we saw the shadow. From under the bed, we watched it move slowly across the floor outside the door. Then it stopped there, waiting. What unsettles me most, even now, is that all three of us saw the same thing. 2 feet outside the door. They looked like a woman's feet, but something was wrong. 1 foot faced toward the room, and the other pointed the opposite way. Even after it was gone, none of us came out right away. We stayed under that bed in complete silence until I finally reached up and shook my great-uncle awake. We told him we were frightened and asked if he could take us back to the room where we were sleeping. What stayed with me almost as much as what we saw was his reaction. He didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss us. He just looked at us and asked, very calmly, "Did you see something?" I nodded. He got up, checked outside the door, and quietly walked us back across the estate. None of us slept that night. Not long after, the animals started. The livestock on the property suddenly began crying out all at once. The stray dogs outside started barking too. It was loud enough to wake other people in the house, and the whole atmosphere felt wrong, like something had unsettled everything living around us. After maybe 10 minutes, it all stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The next morning, we talked about what happened. I honestly expected the adults to brush it off, maybe tell us we imagined it because we were tired and scared. But that didn't happen. No one really questioned us. The caretaker simply said the animals sometimes react when they see things moving around the house, things they do not like. That sentence has never left me. My mother forbade us from staying up alone again after that, and I didn't argue. I barely slept the next couple of nights anyway. I went back to that estate once more after that trip, and nothing happened, at least not to me. Then life moved on, the way it always does. School, adulthood, distance, time. I haven't been back to Bangladesh nearly as often as I would like, but I'm planning to return this summer, and apparently the family wants to visit the estate again after all these years. And I'll be honest with you, part of me still feels like that child in the courtyard. Because it's one thing to hear stories. It's one thing to doubt them, explain them away, tuck them into the folder labeled folklore. It's another thing entirely to feel something touch you in the dark. Okay, so I need to tell you this exactly the way it felt, because even now, I cannot shake it. A while back, my fiancé and I had to move into his parents' old farmhouse in rural Indiana after money got tight. The place sits near open land and a stretch of woods, and ever since I got here, things have felt wrong. Not in a vague, nervous way. I mean, I've seen shapes outside the windows at night that looked like they were watching me. One evening, both my fiancé and I saw what looked like a structure at the edge of the tree line, almost like an old shed or building, and then it was just gone. And more than once, standing outside after dark, I've had this awful pull toward the woods, like something out there wanted my attention. I do have trauma, and I've had nightmares for years, so I tried to be rational about it. But those dreams had finally started fading, and then suddenly, after moving here, they came back. Only these felt different. Sharper, heavier, like they weren't just coming from me. Around the same time, I also started struggling to fall asleep until really late, which is unusual for me. The night this happened, I was heading upstairs to our room. This house has animals everywhere, so hearing paws or movement usually wouldn't mean much. But I heard something behind me that sounded like a cat, and instantly every part of me knew it was not a cat. I didn't stop to check. I ran upstairs, shut the door, and eventually fell asleep. At first, the dream was normal enough. Then it changed all at once. I was in a house that was similar to the one we live in now, but not exactly the same. My fiancé was there, his mom was there, and her service dog was there too. Except in the dream, I called her Kala instead of Callie. She's normally this big, fluffy black dog with the sweetest face. The kind of dog that looks like she was put on Earth just to love people. But in the dream, something was off immediately. Everyone kept insisting she was some other animal, something ridiculous, and the more they said it, the less she looked like herself. She started following me from room to room with this awful expression, like she was waiting for the right moment to hurt me. And in the dream, I was completely certain she was going to kill me. Then a porch light went dark across the road, and my fiancé said, very matter-of-factly, that an old man had died. I remember trying to explain to him and his mom that the dog wasn't really a dog, that I knew something was wrong. And right in the middle of that, I looked outside, and there was a man standing there watching me. Just standing there. I screamed. By then, the animal beside me had changed even more. It had no fur anymore. Its skin was this strange gray-blue color, and its body was swollen and unnatural, almost like some oversized hairless creature with a flattened trunk for a snout. It stayed pressed close to me wherever I moved, staring at me the whole time. And somehow, in the middle of all of that, his mom stayed calm and told me the man outside was only there to move furniture, and that I needed to sit down, relax, and have some tea. Then we turned a corner, and this woman came in dressed in white. She looked old-fashioned, almost delicate, with short curled hair and this pale yellow-blonde color to it. She was carrying a vintage mirror cabinet, the kind that opens into little compartments, and inside were pieces of gold jewelry laid out neatly, gleaming like they wanted to be noticed. My fiancé was mesmerized by it. The woman was speaking, but it was like hearing two voices from the same mouth. One voice was clear and pleasant, explaining the cabinet and the jewelry. The other was quieter, buried underneath, almost whispering in another layer of sound. I couldn't understand it, but I also couldn't stop listening. I sat straight up and told my fiancé that it felt like something had taken over my dream. That's the only way I know how to describe it. Not just a nightmare. More like something stepped in and started arranging things. What scared me even more was his reaction. He didn't laugh it off. He told me that when he used to live there, he would sometimes see an older woman in the house, and she reminded him of the woman from my dream. He said he'd also felt watched in that house before, and that there were times he believed there were spirits there. He even said parts of what I described sounded like another house he had lived in with his parents, where a man had died, and where he always felt like someone was sitting and observing him. The only history I really know about this place is what his dad has told me. It's a very old house, built long ago by a German family who apparently never finished it. There are stories about the property, stories about people dying, about strange gatherings, about the land holding on to things. And what unsettles me is that nobody in the family seems shocked by any of this. They all act like it's just part of the house. I still don't want to go into the woods at night. During the day, maybe, but after dark, absolutely not. Recently, while walking near the outer edge in daylight, we found a pile of deer bones and the remains of some smaller animal nearby. I know there are normal explanations for that. Coyotes, other wildlife, even people. I understand that. But with everything else that's happened here, it didn't feel easy to dismiss. Usually I question myself. I talk myself down. I tell myself I'm tired, anxious, imagining things. But this has gone beyond that for me. It feels like something is reaching, or calling, or trying to make itself look harmless when it isn't. And I don't know what it wants. I just know that whatever is happening here feels real to me. And more than anything, I want to understand it before it gets any closer. I still think about this trip sometimes, and even now, it gives me chills. My husband, Aaron, and I have always loved camping. We go all year round across Ontario, no matter what the weather's doing. Rain, cold, wind, even the first snow, it never really stops us. Usually those trips are the best kind of reset for us. We cook, hike, play cards, sit by the fire, and just disappear from the world for a while. A few years back, we decided to try a smaller campground several hours north of home over the long weekend in early September. We'd learned that if you stay a little past the holiday itself, the place usually empties out fast once families head back for work and school. Sure enough, when we arrived, it was beautiful and almost deserted. There were only a few other campers scattered around. The first night, the weather turned ugly. It rained hard all night, and by the next morning, we watched the last few campers pack up and leave. After that, it was just us. Completely alone. At first, that felt kind of perfect. For the next couple of days, everything was normal. We wandered the trails, made really good food, played board games under the canopy, and enjoyed how quiet everything was. But on what ended up being our last night there, the rain came back, heavier than before. We stayed close to the site and turned in early. Before bed, we cleaned everything up properly, packed away the dishes, stored the food, all of it. Nothing was left out. By the time we zipped ourselves into the tent, thunder was cracking right overhead, and lightning was flashing so bright it lit the whole campsite through the fabric. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up. The thunder had started to fade, but the lightning was still intense. Every flash lit up the tent walls so clearly that I could make out the trees, the picnic table, the edges of the site outside us. I remember lying there, half awake, watching the shadows appear and vanish. Aaron was asleep beside me, completely calm, like none of it was bothering him. And then that feeling hit me. It was this sudden, overwhelming dread. Not nervousness, not simple fear. It felt like every instinct in my body was screaming that something was wrong. I tried to move, and I couldn't. I was frozen there, staring at the tent wall, heart pounding. Then I saw movement outside. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but every time the lightning flashed, it was there again. A figure. Tall. Moving on two legs. Too tall, honestly, and wrong somehow. The shape looked almost human, but not quite. The head seemed too large, the posture too strange. I just lay there, helpless, watching it circle closer and closer to the tent door. Then it came toward us. What terrified me most was that it didn't seem to open the tent. It just came through. That's the last thing I remember before everything went black. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Aaron was outside making breakfast like it was any other day. I was completely shaken. I told him what happened, and he brushed it off at first. He said it was probably a nightmare, maybe sleep paralysis. And to be fair, I have had sleep paralysis before, so I tried to convince myself that was all it was. But this felt different. Far more vivid. Far more real. I couldn't shake the feeling at all, and eventually he agreed we should pack up and leave that day. Months later, I brought it up again. That's when he admitted he hadn't told me the truth that morning. He said he had also woken up that same night and seen a figure moving around outside the tent. He'd thought he must have been dreaming too, so he kept it to himself because he didn't want to scare me. But when I told him I'd seen it too, it rattled him. We never checked for footprints or anything like that. With all the rain, I doubt we would have found much anyway. Later on, one of Aaron's relatives recommended another northern campground to us, near an old, abandoned settlement. He and his family had just gone and thought we'd love it. While he was talking about it, his wife overheard and joined in. She said the place was beautiful, but from the moment they drove in, she felt like something was wrong. She couldn't explain it well, just that she felt uneasy the entire time and never wanted to go back. That stayed with me, but we went anyway. The campground had this eerie history to it. Long before settlers arrived, the land had belonged to indigenous communities. Then logging came in, a rail line was built, and for a while there had been a real town there. By the late 20th century, the railway was gone and most of the place had been left behind. To reach the campground, you had to drive through what was left of that old settlement first. A few homes were still standing, but most of it felt abandoned, like a place time had stepped away from. We arrived after dark over Thanksgiving weekend in October, after getting a little lost on the way. I will never forget that drive. The road was pitch black, and then when we finally reached our site, there was this enormous full moon hanging over the lake. It was so bright it almost didn't look real. The campground itself was quiet, sparse, maybe one or two other campers, and they were nowhere near us. Our site was right on the water, which Aaron loved because he's happiest with a fishing rod in his hand. One morning, he came back from fishing carrying an old cast-iron pot he'd found near the shoreline. Looking back, we probably should have left it where it was, but at the time it just felt like an odd little relic from the old town, so he brought it back to camp. Later that day, we both took a nap. I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the tent. I looked over and saw Aaron wasn't beside me, so I assumed he'd gotten up already. Then I heard him yelling. Not angry exactly, more startled, alarmed. He kept saying things like, "Hey buddy, what are you doing?" and "This is our campsite, you can't be here." I sat up, instantly tense, trying to understand what was happening. He kept calling out, asking who the person was and why they were there. Then after a few minutes, he came into the tent looking completely shaken and told me a man had wandered onto our site. He said the man was dressed strangely for the weather, no proper coat, no boots, even though it was freezing cold and had already been snowing off and on that weekend. According to Aaron, the man didn't respond to him at all. He just walked straight toward the water and stepped in, like he was searching for something. Aaron kept talking to him, trying to get his attention, but the man acted like he wasn't even there. Then the man turned and walked away. Aaron told me he was going to follow at a distance, just to make sure it wasn't some lost camper who needed help. He was gone maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little more. When he came back, he looked pale. He said he couldn't find anyone. There were a few sites behind ours, but they were empty. No cars, no voices, no sign that anyone had come through. Just nothing. We both stood there trying to make sense of it, and neither of us could. To this day, I don't know what we experienced on those trips. Maybe there's a logical explanation. Maybe fear, weather, isolation, old places, and darkness can do strange things to the mind. But I also can't ignore the fact that both of us saw things, separately, without knowing the other had seen them too. And with that second campground especially, with all that history sitting quietly under the surface, part of me still wonders whether we crossed paths with something that never really left. Honestly, I'm not sure which possibility is more unsettling. I want to tell you about something that's been weighing on me for a while, because honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. I'm 22, and I live with my fiancé Ryan in a tiny countryside town in Ireland. We moved into this old house in early autumn last year, and from the moment we settled in, things just started to feel off. Not all at once, not in some dramatic movie kind of way, but in little unsettling moments that slowly built into something harder to ignore. The house itself is very old, built sometime in the 1800s, and it's protected because of its history, so a lot of the original front windows and stonework are still there. It has 2 floors, 3 bedrooms, and this heavy, still feeling that's hard to explain unless you've been in a place like that. I never learned much for certain about its past, but people around town have said it may once have belonged to someone who worked with the dead, and that coffins were supposedly kept there. I've never been able to prove that, so I try not to lean too much on rumors. Still, once you're living there and strange things start happening, those stories do echo in your mind a bit louder. At the beginning, it was just me and Ryan in the house. We hadn't adopted our cats yet. One evening, maybe only a few weeks after moving in, I was home alone while he was out training. I was sitting on the sofa in the living room, half watching television, half winding down from the day. The way the house is laid out, the living room opens straight into the hallway, and from there you can see the stairs and the doors leading off to the kitchen and bathroom. We usually leave that door open because it's easier. It was dark outside by then, and I'm one of those people who hates wasting electricity, so the hallway light was off. I remember glancing toward the doorway because I caught movement in the corner of my eye. When I turned properly, I saw what looked like the outline of a head just barely leaning into view from the hallway, like someone was peeking in at me. What chilled me was the height of it. It was far too high up to make sense, higher than where anyone's head should have been. I just stared for a second because my brain genuinely couldn't catch up with what I was seeing. Then I looked away, almost instinctively, like if I broke eye contact it might stop being real. When I looked back, it was gone. I can still remember the cold rush that went through me. I felt completely stuck, like I couldn't even trust myself enough to move. I stayed right where I was until Ryan got home. When I told him, he tried to reassure me and said I was probably just spooked from being alone in an unfamiliar old house. And maybe that would have made sense if it had stopped there. But it didn't. After that, things seemed to get stranger. Lights would suddenly stop working, and when we checked the breaker, it had been flipped off. Doors would move on their own, especially our bedroom door late at night. We'd hear sudden thuds from downstairs, the kind that make you freeze and listen. More than once, I heard what sounded exactly like footsteps coming up the stairs, then along the hallway, and stopping right outside our bedroom door. Those were the moments that really got to me. That feeling of something coming closer, than just waiting outside. At first, I kept trying to explain it all away. Old house noises, bad wiring, drafts, floorboards settling. I wanted there to be a reasonable answer so badly. But then our cats came into the picture, and that changed things for me a little. These days, I feel watched in that house far more often than I'd like to admit. Not every second, not constantly, but enough that it sits in the back of my mind even when nothing is happening. That's the hardest part, really, the not knowing. I don't know whether this is all a chain of strange coincidences, whether there's some explanation we haven't found yet, or whether there's truly something in that house that doesn't want to be ignored. And I'll be honest with you, that uncertainty is what scares me most. Because if there is something there, I have no idea whether it means harm or whether it's simply there with us. I'm also afraid of doing the wrong thing, of reaching out, acknowledging it, or somehow making whatever this is feel more welcome in our lives. So that's where I'm at. I'm trying to stay rational, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't frightened. And more than anything, I just want to understand what's happening in that house. I've had things happen that my rational, science-minded brain still can't neatly explain. And honestly, that's part of why I'm sharing this with you. I'm someone who usually looks for evidence, patterns, and practical answers. But some experiences have stayed with me for years, and they don't fit cleanly into anything I can reason away. It started when I was about 11. I had this unbelievably vivid dream where I was walking through a beautiful, almost glowing garden. I came to this greenhouse, stepped inside, and there was George Harrison. We sat together for a while and talked. I don't remember every word now, but I remember the feeling. It was gentle, comforting. I was telling him about the hard things going on at home, and before I left, he looked at me, told me everything was going to be all right, and gave me a hug. I woke up feeling strangely comforted and just carried on, thinking it was simply a lovely dream. Then years later, long after I'd forgotten about it, I came across a photo of a garden that stopped me cold. It was the exact garden from that dream. Same feeling, same layout, same details. I looked into it more and realized it was the garden at Friar Park, George Harrison's estate. And the strange part is, as a kid, I had absolutely no reason to know that place even existed. But somehow, in that dream, I had been there. Another moment that still shakes me happened when I was home from college, spending time with friends. Right before I left, I had this sudden, completely out of nowhere urge to say something odd to one of my closest friends, whom I'll call Allie. I told her, "I never want to get a phone call about you dying." It was such a weird thing to say, so unlike me, and she just laughed it off. She told me not to worry, that nothing like that was going to happen. About 6 months later, I was at work and randomly brought up Allie's name to a coworker. There was no reason for it. It just came out. Less than 10 minutes later, my then fiancé, Martin, called me and told me she had died. I still remember the shock of that moment. It felt like the ground disappeared underneath me. Martin and I eventually broke up because of his addiction. It wasn't angry or cruel. I still cared about him deeply, but I couldn't stand by and watch him slowly destroy himself. We went our separate ways, and life kept moving. Then, in December 2022, he passed away from an overdose. The summer before he died, one of his best friends, Tyler, who had died years earlier, showed up in a dream. The whole thing had this heavy, unsettling feeling, like he was trying to warn me about something I couldn't yet see. After that dream, I started noticing reminders of him everywhere. Songs, old photos, certain clothes, random videos. Things tied to him kept appearing in my life in ways that felt too pointed to ignore. Then after Martin died, all of it stopped almost instantly. And it isn't only dreams. After my grandmother died, I was in that half-awake, half-asleep space one night, and I heard her laugh. Clear as day. Not faint, not imagined in some vague way. It sounded real enough that it brought me to tears. So that's the pattern I keep coming back to. Dreams. That in-between state of sleep and waking. Sudden intuitions about death. Details that later turn out to be true, even when I had no obvious way of knowing them. I've had many more experiences than these, but these are the ones that stay brightest in my mind. I still try to live my life logically. I still believe in questioning things, in being grounded, in not jumping to conclusions. But I can't pretend these moments haven't happened. They have. And they've left me with more questions than answers. I don't know what any of it means. I really don't. But I'd be grateful to hear whether you've ever gone through anything like this too. You know, I've had a few experiences over the years that still sit in the back of my mind because I've never quite known what to make of them. The first one happened when I was really little, maybe around 5. I was in my parents' bedroom in the middle of the day, just watching a Garfield cartoon on TV. I wasn't sleepy or anything, and everything felt completely normal at first. Then, out of nowhere, I got this strong feeling that something frightening was about to appear on the screen. It was so sudden that I turned away and shut my eyes. But here's the weird part. Even with my eyes closed, I somehow still felt like I could see what was happening on the TV. And I saw this huge purple octopus. I don't remember hearing anything that should have tipped me off, so when I looked back at the screen and saw that same octopus there, it really startled me. In the end, it actually wasn't scary at all, which almost made it stranger. I remember telling my mom about it, and I don't think she really believed me. It never happened again, not once. Another thing I remember from childhood is that up until I was maybe 7 or 8, I would sometimes hear voices very briefly. Sometimes it sounded like a man, sometimes a woman, but never anyone I recognized. Usually it was just one voice at a time, though once or twice it almost seemed like two people were speaking back and forth. What stood out was how real it sounded, like the voices were actually in the room and not just in my thoughts. The strangest part was that in the exact moment it happened, I felt like I understood what they were saying. But the second it stopped, it was like the meaning disappeared too, and I couldn't recall a single word. It would only last a split second, and I was usually alone when it happened. It hasn't happened since I was a kid, so I've always wondered whether it was just one of those odd things that can happen when you're young and your mind is still developing. There was also this other thing from when I was a kid that I didn't think much about until I got older. At night, I'd sometimes notice what looked like cat eyes in the reflection of windows. Usually this happened when lights were on inside, though I think I may have noticed it in daylight once or twice too. I never owned a cat, and sometimes I'd see them reflected in upstairs windows, which made even less sense. They always looked too close, almost warped somehow, not like they could belong to an actual animal outside. Back then, I mostly brushed it off and figured it was just the reflection catching in a strange way. But the reason it stayed with me is that I stopped seeing them as I got older. That made me look back on it differently. Maybe it really was just childhood imagination, or maybe my eyes and brain were interpreting things in a way they no longer do now. Then there's the most recent one, from maybe a few years ago. I was sitting in bed at night, looking out at the stars, when I noticed one of them moving. At first, I assumed it had to be a plane, but it didn't blink, and it looked exactly like all the other stars around it. It moved slowly and steadily in a straight line, and then it seemed to line up with another star and just disappear. Every night, the last walk with my dog happens pretty late, usually sometime between about midnight and 2:30 in the morning, depending on how the day has gone. It's always just me and my dog, Rusty, out on this completely quiet street, with maybe one car passing every now and then. This happened a couple of years ago. It was during one of those final walks, and I remember it being a little after 1:30 a.m. Rusty had just finished doing his business, and we turned around to head back home. That's when I suddenly got this powerful feeling that someone was watching us. You know that feeling that hits before you even understand why? It was exactly that. As we walked past a couple of parked cars on our side of the street, my view opened up toward the house across from ours. And that's when I saw him. There was this very tall figure just standing there, facing us, a few feet behind the neighbor's pickup truck. At first, I thought it might be the man who lived there, because he was tall too. But even then, something about it felt wrong. As we got closer, I could tell it wasn't him at all. This figure was taller, much thinner, almost unnaturally lean. Our neighbor was broad and solidly built. This was different. Then I noticed something that sent this cold jolt through me. There's a street light near our yard that lights up everything around it. Our driveway, the sidewalk, the neighbor's yard, even the front of their house. It all gets washed in that light. But this figure didn't. It wasn't lit at all. I'd seen people out walking late before, and at that spot on the street, nobody ever stayed in shadow. But this thing did. And the closer I got, the stranger it looked. It was almost like it wasn't just standing in darkness. It was pulling the light into itself. That's the only way I can describe it. It looked darker than any shadow around it, darker than it should have been. It never moved, not once. But somehow, the way it stood there made it obvious it was watching me. And the feeling I had only got stronger the closer I came. It felt threatening, deeply threatening. Normally, I would have kept walking straight to our driveway before turning in, but that would have put me directly across the street from it. I couldn't do that. So instead, I cut up the next-door neighbor's driveway and crossed through our yard just to put more space between us. Even then, it still felt too close. I kept glancing back over my shoulder while I unlocked the front door, and the whole time it stayed exactly where it was, just watching. Once I got inside, I tried to tell myself it had to be some kind of trick of the light. I really wanted to believe that. But deep down, I didn't believe it. Not really. And ever since then, every single night when I take Rusty out for that last walk, I look at that exact same spot. Part of me keeps hoping I'll see it again, because maybe then I could force myself to get closer and prove there's some normal explanation. But it's never happened again. And honestly, after all this time, it's getting harder and harder to pretend it was nothing. I truly believe that something or someone was out there watching us that night. When I was around 9, I lived in a very remote part of Suriname. Most of the country felt wild and open, with one main city and then long stretches of countryside and rainforest. We were in one of those quiet places, the kind where you could stand outside and hear almost nothing except wind, insects, and your own thoughts. Our nearest neighbor was across from us, and after that, the next house was so far away it barely felt like a neighborhood at all. Our home sat right beside the rainforest, along a dirt road that didn't lead anywhere useful. There was no store, no school, no reason for strangers to pass by. Just trees, brush, red dirt, and the same familiar silence every day. We didn't have a TV, so my brothers, sisters, and I made our own fun. We read whatever books we could find, rode our bikes up and down the road, and played outside until the light started fading. That was just life for us. Quiet, predictable, almost sealed off from the rest of the world. I should probably mention something about myself because this part matters. When I was a child, strange things happened around me from time to time. Not constantly, but enough that I couldn't pretend it was my imagination. I'd feel my hair tugged when no one was near me. Sometimes I'd wake up with scratches on my legs. Once in a while, I'd hear whispering so close it felt like someone was standing right behind me. Even now, as an adult, rare things still happen. I never went looking for any of it. I just learned to live with it. But what happened that day felt different. I was outside watching our dogs messing around in the yard when I noticed a man jogging past our house. He was white, dressed in running clothes, maybe a pale shirt and shorts, moving at a steady pace down that dirt road. I had never seen him before. That alone was strange. Nobody used that road unless they lived there, and we all knew each other. My neighbors were Indian, older, quiet, and kept to themselves. There was no one else around. What struck me immediately was that the dogs didn't react. These were guard dogs. They barked at everything. A bird landing too hard on a branch could set them off. But this man passed right by, and they didn't make a sound. They didn't even seem to notice him. I asked my mother about him, and she looked confused. She said she hadn't seen anyone. I remember trying to explain it, telling her he had just run past the house, but she brushed it off because there was no one there by then. I let it go. Then a few days later, I saw him again. Same road. Same steady jog. Same silence. This time, without even thinking it through, I grabbed my bike and followed him. That part still unsettles me, even now. It wasn't curiosity, not really. I didn't feel brave or playful or even reckless. It was more like a pull. A quiet command in the back of my mind telling me to keep going. I didn't call for my mother. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, which was unusual for me. I just got on my bike and trailed behind him. I stayed maybe 10 or 12 feet back, and the whole time I heard nothing. That road was dry and rough. If someone ran on it, you'd hear the crunch of dirt and gravel under their feet. If I coasted too fast on my bike, I could hear my own tires grinding against the road. But from him, nothing. Not one footstep. Not one breath. Nothing. He never looked back at me either. He had to know I was there. I was right behind him, close enough that any normal person would have turned around at least once. But he didn't. He just kept moving forward, calm and steady, like I wasn't even worth acknowledging. Every sensible part of me should have turned around. I should have stopped right there and gone home. But I didn't. He ran straight off the road and into the grass. And even then, there was no sound. No swish of grass brushing against his legs, no crackle, no bending stems, barely any movement at all, as if the grass didn't know he was passing through it. That was the moment something inside me finally started to panic. I got off my bike and stood there staring. He was moving toward the trees, and I was just about to step forward and follow him into that field when, from my left side, I heard my mother's voice as clearly as I've ever heard anything in my life. "Maisie!" Loud, sharp, real. I turned immediately and answered, "What?" But there was no one there. No mother, no person, no movement behind me, just empty road and still air. I spun back around toward the trees. The man was gone, completely gone. There was nowhere he could have disappeared to that quickly. No path, no opening, no sound, no sign of anything moving ahead of me. 1 second he was there, and the next second I was alone. I felt this cold rush go through my whole body, like something deep inside me had finally woken up and realized I was in danger. I jumped back on my bike and rode home as fast as I could, barely breathing. When I got there, my mother was inside cooking. She had never left the house, and I never saw that man again. To this day, I do not believe he was human. I believe something lured me down that road. I believe I was being drawn away on purpose, almost like I'd fallen under a spell for those few minutes. And whatever called me back, whatever used my mother's voice to stop me from taking that next step, saved me. Years later, I spoke with a psychic medium who told me there was an older female spirit watching over me, some kind of guardian. I don't know what to make of that. I can't say for certain who or what protected me that day. Maybe it was a spirit. Maybe it was something I'll never understand. All I know is this. Something wanted me to keep following that runner into the trees, and something else made sure I didn't. And I have never stopped being grateful for that. You know, my parents sold my childhood home a few years ago and bought this older house that had originally been built by a husband and wife back in the late 1960s. As far as we know, that couple were the only people who had ever lived there before my parents. The wife passed away sometime in the 2010s, and her husband died in 2022. Not long after that, the house was sold to my parents. We really did not know much else about them. When we first got the place, it felt like stepping into a time capsule. So much of it still had that old 1970s look and charm. My parents love renovation projects, so they updated almost everything. Now it looks beautiful, fresh, and bright, but it still has this quiet personality from the original home that we never wanted to erase. Before we fully moved in, we brought our dog over a few times. Her name is Maisie, and she is fearless. Seriously, nothing rattles her. Loud storms, fireworks, strange noises, none of it bothers her. But one day, I was walking through the house with my brother and Maisie, just looking around because I had not really explored it yet. There is a finished basement, and connected to it is this unfinished storage area with an old bathroom tucked away in the back. The second we got near that space, Maisie completely changed. She started barking, whining, and refusing to go any farther. She would only wait on the stairs for us to come back up. She acted the exact same way around the old shed at the far end of the yard. At first, I laughed it off because dogs can be weird sometimes, but after a while, it did start to stick with me. At the time, I was still in school, so I spent a lot of hours sitting at the desk in the corner of my room. Over and over again, I would catch this faint smell drifting through the room, like an old floral perfume. It would come in so suddenly, almost like it had slipped in through a crack somewhere, and then vanish just as fast. It was never anything my mom or I owned, and it definitely was not the kind of scent either of us would wear. We both hate heavy floral perfumes. But the strange part is, it never felt unsettling. Every time I noticed it, I felt calm, safe even. Then today, my mom and I were talking with one of her friends, and somehow the conversation drifted into paranormal stories. I am really interested in that kind of thing, but my mom usually is not. She is more of a polite listener than a believer. But while we were talking, she brought up something she had never really made a big deal out of before. She said that one night she woke up and saw an elderly woman sitting at the edge of her bed. The woman had short white hair and was holding a small white dog in her lap. And what really stood out to me was that my mom said she did not feel afraid at all. Not even for a second. She just felt oddly at peace. When she said that, I immediately thought about the perfume because it sounded like the same kind of presence. Gentle, familiar somehow, not frightening. The next morning, my mom told my dad what she had seen. They knew the last name of the couple who had built the house, so they looked up their obituaries. They had never seen a photo of them before, but the very first picture my dad found showed the same older woman, with the same short white hair, holding the same little white dog my mom had described. I do not know if it was my sleep schedule or something deeper, but when I woke up this morning, I genuinely was not expecting the light. I still had the same thought in my head that I had fallen asleep with, and when I opened my eyes, it felt like time had skipped ahead without me, like whole hours had quietly disappeared. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just one of those ordinary feelings people have and brush off. But when I first woke up, I could not shake the sense that something had shifted. The energy in my room felt different. Not dramatic in a movie kind of way, just off, strange, unfamiliar. I remember looking around at my room, at the windows especially, like I was seeing them from a distance. I even pulled out my grimoire and started writing in it, which I have not done in a long while. I think part of me was trying to ground myself, to anchor back into something familiar. When I thought about the night before, I started piecing together a few possible reasons, though none of them came with clear answers. It is a little embarrassing to admit, but I have been playing this video game with these stylized, alluring versions of the 7 deadly sins. I had been saying some of their names out loud without really thinking much of it. Mostly Mamiel, because that character stands out to me the most, but also the others too, like Lucien. I had also been thinking a lot about the game's version of hell, which feels more symbolic and layered than the terrifying version religion often paints. I tend to rationalize everything. Even when something unsettles me, like demons, spirits, or anything in that realm, I usually keep it at arm's length by thinking it through. That habit has protected me in a lot of ways. And to be honest, aside from a few unsettling experiences when I was younger, I have mostly stayed away from anything that felt too dark for the past few years. What made it stranger was the dream, or at least the fragments of it I could remember. I usually do not remember my dreams clearly, but this one stayed with me in pieces. I remember being in a cathedral, dressed as an altar girl, standing beside a close friend. Then there was a man, someone powerful, offering me weed. I still do not want to say who he reminded me of, but the feeling of it lingers. After that, I remember walking out from a stone tower passage and a priest shutting these heavy wooden doors beside me. The night before, I had also been writing about time loops and immortality. I was deep in those thoughts, really wandering through them, though that is not unusual for me. I have always been drawn to ideas like that. What gives me pause is my own history. Years ago, I learned the hard way what obsession with dark or demonic themes can do to my mind. I made a promise to myself that I would not let myself drift too far into those things again. Back in high school, I had a period where I got intensely fixated on incubi and all of that. It left a mark on me. So this morning, sitting there in bed, I started wondering whether constantly speaking certain names, thinking certain thoughts, and turning things over in my mind could somehow make them feel more real. I have never felt particularly talented at manifestation. I mean, I have tried for years with very little to show for it. So part of me keeps asking, why would anything suddenly start working now? And yet, when I woke up, I truly felt a shift. All I know is that I have not felt the energy around me change that strongly in a very long time. And maybe it does not have to mean something frightening. Maybe it is not a warning at all. Maybe it is a nudge. A sign that some part of me is waking back up. Not just toward life, but toward the more intuitive, witchy part of myself that I have let go quiet for too long. I still remember the first time I saw it. I had just stepped out of my room, heading to the bathroom like it was any other normal moment. The stairs leading up to the top floor are right there the second you walk out, so they're hard to miss. And as I was passing by, I caught sight of something moving down the stairs. At first, I just froze. It froze too. For maybe 3 seconds, we just looked at each other. I kept walking, almost like my mind refused to process what I'd just seen. But a few steps later, it hit me. I really had seen something. So I turned back and looked at the stairs again. Nothing. It had been near the very top. All I really caught was its body, completely dark, like a black shape against the stairway. And when I tried to look again, it was gone. After that, I asked my cousins if they'd ever seen anything strange in the house. They told me, not a demon, but a ghost. The thing is, I wasn't really asking about ghosts, because I already believed there were spirits in the house. So hearing that only made me feel more certain that what I saw was something darker. Our house has a long history. It's been standing since the 1970s, and it was remodeled sometime in the 1980s. Since then, so many of my relatives have lived here. My grandparents, my uncle and aunt, my cousins, all of us passing through the same rooms, the same halls, the same heavy feeling in the air. My aunt used to talk about that feeling a lot. She lives overseas now, but ever since I was younger, she said the house carries this energy that drains people. She's always been sensitive to things most people would brush off. She once tried to explain that she would sometimes leave her body in her sleep and wander without meaning to. I never knew exactly what to call that, but she believed it was real. And honestly, the older I get, the harder it is to dismiss what she said. She always believed the house held on to pain. Not just sadness, but anger too. Tension, frustration. Like the walls soaked it all in over the years and never let it go. And when you grow up hearing that, and then you start feeling it for yourself, it gets under your skin. Sometimes I catch myself wondering whether everyone who stays here ends up carrying that weight. whether the house presses down on people until they can't really move forward. Maybe doomed is too strong a word, but it does feel like no one here has ever really had the chance to thrive. Maybe it's something spiritual. Maybe it's years of emotional wounds and untreated struggles piling up. Maybe it's both. I honestly don't know. What really scares me is that I'm not the only one who's seen something. My brother had his own encounter too. He said he saw the same figure in the bathroom, again, completely black. That shook me because my cousins had already told me they'd felt watched there before, especially from the bathroom on the second floor. Like something was standing there, just staring. And then there are the smaller things, the ones that start out easy to dismiss until they happen too often. My brother was making noodles one night and swore he only turned on one burner on the stove. Just one. But when he came back, there were two burners on. He also noticed a wooden-handled fork sitting near the flame, even though he hadn't left it there. That kind of thing stays with you. It makes you replay every little detail, asking yourself whether you made a mistake or whether something else was there with you. So that's where I am now. I'm worried. I don't know exactly what this thing is, and I don't want to jump straight to calling it a demon, even though that's where my mind keeps going. I've heard people say demons do far worse, that they hurt people, disturb homes, and make their presence known in terrifying ways. Whatever this is, it does seem to disturb things, but in quieter ways, subtle enough that part of you still questions yourself. And maybe that's what unsettles me most. Not just what I saw, but how impossible it feels to explain it away. So this morning I got up at around 8:30, but I was still completely drained because I'd stayed up way too late the night before. I made myself a cup of tea and tried to ease into the day, but I could barely keep my eyes open. My husband and our dog were still asleep, and the whole house was so quiet that I figured I'd just lie back down for a little while. I set a couple of alarms, thinking I'd only rest for a few minutes before properly starting my day. And then, I slipped into one of the strangest dreams I've ever had. In the dream, I thought I had woken up in my bed, but right away something looked wrong. My bedside table wasn't the way it normally is at all. Instead of the usual stuff, it was covered with all these random craft things, colored pens, sketch pads, scissors, and this odd little metal tool that looked part compass, part ruler. I remember staring at it and thinking, this has to be a dream. None of this belongs here. But then I reached out and touched it, and that's what really got me. It felt completely real. The cool metal, the weight of it, the texture, all of it felt exactly the way it would in real life. I even remember telling myself, I need to remember this when I wake up. Then I really did wake up, but I was still exhausted, so I closed my eyes again. And somehow, I went straight back into the exact same dream. Same room, same bed, same strange feeling. But this time my husband was there, awake, acting totally normal. He was teasing me, being playful, leaning over me, kissing me, and it all felt so physically real that I didn't question it at first. Then I woke up again for real, opened my eyes, and just lay there for a second thinking, wait, that wasn't actually him? But I was still so sleepy that I drifted off again. And somehow, the dream picked up again, right where it had left off. Only this time, everything shifted. The energy changed. What had felt familiar suddenly felt wrong. It no longer felt like my husband at all. I started seeing this unsettling figure, something dark and distorted, almost human but not quite, and then mostly just shadows. At the same time, I could still feel this weight pressing on me, like someone was physically there. That was the moment it turned terrifying, because I realized I couldn't move. My whole body felt frozen. My eyes were so heavy, and I was fighting so hard to open them. I could actually feel my eyes trying to move underneath my eyelids, like I was forcing myself awake and getting nowhere. I started to panic a little, but I also knew enough to realize what might be happening, so I tried to stay calm. I focused on my breathing and kept telling myself, "Wake up, wake up, just wake up." Eventually, I snapped out of it. What still freaks me out most is how vivid all of it felt. The objects on the nightstand, the physical touch, the pressure, every part of it felt far too real to be just an ordinary dream. And the repeated false waking, like I kept surfacing only to find myself still inside it, made the whole thing even more unsettling. Honestly, the worst part was that shift, when I realized the person I thought was my husband wasn't him at all. That change from comforting to terrifying happened so fast, and it stayed with me long after I was fully awake. I really think the alarms, the broken sleep, and drifting in and out probably messed with my sleep cycle and dropped me right into something intense. But still, I can't stop thinking about how real it all felt. I want to tell you about the night my granddad Walter passed away, because I still have not been able to fully explain what I felt, and maybe saying it out loud like this will help. For a little background, I am 23, and ever since I was little, I have believed there are things in this world we cannot easily explain. I grew up in a house where strange things happened all the time, especially when I was younger. So for me, the paranormal has never felt impossible. It has always felt real. About a year before he died, my granddad was diagnosed with stage 4 leukemia. He fought hard, truly hard. He went through every treatment he could, held on as long as he could, and kept pushing for more time with us. My family knew the day would come eventually, so we did our best to be there for him as much as possible. When the treatment stopped helping, he was placed on hospice care at my aunt's house. I started taking time off work so I could spend more time there. In his final days, he declined quickly. About 3 days before he passed, he was no longer conscious, and we knew the end was close. On the day he died, I got word that he might only have a few hours left, so I rushed over. I spent most of the afternoon sitting quietly with family, along with the hospice nurse, just waiting. That kind of waiting feels endless. Nobody says much. You just listen to every breath and watch every small change. Sometime around early evening, maybe a little after 5, a close family friend arrived to say goodbye. She had not been able to visit much, so it meant a lot that she came. After a while, she stepped outside with my aunt, and the two of them sat on the porch, talking softly, having a drink and a smoke. Not long after they went outside, I started feeling strange. At first, it was just a headache. Then I got suddenly hot, the kind of heat that makes your skin feel wrong, almost feverish. I remember thinking maybe I was coming down with something. I got up, poured myself some water, and sat back down, but instead of passing, the feeling got worse. The room started to feel heavy. That is the only word that fits. Heavy. Thick. Like the air had changed. My granddad was already making those rattling breaths people talk about at the end, and sitting there, I felt this pressure building in my head and chest. It was so intense that I had to leave the room. I went outside and sat with my aunt and her friend on the porch. The second I stepped out, I started feeling better. Not a little better either. Almost immediate relief. The headache eased, the heat faded, and that crushing heaviness lifted. I told my aunt, "You should probably go back in. He's doing the death rattle." She went inside, and I stayed out there a little longer, trying to settle myself. Once I felt mostly normal again, aside from a faint leftover headache, I went back into the house. And the moment I crossed the doorway, it all hit me again. Full force. Instantly. The headache, the heat, the heaviness, all of it came rushing back. But this time, the whole house felt different. Darker somehow. Off. Not visually dark exactly, just spiritually dark, if that makes sense. The energy in the room had changed. It felt tense and charged, like everything around us knew something sacred and final was happening. One of my aunts had gone out to pick up food earlier, and my dad called her and told her to get back to the house right away. We all knew it was happening then. My dad sent me back outside so I could watch for her and make sure she came in quickly. So I went back out. And again, being outside made me feel normal. I stood there waiting for her car, and while I waited, the strange symptoms faded almost completely. A few minutes later, she finally pulled up. She was moving slowly at first, not realizing how urgent it was, and I hurried her toward the door. But this time, when I went back inside with her, I felt nothing. No headache. No heat. No heaviness. Just stillness. Then my family told me he had taken his last breath right as her car pulled into the driveway. That is the part I cannot stop thinking about. I do not know exactly what happened in that house that night. I cannot prove it was something paranormal, and maybe some people would say it was stress, grief, or my body reacting to the moment. Maybe part of it was. But deep down, it felt like I was sensing something building, something crossing over, something gathering in the room before he let go. And then, the instant he was gone, it was gone too. That is what stays with me. Not just that he died, but that the feeling disappeared the moment he did. Like whatever filled that room left with him.